let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. Let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind.
Come on, give me that body back, that good loving. Yeah. Baby, give me your hands all over my body. Your hands all over my body. Wanna tell you, don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, keep it coming. Don't stop, baby, give me your hands all over my body. Yeah. Need you to touch it, emergency. Alerting me from the desire that's burning me. Need you urgently, I'm fiending. Strip you out of that attire, admire your entire body. You fire, I'm inspired, I'ma be it. That little itty bitty black lace thing you like. You won't catch a ride from a hitchhike. Yeah, we having a torrid affair, absorbing the bare skin on my skin, feeling oh yeah, oh yeah. One hand pulling the hair, sex all in the air. Love the smell of it again, just for the hell of it. Repeat the body ride. Come on, give me that body back, that good loving. Yeah. Baby, give me your hands all over my body. Your hands all over my body. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, keep it coming. Don't stop, baby, give me your hands all over my body.
Mommy, hey, I wanna touch it, kiss it, baby, and hug it. Make you say that you love it. Blinded, losing my judgment, cause I never met a girl like you before. Sexy, beautiful, so compatible. Her money ain't an option, she got her own. Line of money makers just waiting to call the phone. Wish I was Mr. Right, but me, I'm Mr. Wrong. Riding through the hood in search of a billion, yeah, she the one. Son of a gun, got my brain on spaz, dumb diddy dumb. Late night cab ride through the city, sun. Baby, you and me a match, let's light it off the sunlight.
That body back, that good loving. Yeah. Baby, give me your hands all over my body. Your hands all over my body. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, keep it coming. Don't stop, baby, give me your hands all over my body. Give me that good love, good love. Give me that good love. Come on, give me that body back, that good loving. Yeah. Baby, give me your hands all over my body. Your hands all over my body. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, keep it coming. Don't stop, baby, give me your hands all over my body. Dum-da-da-dum-dum-dum. to me, I need a friend. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me so you and I could be one.
They will watch us shake the ground. All this lightness, it will fill the air around. Oh, not asleep or awake. How let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. 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 Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones.
Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you
Yeah, picture yourself with your arm raised. Yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
We've been in the gym, yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Coming for the top, boy, who gon' say a word to stop us? Climbing up so high that you gon' need a bird to watch us, boy, that's way up. We serving L's to those with nerves to mock us, boy, don't play us. The vibes we got get blocked, approaches proper. Them dudes got majors ambitions, we ain't going for birdie. Legends in the making, dog, you watching 30 for 30. I keep a prayer for the fake, that the real and dodge the snakes. Only mamba I rock with got 24 on the jersey. You about to witness something legendary. Ooh, I think they blind, they tryna see us, that's imaginary. You done lost your mind, sleeping on the squad, don't fit no competition. Hold up, slept on our greatness long enough, now we gon' run the score up. We tryna see the trophy pass around, confetti on the cap and gowns. Focused on the dub, but we not backing down. How you gon' stop the plane of God when he marching with the squad? Look at me, this RMG, and we the captains now.
We've been in the gym, yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Stop us, I've been in the gym and I'm flexing monsters. Run up and check like a marathon, saying we gon' lose, it's like speaking nonsense. Not conscious how these jabs sting like I bang choppers, boy I slang linos like Steph Curry. They Usain Jong and I am the game like my name Harlem. Who gon' step and save his name? Return the kick like Devin Hester. In the end zone flexing, I'm talking harder than the reverend. Don't wanna hit it was destined. I train harder than a legend. Need a trophy, I ain't resting. Ate a bag just for breakfast.
Yeah, ate a bag just for breakfast. And a rapper that was flexing. Spit the bones out of catfish. But I swallowed up the necklace. Trying to make sure you cleared all the threats. Better put me on the checklist. I ain't playing. I repeat it till they all get the message.
Yeah, there'll never be another one that can't. I throw everything, the kitchen the same, the toilet, the plumbing. I still come, I smell it like potpourri. Y'all gotta know when you get to the studio. I've been focused, I've been going, you been knowing now I'm not the one to sleep on. I burned down the room like I hopped on a dragon trying to get the iron bomb. Yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
I'll watch you while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. I thought, bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize I need more than a keepsake? I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize I need more than a keepsake? I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Seem like every chance that I get, I show out like a pair of Lambo doors on the whip. My sneakers on the floor, man, you know they cost the grip. They know I go crazy anytime I can flip. Lost lifestyle, I be flexing like I live. Cheerleader on the side, wanna come and give me kisses. All I do is work, put up numbers every trip. One time I took a loss, I've been winning ever since. Got my drum bag on me, you don't want me to unzip. I could give you 50, try to tell you I'm legit. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. Ay.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Yeah, I'ma do this face up, I don't need a pick. I be sniping, I don't really miss. Trigger finger, I gotta pull it. Easy money, it's all in a wrist. Don't get on my bad side, that's when I'm the best, yeah. Taking all bets, if I shoot it then it's wet, yeah. I'm a real threat, yeah, I ain't done yet. Double back, do it again, just in case you forget. Now you know who it is, put in blood, sweat and tears. I die for this here, bought for life, that's real. Like cleats in the field, put in work, do drills. I just gotta get to it, I can't never sit still.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. I've never been this way. I felt so hard, and I ain't my life. I'll bring you a star. I can't walk away. I've never been this far. My feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take. I knew I would this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose. I'm the greatest.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. No point in fighting. It's hard pretending. Wake up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on.
you coming back no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in. Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha Janita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. spending bands, we don't see no price. Spending bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this bubble like a fiend day and night. Spending bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 So let them look, cause we don't mind. Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind.
Come on, give me that body back, that good loving. Yeah. Baby, give me your hands all over my body. Your hands all over my body. When I tell you don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, keep it coming. Don't stop, baby, give me your hands all over my body. Yeah. Need you to touch it, emergency. Alerting me from the desire that's burning me. Need you urgently, I'm fiending. Strictly padded at attire, admire your entire body. You fire, I'm inspired, I'm a being. That little itty bitty black lace thing you like. You won't catch a ride from a hitchhike. Yeah, we having a torrid affair, absorbing a bare skin on my skin, feeling oh yeah. One hand pulling the hair, sex all in the air. Love the smell of it again, just for the hell of it. Repeat the body ride. Come on, give me that body back, that good loving. Yeah. Baby, give me your hands all over my body. Your hands all over my body. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, keep it coming. Don't stop, baby, give me your hands all over my body.
Mommy, hey, I wanna touch it, kiss it, baby, and hug it. Make you say that you love it. Blinded, losing my judgment, cause I never met a girl like you before. Sexy, beautiful, so compatible. Her money ain't an option, she got her own. Line of money makers just waiting to call the phone. Wish I was Mr. Right, but me, I'm Mr. Wrong. Riding through the hood in search of a billion, yeah, she the one. Son of a gun, got my brain on spaz, dumb diddy dumb. Late night cab ride through the city, sun. Baby, you and me a match, let's light it off the sunlight.
That body back, that good loving. Yeah. Baby, give me your hands all over my body. Your hands all over my body. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, keep it coming. Don't stop, baby, give me your hands all over my body. Give me that good love. racing. You're moving on ahead, chasing the dream. Suddenly so far.
I'm getting real James Bond vibes from that video with the tunnel and a guy at the end of it and then the posh cars flying around. Welcome to the LPL, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Lyric, and we're already at the end of week number 1, despite it being the 3rd day of the week.
Yeah, it's going by really fast, but also a bit slower than expected.
Yeah, less games per day. We're on a bit of a normal schedule once again, so we get to cruise through and enjoy the games a little bit more. Let's take a look at the games that happened yesterday, though, to start things off here today. Lyric, you were the one that got the pleasure of casting these ones. V5 versus DMO was a better series than I was expecting.
Victory 5 are a new team. They looked absolutely bloodthirsty and dominant, and Hysteric said it best, this team's going to Worlds.
Yeah, they have a win. They have a win. Can you believe it? They're first to the split as well. And then we had OMG versus RNG. I mean, RNG looking night and day compared to Spring.
Xiaolongbao and Xiaohu are the 2 players that need to step up if this roster wants to be consistent. They did it yesterday, and very dominant 2-0.
And then as we look over towards our standings, you can see right up there at the top, Victory 5 tied for first place.
Obviously, more series and more game wins than in Spring, so that's the big thing. A bit of some speed bumps for EDG and OMG, but
yeah,
you know, DMO and LNG maybe kind of expected to be there in the long run.
Yeah, and we'll jump into EDG specifically in a moment as well, because obviously they went up against WE. You can see them there towards the top, but when we look at the schedule for today, WE are playing in our first match up against Suning.
And this is really important for the standings going forward. Both teams already played, and you can start cementing yourself in that upper echelon of teams.
Absolutely. And we'll round out the day as well with BLG up against Vici Gaming. Both teams that had less than ideal performances during Spring. Vici at least doing better than previous years at least. But BLG, I think a lot of people were expecting them to be a top team when we looked at them at the start of Spring. Didn't really live up to that expectation.
At least expected to be a playoff contender, both teams finishing in similar positions, so going to be an important win for who can ever get it later on.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see about that one later on today. Let's first talk about WE versus Suning. And let's talk about WE first, because they're my favorite team, so I want to talk about them. But I really feel like WE, you know, it used to be World Elite, right? But I feel like now it stands for Wanna Engage. Because whenever you watch this team, it gets to like 10 minutes, it gets to the first dragon, they just start fights. No matter what, they will fight you.
That's one thing you know, especially with Teacher Mush Champion Pool, which we talked about so much in Spring, is this team is going to constantly look for these engages, and it was so key for how they won against EDG.
Absolutely, and EDG actually looked really good for the first half of this series, and keyword there being half, because it was 3 games, and halfway through that second game, it all fell apart.
We see right now it's 16-7 on your screen. I'm pretty sure it started like 14-2 or something, but the point is that WE did find these key engages, especially coming out from Missing and Morgan, and it got them the series win in the end.
I felt really bad for Audi, honestly, because he was doing a good job getting these flanks, but consistently, the rest of the squad from WE grouping up well. Morgan on this Renekton and wreaking havoc.
Yeah, and even moving back down to Missing, we saw the set picks that day were so crucial. That's going to be another champion that going into day against Suning is going to be such a critical pick.
Yeah, the set pick for Missing, and even if you get rid of something like the set, Thresh incredibly strong in the meta right now. That's the champion we know Missing for. But we'll get into the nitty-gritty of the draft in a bit. I want to talk about the top lane, though, because we just saw Morgan doing well on the Renekton in those clips. His opponent today is Bin, and Bin's a transformed player from Spring. He's out of the trash, finally, because at the end of Spring, he did not look good. But in day 1, he looked amazing.
Bin had a bit of a rough journey, though, right? Because he wasn't able to play with the team the whole split because of kind of the circumstances going on in the world. Had to sit out while BuBu played. Came in, synergy wasn't there. But like you said, at least in their first series, him on those Wukong games was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, the Wukong games, he looked good on the Aatrox as well, but the Wukong was just stellar. It was above and beyond.
And like you said, the Aatrox, even this where, you know, the team does a lot of the heavy lifting, him still with a great TP flank, cutting off the rest of LNG's position, leading Suning to the teamfight victory.
Yeah, I mean, he just dunked like at the start of that fight. But here, these were the ultimates that really set the pace of the game.
The crazy thing is, it's not even just ultimate. You said ultimates. He did it numerous times in this game, setting Suning up for beautiful team fights, which Spring was... Beautiful team fights was not something we knew Suning for.
I mean, that's the beauty of Wukong as well. You get multiple ultimates in a single fight. But you can see him just wreaking havoc in the back line there, dealing with both carries simultaneously. So there's really no way for LNG to pivot around that kind of play.
And like you just said, the matchup was against LNG, so Chen Lun, still a very new top laner. Today going up against Morgan, going to be a completely different beast.
Yeah, and I want to focus in on that matchup as well, because when we think about Morgan, we've talked about him all through Spring, how he's the kind of top laner that wants to play around the team. He's going to teleport to the bottom lane and make big Renekton plays. Well, Bin, that's exactly how he succeeded literally in day one of Summer.
Exactly. So if Morgan is going to be the perfect test for this style of play because Morgan's just been known to do it better. Again, he was Zoom's protege, learned under him. Zoom really is the best in China at that style. Can Bin step up and be one of these big team-fighting top lane names in China?
And especially when we look at the champion pools for both of these guys, Wukong's certainly going to be contested. Things like the Aatrox and the Renekton, all a similar style. They all want to get into these team fights early on in the game. We'll see how that's going to pan out during Champions Select.
The surprising thing is that, you know, Bin was a lot more of a carry player, right? He loved things, sure, the Aatrox or Renekton, but also known for things like the Camille and solo queue. So maybe a bit of a shift, but Wukong still does fit that style a bit, and he did play the Aatrox. So the question is he going to full-on commit to it like Morgan, who was constantly on the Ornn?
That's going to be one of the questions, because Wukong is kind of the halfway house between those styles, right? Really great in the team fights, but also can individually carry as well. We're going to head over to the stadium, though, and get this series underway. And I want to bring up a topic that was talked about a lot during the spring playoffs, and that was that WE was a team that people were starting to say were getting figured out. Do you feel like that's still the case with Teachmar in the mid lane?
Honestly, I feel like WE are figured out, but here in the LPL, it doesn't matter if you're figured out. You just all in on one style, and if you do it well enough, we've seen you can not only get high in the standings, you can win championships.
I mean, they made it to 5th place. They had their unofficial 5th place match against EDG on day number 1. And, you know, when we're talking about a team being figured out, EDG is a very strategic team. I would have expected them to be able to execute on a strategy. WE managed to take the series.
True, and another thing that goes with that and goes with this split is with less series, these teams are actually going to have more time to scrim, to review, to actually take days off, which last split, who knows if they did because they were playing every other day.
And on the other side of the board as well, we've got Suning here, who, as you can see, the roster right there, the roster that you expect to come on through. Huanfeng looking amazing. Angel actually having quite a quiet series in day number 1, but in spring was absolutely the centerpiece of the team.
If Angel's having a quiet series, I think that's really good for Suning because one of the reasons why Angel popped off so much in my mind in spring was because Suning failed in straight-up 5v5 team fights and relied on these hectic skirmishes, which is why he looks so good on picks like Kassadin, who doesn't matter what your team's doing, I can just jump on the back line. So if they're slower games with more of a formation, gives more room for Huanfeng to work, and, you know, Angel just has to be a cog in that system.
Yeah, and, I mean, when we look at the first game that they played, it was against LNG. So LNG really didn't do a whole lot of anything during that series. Suning had free reign to do whatever they want, just slowly play out their game plan and get themselves a win. WE are a very different style of team. So my big question is this slow, steady, calculated version of Suning going to be able to deal with the pressure that WE is going to throw at them?
You know, that's so polarizing, the fact that you're right. Against LNG just kind of watched the game kind of unfold and slowly lose to where no matter if WE is going to get ahead or fall behind, you know they're going to constantly look for action.
Well, we're jumping into Champion Select and getting our day underway here. Graves, Wukong, and Ezreal being banned. These are some targeted bans. Bin's Wukong and Huanfeng's Ezreal removed.
Yeah, and the thing we want to keep our eyes on is Suning going to take away the Galio because WE have shown they're just willing to blind pick that and they're fine. Of course, the Syndra is still open, and that is a very first pickable champion, something that Teachmar has shown that he can play in recent months.
It's interesting that people have, well, at least in the first series and so far in this draft, have moved away from just banning out Teachmar. That was the playoff strategy, was just remove his champion pool so you can play around him easily.
Yeah, and again, the Syndra is open. Syndra actually does have a 100% pick ban here in the LPL in our 4 series so far, but instead WE just going to go towards that Aphelios. A lot of teams here not comfortable going towards that Senna pick, which we saw becoming a bit of a high priority at MSC.
Yeah, the Senna definitely doesn't feel like it fits the strategy, at least for WE. For Suning, though, I could see a Senna really fitting nicely in. The only issue is you've got Huanfeng, right? He's kind of a playmaker. Do you really want a playmaking AD carry stuck on Senna?
That's true, and we did see a bit of a hover of the Misfortune. That was a pick that Huanfeng consistently went towards in spring, and we even saw RNG just kept blind picking yesterday saying, we don't care, we just want a strong laning phase. Suning picking up Sword Art's Thresh is something I love, and it'd still be great to just see a team be willing to blind pick the Syndra. Maybe going to go for jungle. Yesterday with Hysterics, I did say the best red side 1-2, if you don't want to show anything, is just go... I'd say typically it's AD carry in jungle, but with no more prime AD carries, just taking away the Thresh is a good pick.
And when you've got Sword Art on your team, like, Thresh is where the guy made his name. This is how he became a famous player. I'm kind of surprised to see the Jarvan over something like a Trundle, though. That is still available.
Yeah, and we saw this yesterday as well, where teams not only didn't care about the Trundle, they didn't care about the Graves. WE does, but a lot of these high-priority jungles kind of falling through, and WE going back to this bread and butter they showed us in spring. Always pull out Beishang's Echo with Teacher Ma's Pantheon. Extremely aggressive, going to be all about the mid-jungle 2v2.
I love that we're questioning whether they've been figured out, whether they've got multiple strategies. They're just like, look, if you're not going to ban it, we're going to play it every time.
I'm just going to say, if they're not figured out, it's a big question mark because they just always go towards the same things. And I do like the Misfortune Hover coming out from Suning because, again, just go for this more heavy lane dominant style. You know WE is a team who's going to constantly want to fight in the early game, so just match that and come out ahead.
Yeah, and one of the nice things about the Thresh as well, I've just realized, is Missing. This is his champion as well. This is what we know Missing for. So I'm curious where WE will go in the bottom side of the map alongside this Aphelios. Things like Nautilus still available, though, as we move towards the second ban phase.
You would expect Missing to be the type of player who either wants to go with a Nautilus or a Set. Set was banned, so good coming out from Suning. You could always go towards something like the Braum, which pairs very well with the Aphelios. Obviously good into the Misfortune. Pretty good against Jarvan as well, because he's not very tanky. You tag your passive on him, he's going to die, but Missing, more of an aggressive player.
That is for sure. And Jomung, I feel like often is too aggressive as a player. Quite often he'll go aggressive when it's not necessarily the right thing to do and sometimes gets caught out. The Bard going to be banned away. This has been a consistent ban so far this split.
Yeah, some players just really feeling fine, blind picking this Bard or even picking it into less than stellar matchups, which the Thresh is.
Don't get excited, people at home. There's no way that someone's going to lock in Volibear. It's not looking good right now.
Morgan's Ornn is open. This is what I would expect them to go towards. Hovering the Scion is kind of a bit of a call out to post. Their substitute top laner, very much known for that Scion, but just lock in the Ornn here if you are WE. And then you still have that Nautilus if you want a bit more heavy engage in the bot lane.
Yeah, we saw some Ornn versus Renekton 1v1s yesterday going both ways, but definitely a solid pickup when you can go for this Ornn in something like Renekton. Not too much kill pressure unless you really play into him.
And we didn't expect WE to play around the top half of the map anyway, right? They've already shown their cards and saying, we're playing heavily around mid-jungle. We saw this so many times in spring where Beishang's going to hit level 4, he's going to go for that mid-gank, repeatedly look for it, and then transfer that pressure to the bottom half of the map.
Well, I said earlier on today that WE now stands for Wanna Engage, and look at the composition that they have drafted. It's pretty much exclusively go in.
Yeah, and again, that's what we know WE for. If Suning end up go towards the Syndra, Syndra's just such a versatile pick. She scales up fine, does well in the laning phase, great in team fights, so much pick potential. So overall, I like what both comps have shaped up to be. And the thing we can already expect, there's going to be a lot of fighting from both sides. Both team compositions are all about mid-game skirmishing.
And that's what I'm excited for here from this draft from Suning, because that is not what we saw out of them in their first series of the split. We saw very much a hands-off, we want to scale up, we want to fight in the late game. This is a dramatically different style, and it could mean this is a very versatile team moving through the split.
And that's what's exciting because, again, they've had a lot of time now to practice. They didn't have their full roster until halfway through spring, but with this break after the split, you get a lot of time to kind of like get your cards in order. And the problem with Suning has never been individual talent, right? When you have names like Sword Art, Angel, SOFM, Huanfeng coming in, all the pieces are there. So I'm glad that we're going to see Suning play around some skill expression.
Absolutely, but we do get to see the WE Classic once again, the Pantheon in the mid lane for Teacher Ma. We've got Beishang on his signature Echo as well in the jungle. And we'll see if they can pull off the tried and true method here, but Suning clearly drafting around this, building a composition that spikes at a similar time.
And what's going to be important for Suning is also that mid-jungle 2v2, because if they can find an early kill onto either Pantheon or Echo, these are two champions that if they fall behind, especially Pantheon, really hard to pilot to where Syndra going to be useful the whole game. Jarvan, again, he's always going to provide utility in CC with the Flag and Drag and the ultimate to where Pantheon goes 0-1, 0-2, just kind of a larger minion.
And honestly, that's one of the things that Teachama has been criticized for the most. He is very much a hit or miss player. We'll find out if he's going to hit in this game up against Angel on the Syndra. I'm excited for this one. A lot of mid-game power on both sides of the board as we head into game number 1 between Suning and Team WE. So we said earlier on that the top lane matchup was going to be our lane to watch here in this game. Obviously, Morgan going for his Ornn. It's something that we've seen time and time again in spring. Not typically something that you'd expect him to be fighting, but realistically, when we talk about this top lane head-to-head, it's not about them fighting in the lane. It's about how they're going to influence the rest of the map.
Exactly, because we know Morgan's the type of top laner who finds these perfect timings to just, push his wave, move, finds the recall, just walks straight towards the dragon and gets that engage for his team. And even though we've talked a lot about early mid-game skirmishing, you look at WE's composition, there's still a lot of scaling in this comp. You have an Aphelios, you have the Ornn items coming later on, and Echo's also a champion who is not exactly a hyper carry, but you're definitely more of a late game oriented champion. You want those 3 and 4 item marks to come in before you're doing a ton of damage.
Teachama, you said if he goes 0-2, he's in trouble. Well, he's already caught out. Blastgun keeps him safe, but had to use his flash very early on, and now the late invade for Suning going to pay off.
That's massive because one of the early combos you want to see, which, to be fair, Angel did take cleanse this matchup, but typically with the Pantheon, it is about that flash stun setting up for that Echo kill early on.
Yeah, you'd expect Beisheng to be moving into that mid lane to try and set up for Teachama. Without the flash, it becomes significantly more difficult to pull that off, especially once Angel gets Scat of the Week for himself.
We do see that Beisheng is taking Dark Harvest. For anyone who doesn't know, this is Beisheng's go-to rune. We never do see the Conqueror or the Electrocute coming out from him. He does go for more of the scaling option.
Yeah, likes to try and snowball off of the early ganks, which makes a whole lot of sense, right? Considering the way that WE plays. Missing. Caught out a little bit here. Swordart definitely getting the better of that trade. They're just going to be looking for level 2, and I'm curious if we have any kind of all-in action at level 2, because I wouldn't put it past either of these bot lanes.
Yeah, and again, the option is there. Of course, Thresh going to have a better time early on in this lane. He's a ranged champion. Compared to Leona, does have the Flay if she does want to go in.
Interestingly there, Missing had missed a couple of the minions, so Jomung hit level 2 earlier than Missing did, and it meant that that level 2 all-in was certainly not available for them. Beisheng going to spot this ward out, though. Clear things away. Talk to me a little bit about this jungle matchup here, because obviously Echo, not something that you see super often, whereas Jarvan, completely standard, but two very different styles of jungle.
Yeah, Jarvan's all about getting off those early ganks, the level 2 gank, especially famous. Echo, typically you really want to get past that first clear.
He's been found out during the jungle, and he's not just going to get off that first clear. Already down to half HP here. SOFM not going to chase for it. He realizes that Jomung and Missing were on the way. But SOFM keeping his jungle alive. This is going to lead to a 3-buff.
Exactly, and Echo, like a lot of AP junglers, is really reliant on their AP jungle item before they can actually start clearing the camps very healthy.
I don't know what Beisheng expected here. He knew SOFM was there. He knew he can't fight him. I'm not sure why he immediately started that skull.
You know, he was just hoping that SOFM would just go straight towards his Gromper Wolves after that blue, but SOFM has no reason to do that, does go and take the crab, and Beisheng is falling so far behind.
Yeah, already a rough start for Beisheng. But we've seen this before from Beisheng's Echo, where he falls behind a little bit. He often will find a way into the game. Bear in mind, Beisheng, one of the reasons he was such a hyped jungler in spring was this Echo pick and his ability to find opportunities. Morgan having a really hard time in this top lane has been really layering on the pressure, as you'd expect on the Renekton.
I mean, still really great from Bin. We saw this matchup yesterday with RNG against OMG, where we did not see this level of dominance coming out against the Ornn. So good skill coming out from Bin. And we actually saw in the mid lane, Angel was aggressively using his mana pool to keep the push in mid lane to make sure that SOFM can kind of do whatever he wanted.
SOFM is completely dominating the jungle matchup right now. Beisheng is desperate for anything. He's been 3-buffed already. Well, not that the red buff's been picked up yet, but it will be. And SOFM also getting both of the Scuttle Crabs.
Echo's a champion who needs his jungle item before he starts becoming relevant, and SOFM is making sure he's not getting there.
He's absolutely not. Here we go. Gravitum coming on through. Huan Fang could be rooted up here, but they're just going to go for Sword Art. Flash comes out after the Ignite. There's a nice hook. Eclipses on cooldown. No damage, though. There was no mana available. SOFM pushed away as Teacher Mars roamed down. Nice dodge there.
Let's also remember with this jungle matchup that Suning also do have a ranged mid laner who can easily keep this Pantheon under turret. He also doesn't have flash, so he can't play aggressively, and Angel does still have cleanse up, so just gives SOFM a very easy time. And what we saw in the bot lane is really great because even though Jomung has looked very good in spring, a very promising young player, missing, of course, we already know is great, it's not a bot lane that we would see consistently dominate in the 2v2, so being able to force out some summoners is great.
Yeah, being able to trade like just an Ignite for both of the support summoners on the side of Suning, you're going to take that trade every single time, especially when your Pantheon is about to hit level 6 and your team is entirely designed around diving that bot lane.
Yeah, and Teacherma actually going to be able to push the wave now, so it does hit 6, and actually going to go for the recall because his bot lane still isn't back in lane. Maybe they could have tried to set up a window if they were already there, but still, this is now the time where we expect to finally start seeing some action.
Yeah, this is the point in the game where WE start to kick things off usually. The first dragon is available, and quite often what we will see... Oh, the trade's now starting to go the way of Morgan. Has been... Really didn't manage to get much off there. But we're expecting now that WE will pick up the pace.
What I want to see now is we see Angel backing, so Teacherma going to get to lane, push out this wave. With Bin so far overextended, you could see WE actually make a play towards the top side if Bin decides to TP back.
So we've mentioned how both of these compositions are going to do well at this stage in the game. The level 6 spikes are massive on both sides of the board. But talk to me a little bit about the differentiation between these two compositions if they do spike at similar times.
For me, Suning do have more immediate burst with the bullet time coming out from the Misfortune, as well as Angel with the Syndra ultimate, as well as just we know Renekton's a much stronger early game champion than the Ornn, so WE typically would want to create a pick with the combination of Echo plus Pantheon and then try to create some kind of numbers advantage fight. If we do get a straight up early game 4v4 or 5v5, I would expect Suning to win out.
So it's more of a skirmish for WE, full-on team fight from the side of Suning.
Exactly.
We'll see if Suning are going to be able to orchestrate that, but that is one of those things that when it comes to the LPL, quite often the team fights aren't that tidy.
True, and to be fair for WE, their comp will scale up into a very strong, full-on 5v5 threat once Beisheng does get some items. Jomung, gets that 2-3 item spike for the Aphelios as well, but early on, again, it's all about Teacherma and Beisheng.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning as well, Jomung so far in the bottom lane, building himself up a pretty significant CS advantage, almost towards 20 CS there. The only other significant advantage on the map is SOFM, who has had his run of the mill when it comes to the jungle, gets away with trying to steal some stuff away. Does get spotted and Beisheng can start to clear. And Beisheng has done a decent job of actually kind of catching up to the situation, considering how badly the first couple of levels went. He's not too far behind.
And I don't think WE feels too bad if this game does go a bit slower paced. You have the Aphelios, you have the Echo. For Suning, we want to see them go for this Rift Herald. You already have the winning top side, so you don't even necessarily need to rotate your bot lane over. You could try to find a window to bring Sword Art over, but that's pretty dangerous when you are up against a Leona with an immobile AD carry. So just abuse Bin's pressure, which he clearly has a lot of.
Speaking of which, he just got 2 turret plates by himself with no outside influence. So Bin is feeling pretty good on this Renekton so far.
Like you said, Bin's been looking better and better. He's had more time to integrate into this roster. It is an expected winning matchup, and Morgan's not going for the lane build like we saw out of New yesterday, where you do go for the Bramble Vest, so is being more team-oriented, and he's not that far behind in CS.
I mean, that's exactly what you expect out of Morgan. Like, I don't think I've ever seen him go for the lane-orientated build. He's almost always going for these teamfight styles when it comes to his items and when it comes to the way that he plays the game. But when you're on Ornn especially, there's not that much to gain in this game because you know your jungler isn't coming anywhere near you.
Right now, I really just want to see SOFM head straight towards that top lane, just go through top lane with the top lane pressure, go straight to Herald. And if you're WE, this is where you start trying to burn maybe that cleanse from Angel and then try to turn there yourselves. But actually, Beishang's going to be the one to start Herald. Yeah,
he's just going to start this one off. But I think as well, reading the back timings right here, because they saw that Angel has left the base. They saw SOFM. I don't know if they saw SOFM recall, but maybe had the timings down. Because there's nobody here to answer from Suning.
No, and Suning aren't even going to be able to answer that much in the bottom side. Jomung not even really losing out on any waves. Sure, maybe Suning's bot lane can get one plate, but W's bot lane's already back. So WE lost nothing, just a net gain.
Yeah, when you consider that the Herald is inevitably going to get a couple of plates at least, and maybe they can find a fight onto Bin here. Flashes over the wall, goes straight on towards Beishang, but he's going to get slowed on down here with the Z-Drive, gets stunned up by Teachama, who flew across the map. Gets over the wall, there's a flash to follow it up though, and Teachama with first blood.
Yeah, WE using that pressure from mid, just saying, hey, actually giving up a wave, which isn't too big of a deal since you do pick up the kill, and you're probably going to guarantee first turret right now since Bin doesn't even have TP up. I like that WE moved their bot lane as well, so they weren't under any threat of getting dove, and Suning have just done nothing so far.
Oh no, Sword Art! No! Oh, it does a full yellow star underneath the tower. In the meantime, his map is falling apart on the top side.
And again,
Suning
needed to be the team forcing these early skirmishes, and we didn't see them use their topside pressure. We didn't see them look mid despite Teachama having no flash. I guess Angel was constantly pushing him in, so they were more trying to play around the enemy jungle, but this is exactly what you're talking about from the other day, where Suning didn't necessarily play a proactive game against LNG. They just kind of benefited from LNG's passivity.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing proactive about that game from either side. They kind of just handshook the early game for 20-odd minutes, and then one or two team fights decided everything. Suning maybe still can play that strategy. Bear in mind, they've got the Syndra, they've got the Misfortune. When you consider the ability to just annihilate a whole team with those ultimates with a Jarvan to set it up as well, that's still very possible to happen when we come to these Dragon fights.
We just saw Beishang buy a Hextech Revolver, sell it immediately and upgrade boots. I like that choice. Also, control wards in most of WE's inventory, so going to be setting up for that next Dragon.
So significant lead in this bottom lane in favor of Jomung. Teachama getting himself a kill, but he's 20 CS down, which is a bit of an issue, but it's not going to be the end of the world for them. And I think that is, when you look at the CS numbers, this is classic WE, right? Sacrificing your solo lanes in order to set up your AD carry.
And especially in this composition, you feel fine doing this. Even if Teachama becomes a bit of an afterthought in terms of damage, if you can be that diving buddy in there with Beishang, provide some CC with his lockdown, give Jomung room to play, that's all you need to do.
Honestly, half of the strength of picking Pantheon is to run distraction, right? You're so hard to kill during the fights. You deal a lot of damage if you're ignored, so they can't just ignore you. They can't kill you with the Aegis.
You provide some decent peel for your AD carry as well, and again, they're playing this comp so well. Ooh. Just Beishang.
Thought Bin was going to check into that one then. He's going to be able to just steal away the Krugs. And Bin is actually feeling the pressure here. I wasn't expecting Beishang to be playing around topside like this.
And I would expect Beishang to just kind of shadow, make sure Teachama can get the pressure, and then you move down together. Teachama can always threaten with that ultimate. It does seem like they overcommitted a bit too much because they probably should have been able to take this Dragon.
Angel's going to be in trouble here, though. They've got the parallel convergence. Doesn't quite get the stun. That means they're not going to go for this one. They're on Sword Art instead. The CC chain is absurd. And Jomung blasts him with the ult.
And that's the exact play we want to see, Munchables. A bit late. It would have been nice if they didn't give over the Dragon to Suning, but still, you pick up what you want.
Huanfeng just used his bullet time to clear away the wave. Dragon already went down in favor of Suning, so WE a little bit late on the play, but ultimately they get a kill.
Suning do have the win condition, though, right, of trying to get that very early soul. It is going to be an Infernal Soul, so despite the fact that they do get a bit outscaled by W's composition, you have an Infernal Soul with champions like Misfortune and Syndra. You would just have so much burst.
Absolutely. I think one of the exciting things this game, I was going to say it before that fight, is it was either an Infernal Soul or an Ocean Soul. Both of them are a big deal. So it means that when it comes towards these next dragons spawning, we are going to see these teams contesting, especially if Suning gets to Soul Point.
For Suning, though, even with Infernal Soul, or if we look at something like in late game Ornn, a late game Echo, a late game Leona, it's still going to be really hard to burst.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, the Pantheon in the mid lane, the Echo in the jungle, they're really hard to kill. Both of them have invincibility buttons, basically. So even with an Ocean Soul, that can become difficult. It's going to be really important on the target selection from Angel during these fights.
Ooh, and these are the plays that we know Morgan for, constantly hovering around the mid lane, just waiting for that time to find the perfect call of the Forge God.
You have to commend Angel this game, honestly. His positioning has been excellent, and his respect for the way that WE plays has been great. Every single time they've tried to move towards the mid lane, Angel's completely safe, staying under his tower, clearing away the waves.
Angel's been doing his job. The problem with Suning is we haven't really seen, again, really anything. I haven't seen any action when they do have the Renekton that's going to fall off quite hard. Jarvan in the late game, you're pretty much just a CC-bot. You're going to become an afterthought.
Beishong and Bin currently just arguing over the Krugs, agreeing you get that half and I'll get this half. But it was Beishong that got the big Krug, and that's what counts. And importantly, Beishong's ahead on CS now over SOFM. After how awful the start was, it's kind of impressive.
Yeah, again, to be fair, once you start picking up these items as Echo, you're such a strong dueling champion, and soon we're going to have that next Rift Herald come up, and you would just expect that WE can probably just take it for free, but we want to see Suning start challenging.
Oh, they're on to... Oh, no, he failed the flash and... He failed the flag and drag. Beishong gets the kill. Had to flash and still goes down.
Well, now they're going to get this next Rift Herald 100% for free.
Yeah.
And now Suning going to have no targets they can attack on the map.
This is where things start to become difficult for Suning, because now we're getting to the point where the Ludens and the boots are through there for Syndra. You've got the Essence Reaver on Misfortune. We need to start to see those items have an impact, because later on in the game, it takes a while before you can really, really have an impact unless they play into.
And the problem, too, is since we do have a Syndra against the Pantheon.
Oh, Morgan could be in trouble here. Flashes the death sentence. We'll be okay. And that just means that bot lane tower will go the way of Suning. That's the second tower of the game.
Yep, so Suning finally going to pick one up, but still WE feel great with this and just constantly attacking this top side.
And Beishong might have bitten off more than he can chew on this one. Actually going to immediately chrono break on the spot and somehow isn't punished. Interesting.
I guess Suning just feel unsafe trying to target him out because you look at Suning's vision, it's actually all around the bottom half of the map.
Fair enough.
And like you said, just fails his flag and drag. Okay, you flash over, but everyone from WE's there.
They have abilities to get over walls. They're not worried about chasing that one. That is just, I don't know. I think what he's done is he's done the whole thing where you drop it and you queue too quickly and it's not quite, just doesn't feel good. So unfortunate there for SOFM, but across the map, even though WE are building a lead for themselves, it's not too bad right now for Suning. Suning still very much have win conditions available.
The problem is I feel WE still dictate the options that are going to happen. Like right now, you just send Pantheon top, you have Beishong hover, let Pantheon push out one wave, you both move mid, you can drop Herald, take mid turret, and try to guarantee that dragon. To where Suning just have to wait. They have to answer that play.
Is there anything they can do proactively to try and preempt that, try and stop that from happening? Like, how do you set up to deny that play?
Realistically, all they could have done is just have Bin give up a wave early, move mid or bot first, and try to create a pick before that happens.
10 seconds until the Drake, and SOFM forced away here. Herald goes down mid, and this will be the tower for the side of WE. You can see the tower's already down to half. The minions will finish it off. Now over towards this dragon that has just spawned. SOFM is healthy, though.
Textbook League of Legends, Munchables. Pans out exactly.
You're the prophet. You're a prophet, Lyric. Here we go. Teleport, though, from Bin. He's moving down towards the bottom side of the map. I think he's going to be too late, though. SOFM trying to get in. They're going to engage straight onto him and take him down. Kill over to Leona. Dragon goes the way of WE, and Huanfeng just desperately trying to do anything. Sword Art now the target. Bin has finally arrived, but it's too late. He's in, but I mean, there's nothing you can do about this one. Angel's going to fall, and Bin just has to pick up the pieces. Gets one onto Missing, but now they're going to chase him down. One more auto, and Jomung is massive.
Yeah, and this game's actually going by quite fast because you can't just do nothing in the face of WE. WE are going to keep pushing the pace, they're going to take the objectives, and they're going to create the fights.
This is why I love watching WE, because as soon as they have the opportunity, they will force the issue and they will punish you if you misstep.
And again, The worst part is for Suning is that this is textbook WE. When WE picks their champions, you know exactly how they're going to play the game because they've done it hundreds of times before. And just great team fight coming out. We saw a good ultimate coming out from Morgan, missing, going in, and you see the protective wall around Jomung, so he's just able to dish out all this damage for free. Teacherma cutting off the escape route from Angel, so Suning just really not able to go anywhere, and Jomung given free reign.
I mean, Jomung also had Severum and Infernum both at full ammunition at the start of that fight, which is literally the dream for a clustered team fight when you're playing that Aphelios. So Jomung living in a beautiful world right now, 3-0-3, 220 CS. He's got his Hurricane, he's got his IE. It doesn't feel any better than that at 20 minutes for Aphelios.
Looking over to the side of Suning.
Oh my goodness. So now,
this
Beisheng is doing to SOFM what SOFM did to Beisheng earlier on in the game.
Oh, and Bin's left in a pretty tough place.
Would you say he's heading back towards the trash? Is
he's
that where we're
back
going
towards
with this one? Oh no, Bin, there's nowhere to run. He is inevitably going to go down. Goes for the Dominus. He'll try and do some damage, but ultimately, even if you get onto Beisheng, Chrono Break exists.
Yeah, and okay, you lost some waves topside, but it actually doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. WE are still the ones kind of dictating the pace of the game, putting down map pressure. They're going to pick up another objective on the bottom half of the map.
I'm excited to see the gold chart after this game because it was like something like 17, 18 minutes. Suddenly, WE are just slingshotted so far ahead. They were so even for the majority of this game. Now they're 5K ahead.
The game is not 100% over.
No.
Suning can rely on WE making a mistake, maybe create some kind of cheesy pick. You do still have the Syndra and the Thresh, but it's going to be really hard, especially once you add in all the global pressure that WE has, because you not only have a Pantheon ultimate, you also have double TP against only a single TP from Suning, so you can just constantly pull Suning across the map, create numbers advantage, and take the objective.
And I do feel like as well, if you can get them clustered, if you can get a big old Jarvan ultimate with a bullet time, with Syndra, scatter the weak across them all as well, Renekton jumping in, that's a scary combination. This is also a scary combination though, and this is not the clustered fight I was talking about. Another pick onto Sword Art, and another advantage for WE.
WE just finding picks pretty much every minute while Suning doing nothing. And we're not saying it's impossible for Suning. We're just saying they need to pray to the universe or something that WE just kind of gives up.
They need a greater power to intervene at this point. But so far, the greater power has been the Starfall from Teacherma. He sees you out of position. He doesn't care where his team is. He's going to go in. Another one comes down. SOFM actually gets away, but the Ignite is there. No, it's not. It fell off. He survives. But it doesn't matter. The Baron with a WE.
You were kind of building that up like it would lead to something, but...
Well, Bin has actually done a lot of damage that takes out Beisheng. That's one kill for himself. It's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end. Which ultimately, when WE has Baron, I think you take that.
Maybe the greater power's coming. Maybe it keeps going.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's not going to keep going, but...
it's not really a way for them to follow up.
No. The sad thing is again, from the side of Suning, we saw great punishment coming out from SOFM, just not letting Beisheng play the game early on, but you never translated that into anything. Sure, you took the first dragon for free, but you didn't go to the first Rift Herald like we would have expected with the winning topside matchup. You never opted into any skirmishes. The game just passed them by.
I'm kind of surprised as well at how this top lane has ended up going, because Bin right now 2-4 in the top lane. Morgan obviously feeling fantastic, but it started off with Bin doing so much work in that top lane. The Renekton was looking fantastic. And then, kind of uncharacteristically, Beisheng just hard camped that top lane. We never saw Morgan versus Bin, because we saw Morgan plus Beisheng versus Bin.
When we set this up earlier on, that we saw WE's bot lane just kind of naturally winning. There aren't a lot of options down towards that lane, and Bin was constantly overextended. You have the setup there from the Ornn ultimate, so it's just pretty much free reign for WE if Suning aren't going to do anything.
And we're getting to a scary point here where this will be a second Infernal Drake going the way of WE. If they end up getting an Infernal Soul, if the game lasts long enough for that, that's a 4 Infernal Drake Infernal Soul. That is terrifying. If they didn't scale enough already, like Teacherma, there's no amount of armor you can build to stop him one-shotting at that point.
No, I'm not looking at Teacherma. I'm going to look at this Ornn. We've seen the damage that Ornn can do, and he's already unkillable, so give him 4 souls and... 4 dragons, not 4 souls.
Call of the Forge God alone just kills the entire team. I'm ready to watch it. I'm excited. I don't think we're going to see that many dragons, though.
And Echo now is at his pretty much strongest point. You have your jungle item, you have the Proto Belt and the Lich Bane, so Beishang feeling great.
The whole of WE feeling
I mean,
great
yeah,
right
true.
now. Jomung especially. I've been there. I've been that AD carry that's fed all the way to the back teeth. They've got the last whisper there. There's no way you ever get onto Jomung here.
What?
Hang on. Teacher Mark can quite happily go for this 1v1 because Morgan's on his way as well. Bin in a bit of a tricky situation. Has his flash. The rest of his team, though, in the meantime, trying to make something else happen on the map. Morgan gets the ult over the wall. Flash from Bin. Teacher Mark's actually pretty low on this one, and Bin's found himself a kill. 2v1. Oh, can he get the teleport off? He's going to do it. Oh, Jomung gets the kill by the skin of his teeth.
Okay, he might have gone down, but still, that was pretty beautiful coming out from Bin. The game looks pretty dicey, but nice to find those confidence plays when you can.
And look, that's opened up the map for them to get at least one turret in the mid lane. They are going to have to trade it, though. This is still very much going to go in favor of WE. But hey, props to Bin.
I'm just saying, we're getting so excited over this one little small play that doesn't surmount to anything because, again, it's something. We haven't seen much from Suning this game, so we'll take anything at this point.
And also, I was excited to see Bin this game. I was excited to see Bin versus Morgan. We didn't see that. We saw Bin versus Teacher Mark, and he won it out.
Yeah, and we've kind of seen WE versus Suning, but maybe not the WE versus...
What else have we seen? That is exactly what we're seeing.
I don't...
Look at the top of the screen. WE Suning.
You've seen Suning?
Well, I've seen the one. That's Swanfung. Yeah. Do you see him with the red buff on him? Oh dear. Well, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. They haven't been particularly proactive. SOFM was in the early game.
And at this point in the game, there really isn't much options that their composition has to play around, right? They have a Renekton, so I mean, sure, he did find that 1v1 kill, but still not really scaling into too much of a damage threat. Jarvan, we even look at his build, is much more of a defensive utility champion at this point.
Teacher Mark wants a bit of revenge here. He's going to chase Bin down, and Bin knows there's nothing to do. The Lantern, though, from Sword Art keeps him safe, pulls him away.
At this point for WE, you just play through two lanes. You already have the inhibitor in top side. You can have Teacher Mark. Doesn't even matter which setup you go for necessarily. You can have Teacher Mark and Beishang hovering mid or bot and just go for the other. I do like that they're playing more around bot.
Feels like Jomung has permanent Infernum. I feel like I've never seen him without Infernum this game. Look at the damage he does to the tower. Already half of the tower's health gone. This is without Baron, by the way. They just walk up with 1 minion wave, and that's the damage they can do.
And going back to saying I like them playing around bot, it's because if they can open up that bot lane turret, it just puts even more pressure on Suning if WE go for a Baron play.
We are getting to the point, though, where Suning have to make something happen. As Bin moves back over towards the team here, we could see a potentially final fight of the game, unless Suning can make something magical.
This is where you go for the 10% play where you just all try and jump on Jomung and hope you all don't die, but that's also why it's the 10% play.
Yeah, you got to look for the combo, right? You got to try and line these ultimates up. It's what we were talking about earlier on in the game. And especially Angel, once again, I said it right at the start of the day, in spring he was one of the real factors. Here in summer, he's been quiet both series so far.
And right, this game he did his job early on in a sense. He won out the matchup after that level 1, which you should expect him to do, but it's funny because we're just not seeing the pieces come together for Suning. At least not now. We didn't see the pieces come together in the early game when their composition was strong.
Yeah. I mean, there's not a ton of pieces to come together at this stage, it feels like, especially when you look at the gold lead. But now, here's the opportunity. SOFM trying to make his way in. He's going to look for a way onto Missing here. Gets hooked up. Eclipse, though, Missing is real tanky. And with the ultimates coming on through, Bin just can't do anything. Actually stays alive, and now he's on to Teacher Mark as well. Knock up from Morgan. Bullet time over 3 of them, and Teacher Mark falls. Maybe this is the fight. Maybe Suning have found it. In with the Cataclysm. Huanfeng's here. Morgan's going to fall as well. And Suning, the Baron, is still alive. Missing has nothing. Jomung's nearly dead.
Munchables, the higher power is showing up. Suning pretty much getting the fight they wanted, which is really weird because WE did peel off the Baron altogether, but they didn't all commit to the fight. All coming in at different angles gave Suning the room to work with.
He's got to sever him here. Jomung could make this happen alongside Beishang. Chrono Break still available. 4,000 on the Baron. Stun comes through. Angel shows up. That's exactly what I was asking for. Now 2K on the Baron. In goes Beijing, but it's taken by SOFM. Kill onto the Echo. And suddenly, Suning looking great. SOFM stopped from recalling here. No! Huanfeng! He stole the lantern away from SOFM. I think he could have finished his recall. He still had his flash.
Yeah, Huanfeng, a bit of a mistake
Scumbag.
there. But hey, he's an 80 carry. That's what happens. And, like, this is great for Suning. They pick up a bunch of kills. They get the gold lead a bit smaller. They have the Baron. But WE are still going to get this next Infernal Drake, are going to be one dragon away from Soul, and still have the superior scaling.
I'm going to have to eat my words here because I said there was not going to be that many more dragons. But with a fight like that for Suning, maybe the game goes on. And maybe WE need these drakes.
Yes, they do. But in terms of if a straight-up team fight should break out, I would still favor WE. But again, that situation shows us, right? This isn't perfect League of Legends played by robots. There's going to be mistakes. There's going to be skirmishes, some messy fights, and Suning still has a way to come out ahead.
And it's important to mention that WE sometimes play a little bit fast and loose, and quite often we've seen Teachamar go in a little bit too deep with this Pantheon, and the team isn't there to follow up. During that fight, we saw them, they all committed to the fight, just at different times and in different ways. It was all a little bit disjointed.
I wish we can see a replay for the fact that they did all get off the Baron, right?
Yeah.
They all committed to the fight. It just wasn't all together. It was just all over the place and a bit scattered. And it's surprising they weren't able to kill Bin when he was on like 2% HP for so long.
I thought that they were going to finish him off there, but did manage to survive the fight somehow. And, you know, Bin really was the factor there because with the Dominus available with him, now he's finished Death's Dance as well. He's going to get even tankier. He's going to be even more difficult to deal with. He's getting ready to teleport.
Yep, he's looking for a TP. They had a chance.
Oh, no, what a pick. Huanfeng goes down. And the TP's not going to save you now in onto Sword Art. Nice play from him, but the box cannot get you out of this one. Double kill for Jomung. Oh, and after that miracle fight, it's all gone wrong for Suning. Just a slight misposition, and it's all over.
They had a small window where Teachamar was showing top, didn't have his TP up. They could have tried to force something, but Jomung and Morgan doing great to find that pick, and especially Jomung because he's a player you look at and still think, okay, he's had great moments, but is he going to become one of these greats? And if he could have good performances, right, you can't look down on him anymore.
This is a great performance. 9-0-4. Just got himself a triple kill during that last fight. And now, this is the victory lap for WE. Still a couple of death timers on the go. SOFM goes in. He knows that this is all but done. They don't care about SOFM. They're straight on towards the Nexus. This could have been a mistake. Respawns are coming on through, but the Nexus is so low. They are going to finish it off in the end. WE take game one.
WE just doing exactly what we've known them for. They've played out this composition many times before. A lot of signature champions across the board, not only the Echo and Pantheon, but also Morgan, of course, on his Ornn. So WE just playing standard WE League of Legends and looking great.
Yeah, and obviously there was one kind of shaky fight there, but that's not that rare. When you talk about standard WE League of Legends, having one or two plays of the game that go a little awry is pretty normal for them.
And it's not something you got to worry too much about, right? It's something that just a bit of an execution mistake. You look over it in review, say, hey, we should have done this, this, and this differently. You come back better next time. But great performance from WE. And the thing that I'm shouldn't be slowly, but starting to realize with WE is that, okay, Teachamar has just enough champions that you realistically can't ban out all of the S-tier WE strategies.
Here's the problem with trying to draft around Teachamar is, as you rightly say, there's like kind of 5 champions in his pool. The way to play around him is just completely ban out Teachamar, right? But you do that, suddenly they have all of the power picks. You don't get to ban normal, really strong champions like things like the Kalista, things like the Graves, the Trundle, etc., etc. So it becomes very difficult then to play around the rest of the team, and it's not like Jomung isn't going to step up when you give him a Philios.
Yeah, so Suning has some tough questions ahead of them, but for WE, the question for me is going to be, over the long course of the split, can they add more to their arsenal to where they can make a deeper run in playoffs? Again, we have 4 seeds towards the split. Yeah. Can they improve just enough to where they can secure a place like that?
We'll have to find out as the split goes on. I believe in them. We'll see, though, as Obviously, the win here going the way of WE. Jomong, as you'd expect, topping the damage. When you're in Aphelios with those kind of items, it'd be embarrassing not to.
Yeah, and the surprising thing is how much damage kind of the other members of the team were kind of equally able to contribute, right? Morgan doing his part, Tichimon, Beishang as well, and my problem is there just isn't too much to say here because we've seen this so many times in Spring Split.
Yeah, I mean, I said I wanted to look at the gold graph earlier on. You can see about 18 minutes there. Massive jump in gold in favor of WE. And it was the little struggle at the Baron. You can see the dip, but other than that, smooth save.
There was a bit of a difference to where in Spring, when we saw them pull out the Echo and Pantheon, it felt like early game they were always able to execute on those mid lane ganks that we'd see again around level 4, level 5, find the advantage. This time, Beishang got shut down, but still, Suiting not taking advantage of that small window to create any plays, and it finally created time for Tichimon to get that ultimate, and then we saw that play towards topside, just started snowballing around the whole map.
Yeah, and I mean, we actually saw Beishang do a couple of attempted ganks in the mid lane, but Angel, every single time, fully respecting it. He knew what was coming his way and playing it safe. And, you know, I kind of criticized Angel during the game, but I do feel like a lot of this game was sort of out of his control. He kind of just had to play the mid lane, just clear the waves, make sure that he's not losing control of everything. His CS was fine. Just when it came to the fights, it was more a team play issue.
I mean, Munch, there weren't really any fights is the problem, right? Yeah. We look at this composition, it spikes, not even necessarily at the 1 item mark, right? Once you get those ultimates, you want to look for these 4v4s and 5v5s. We just didn't see them.
Or we saw one at Dragon, basically, and then from that point on. But at least one of the positives here coming out from the side of WE, at least they're doing things together. Even the fight that didn't go quite as well as they wanted, at least they all went for it at the same time. Calls are on form, at least. We'll see if they can keep things rolling. We're going to go into game number 2 quite shortly, but first, we'll jump into a quick break.
直接是分割战场，另一边小狗从后方切入，这个时候这个太自信了，直接从后面切进来，顶着3个人输出，我这个还没有死，还在输出，还没死，我真的没有死。
又着了E了，要被秒了，现在这个一招的有点尴尬，大招放出来能够放到1米，显然能抓什么？漂亮，生我拿到人头，但是同样自己也要死。小豪往后一撤，又在选择强行换一下不光带走，闪现出空，没有自爆的分享，只有一口，还没有机会，还在秀，有后方5连肉，没有关系，在进场，还有5杀的机会，看看又在1米，3下不光没打出来，最后一下接到了。
开皇是怎么选择？想一 Q 被躲掉，被小白给 W 完被躲掉，逼走了以后的话就想正面开团。这边打起来，比谁肉谁就比谁大个肉。老鼠被突起来，死了，没人打老鼠啊，没人打老鼠啊，龙龟也死了。哎，老鼠被秒了，被大叔秒了。那可以，这都可以站出来了。教练什么降兽？好，现在2个大哥在前面顶着，还活着，感觉一波出来，一波推 kill， 继续。
这边打送过去，然后没有伤害。开大，但是人这里反正打漂亮，哇！我的天，这一波又在操作完美。我看这一波垂直抢进来秒人，但是一个奥拉夫也是秒不掉。蛇女在侧翼被优哉直接切死，相互这里大招还差一点点的时间，不过一飞的伤害太高了，完全 double kill，triple kill。Double kill， 4杀 kill， 完成了一波 ace。你觉得小狗这把有什么太好的环境吗？来 W 回来，卡米尔有没有大招把卡米尔推出去的？这个虚弱没有伤害，直接被小狗给 A 推了。哇，小狗这边在疯狂的 A 人，这个狮子狗全部残血，大招炸一下，炸到2个塔拼的上，妹妹这边可能要被完了，这边感觉小狗要跳起来了，要在第3口，好久没有看到小炮这样的一个操作了。这边继续跳，刚才是临死之前秒掉了优哉，最后已经有火炮了，这波可以打，对方落单了，也不能落单。过来，这个落有没有机会？有了，还是他直接秒掉。这边还能打，这边逼出了闪现，这边闪现，超过哇，小狗人好夸张，小宝跳起来了，又遇到2个人，这个机会，超到2关，最后一个上钩，一波素质3连。
维珍想接盘，但是想的有点多，一剑命中的是小明，是麻辣香锅，麻辣香被炸回来了，但是大招保住了他，戳回去，皇子盖的不错，但这个位置凯南跟艾希的输出位置很好，两边 AD 都在疯狂切前排，九总跟赵鑫对倒，瑞兹延倒，优哉输出非常的高，
一波中路有兵线， 我们可以过去，中国队赢了。
他这个 gank 其实很
哎，
而且
他开到了，
由头帮忙把对方的一个输出给顶走，但是这个点上看上去一个大招，反身用大招躲，鱼仔这边挑上去，往后面拉，鱼仔没有死，哇，这不天秀了，天秀了，拉到了突破，辅助直接先秒掉，
有的收割了，
杀落漂亮。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow.
We're back at you with the LPL 2020 Summer Split, and we're into our 5th series of the split so far. I had to count quickly in my head there. It's Suning versus WE. WE 1-0 up right now, looking pretty good in their first game. I'm Munchballs. This is Lyric. And we were talking backstage earlier on today about how WE in the first 2 games EDG won 1 game and then kind of lost to themselves in game 2, and WE capitalized on that. Do you feel like Suning sort of lost to themselves here as well against WE?
No, I do feel like EDG the other day won 2 games, you know, 1 against WE and 1 against themselves. But today here we saw WE playing proactively, just kind of constantly dictating the pace of the game. And again, they execute on their win conditions and very deserved win.
So do you think now moving into game number 2, for Suning, is it a matter of, okay, let's change the draft and play the style that we pretended to play here, like go for much more late game focus, or is it still draft this way and be proactive, do things in the early game and contest?
So this game we know Suning is going to be moving over to the blue side, and if it came to draft, what I would have liked to see is stick to red, just ban out some of Teacher Ma's champions, and like you said, then you're going to leave open a bunch of power picks for your red side. Let's say they get 1 power pick, you can grab, you know, whatever the next 2 most valuable are. Hopefully and theoretically you come out ahead in the trade. You still have counter pick for what should be both your soul laners, and I'd feel good if I'm Suning in that position. But, you know, on blue side, it feels like that situation's a bit more rough. Still, theoretically, you don't have to ban out as many power picks, so hopefully we can see them target out Teacher Ma a bit more.
We'll see if they can get rid of that Pantheon at least. And Pantheon and the Galio, I think, are the 2 that are the scariest. Let's talk, though, about our MVP for game number 1. It was Morgan in the top lane. I knew it before the game even started. Morgan, always the MVP in my heart. 1-1 and 10. But fantastic work on the Ornn, and just immaculate ultimates the entire game.
It's just a champion we've come to know him on. He's a great team fighter. He is so good at finding these windows to hover for his team around the map. We saw constantly, even when he couldn't find a play, just hovering around mid, looking for a good call of the Forge God. He would always be at the team fight when he's needed, and just some great engages coming out.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff from him. And we said right at the start of the day that it was him against Bin, how they can impact these fights, and it was definitely Morgan that was having the most significant impact. You can see Bin struggling to get on into this one, struggling to be able to do too much, and obviously Jomon cuts him down in the end. But Morgan, great ult towards the start, and great at using this ult for long-range picks.
Just, they're so experienced on this type of composition. It just, you know, it's not hard to understand how they easily snowballed that game.
Yeah, we'll see if they can still get this kind of composition, though, because as we've said before, a lot of people think that WE has been figured out. They do have a pretty one-track mind when it comes to the way they play the game. It still works, though. So will Suning be able to develop their draft? Will Suning be able to develop their in-game strategy to play around the way we know WE will play?
I actually completely agree with what you said before, that to me the two picks that stand out more than others are Galio and Pantheon. If you give him the ASOL, I think it's fine. It's not too big of a deal. We've actually seen him be quiet on that champion quite a few times, and he hasn't picked up things like the Rumble in quite a while. His only other champions he actually played were like Nocturne and Syndra, so...
And even when he played on the Rumble, I don't think it was his most impressive pick. It definitely felt like that was sort of the back burner champion when Galio and his Pantheon are unavailable to him. One of the big questions as well is, when that Pantheon is not locked in for the side of Teachama, where does Beisheng go as well? Because it seems to be this Echo Pantheon comes as a duo.
Yeah, but I want to move over to Suning real quick just to talk about another thing that happened that game. Was in their first series, we saw Huanfeng on 2 scaling 80 carries. He played an Aphelios game and an Ezreal game.
Yeah.
Do we need to see him on something more like this to where he can be that insurance policy to carry the team across the finish line?
I'd love to see that, especially the Ezreal, and it's not banned away this time around. They're actually going to go for the Aphelios themselves, and I could agree with that decision, honestly, and especially banning the Pantheon, definitely the right call.
And this just seems like the way to go, right? Aphelios just becomes such a monster in the late game, scales up just as well alongside the Ezreal, but we've seen so many crazy highlight plays from the Aphelios, it just wouldn't make sense not to take it.
See what WE will answer with Morgan there on the camera. You can see him grooving away a little bit. Maybe he has some music going in his ears. But WE, they've got the signature for missing. It's also a takeaway from Sword Art with the Thresh.
And again, here I would expect to see an 80 carry. Trundle is one that Beisheng... Again, when you think of Beisheng, Trundle's not really the first pick that would come to mind, but I'd say if this team was more meta, that would be the champion you'd go towards.
And I mean, let's bear in mind, they've had a few weeks off, so it's very possible that they have more in the tank, and they're actually going to take away this Ezreal here. Jomon has looked great on the Ezreal in the past, but also Huanfeng, a power pick removed.
Well, I mean, they first picked their Aphelios.
Oh, yeah, I'm an idiot.
But still, they've already picked their 80 carry. You don't need to show anything on the side of WE, so taking the Ezreal just makes sense. So we have a bit more scaling in the bot lane, especially with that new Ezreal build, a bit more safe and defensive, so still going to be able to become a big menace in these mid-late game team fights.
The Bard being hovered, it was banned in game number 1 of the series. It's something that's been banned a fair few times so far this split, and I think we are going to see it locked in. The timer has vanished.
I'd be pretty surprised.
There we go.
So Sword Art is not historically a Bard player. Especially in LMS, it was never a champion he really gravitated towards himself.
It feels like Bard has moved away from just the Bard one-trick players playing him and has become a meta support, but we've yet to see too much of him. We did see him yesterday with reasonable performance, actually.
It's kind of weird because, again, there's some supports that clearly highly value it and are fine, again, blinding it or picking it into anything. And then some supports are just like, no, you know, we're this. What is this champion? It has a bad laning phase. It doesn't contribute too much. It takes too much time to ramp up. Has a very weird play pattern. It's completely different to almost anything in the game.
Yeah. And also alongside an Aphelios, because Aphelios isn't that great on his own. If you leave him alone, it's not like the Ezreal where he can just keep himself safe. He's going to get dived. He's going to get jumped on if you roam around. And that's exactly what Bard wants to do.
Yeah, Bard wanting to create pressure all around the map, and Suning so far, you know, they have semblances of building this teamfight composition with the Aphelios in the backline and Trundle providing that peel. WE just going back towards, like you said, all about the engage, right? We have Thresh, we have Jarvan, we expect to see some sort of high damage mid laner coming out. We do still have the Aurelion still open, the Rumble and Syndra both there as well.
Yeah, the Galio obviously banned away there by Suning, which is one of the signature picks for Teachama in case you're new around here. The Azir, though, going to be removed by WE. And honestly, with a Jarvan there, I'd love to just see the Rumbles from WE. We've seen it before. It's something Teachama can play, and it's a great combo.
The Rumble or the Syndra, if the Syndra doesn't get banned, Jomon did look much better on that in playoffs. So just a champion that doesn't have many real weaknesses, strong at all points in the game, offers so much good CC. Again, you think about a Syndra ultimate onto a Bard, and he's pretty much just deleted.
Yeah, well, the Rumble was banned away in the end, so we don't get the spicy hot pot. But an Aatrox lock in there for Morgan, going for the blind pick top instead.
Yeah, and I'd say it's quite perplexing just for the fact that you don't think of Teacherma as the player who's going to counterpick, right? Again, he has a Aurelion Sol left, you have Syndra, he's played the Nocturne, he's played the Diana as well. That's a pretty shallow pool to pick your options from.
And also picks that he's played like once or twice with varying success, but Angel is going to blind pick the Kassadin.
I expected them just to take away the Syndra once again. Angel looked fine on it, but actually Angel is undefeated on this in spring. He's 5-0.
True. I mean, he looks great on the Kassadin. I'm not criticizing Angel's Kassadin. I'm just criticizing blind picking Kassadin in general.
And it's, again, their compositions is coming together so strange.
Partly, I think that this is essentially calling out Teacherma, saying, look, you're not the guy that's going to counterpick me, so I'm safe to do this.
I would have liked to see some sort of heavy engage option in the top side for them, but again, we look at Suning's composition right now, and okay, sure, Teacherma picked as Aurelion Sol, we'll just kind of brush over that, but for Suning, again, you have Trundle and Aphelios who kind of want to kite back and have more room to work in these team fights, while Kassadin flanks for the backline, and Renekton fits somewhere awkwardly as a meat shield for the Aphelios, so again, the piece is kind of strange.
It's a little disjointed, but I think the Bard in some ways kind of fixes that up. His ultimate makes fights disjointed by default, so maybe that makes it a comfort
That's
zone.
where Bard fits in a lot of compositions, right? Is you're very reliant on the skill of the Bard player, which I guess that's just how Bard's kit and play pattern works in general. But again, as a champion, we don't typically know Sword Art 4. He's really going to have to step up and show us what he's got.
We'll have to see what Sword Art's Bard is made of on the other side of the board, though, once again. WE going with quite an aggressive composition. They very much want to group up, want to go for the fights. The Aatrox getting in the backline. The A-Sol for Teacherma once again alongside this Jarvan in the jungle.
And of course, we already know Suning's composition scales amazingly. They have the Kassadin, they have the Aphelios.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all you need. We don't even need to mention things like a Trundle.
I mean, that was the question we brought up, right? When we first came back from the break, we were saying, hey, look, Suning, just go back to the scaling style. Don't go for these mid-game fights, because that is WE's strength. I actually like this. I like it. Granted, it's a bit of a weird composition from Suning, but ultimately it scales exceptionally well. If they do get to the late game, they're going to look amazing.
And for WE, we know they do have a lot of mid-game team-fighting power. Even Aurelion Sol, I mean, you were talking about this off-air. In the early laning phase, especially level 1, A-Sol, if you do take Electrocute, is quite strong.
Certainly can be a bit of a bully, but it's time for game number 2 as we jump on Summoner's Rift once again. Suning up against Team WE. And WE, I mean, looking dominant, it has to be said, in game number 1. Suning unable to contest them, unable to fight for those Rift Heralds early on, and the gold lead just snowballing for WE. This time around, Suning, I'd expect even less contention when it comes to the early objectives, but they can come into their own once Angel gets a couple of items.
That is fair. We need to see, again, 2 items where you can really start even posturing to contest, and that Threada mark where we know Kassadin, well, Kassadin's going to be level 16, right? But for the Aphelios, that Threada mark where he just becomes a monster who's going to take over this game. If this game does go late, everything is on Jomung's shoulders.
But Jomung has been in that position before. It feels like a lot of the compositions that WE builds are like, look, Jomung, you're the late game. Everyone else, we're going to fight for the mid game, fight for the early game, and get you a gold lead to win with later on.
And we do see Teacherma going towards the Electrocute. It was the rune he tended to go more towards last year. We have seen him go towards the Phase Rush in some matchups lately, but I like this rune a lot, especially with your, well, ever since your W got changed to where the stars speed up once you activate it. Yeah. It's just so easy to proc that Electrocute and get that damage down.
And also, just adds lane dominance, right? When you're against the Kassadin, what do you need? Lane dominance. You've got to shut him down before he gets strong. So, I completely agree.
And for the side of WE, this game's going to be like a lot of WE games, right? We expect them to mid-jungle move to a side. Aurelion Sol just wants to not really interact much with laning phase and constantly move, while Jarvan wants to do the same thing. Of course, since Kassadin is so immobile, if Beishang can find a gank, that avenue is always there.
So talk to me a little bit about this A-Sol, though, because it's not really, well, it wants to roam in the same way that like the Pantheon does. It's not really the same style of champion, and it does feel a bit more item reliant.
He's very strange in the fact that in early laning phase, he is very strong. But especially since you do typically go towards the Rod of Ages first, you do go into that a bit of a power trough in early mid-game, and even in team fights you function much differently to where you kind of are a middle line champion, not exactly engaging, but kind of peeling with your AD carry.
Beisheng has found SOFM on his red buff right now. Smite's available. SOFM gets it in the end, but he's knocked up. Sword Art's here. So is Teachama. Everyone arriving. In come the planets. Missing doesn't have the damage. Beisheng exhausted. Can they finish the kill? SOFM gets away with his life and his red buff.
Yeah, so the fact that SOFM can still keep the red buff and WE were the ones who dedicated so many resources, I'd say is a pretty nice win for the side of Suning.
Really nicely done, and it means that in the meantime, Angel gets to just quietly farm away in that mid lane. Teachama using his heal there as well.
So small win on the side of Suning, and now both teams just going to trade Scuttle Crabs, of course. Suning strong on the top side. We already know Bin's going to be a monster in this lane, and Jomung and Missing going to have pressure with the fact that they do have that engage potential on the Bard from the Thresh.
They've always got that potential to make the play happen. We can see a little replay. Nice. Oh, no. Oh, that is heartbreaking for Missing. Goes for the flash hook, but the little stone bro in the way denies everything.
I want to see if Beisheng looks for a gank mid here, because we do see the wave looks like it's pushing back to Teacher Ma.
I might try and make a dive happen onto Morgan here. There is a minion wave. SOFM finishes these Krugs off. But after that minion wave is cleared out, could maybe try and make something happen. Might be a bit risky against Aatrox though. Oh, he's going to go in. Damage onto Morgan here. Corrupting Chains as well, but Morgan just straight up losing that trade. I'm surprised Bin didn't try and finish off the kill there.
Yeah, he had no more cooldowns, but he was just respecting.
Just an auto.
But still, he was respecting the fact that Beisheng would be there from the fact that Morgan went for such an aggressive trade. Because you even look at Vision topside, he doesn't have any wards.
So it's mind games, I see. Well, fair play to Bin playing around the potential of a jungler. I don't believe in the minimap personally, so I try and avoid such high-level play.
I'm sorry.
That was a joke lyric.
I'm trying to. I'm sorry, Munchos. I'm looking at the minimap trying to see if he was actually showing on a ward, but you know, your jokes are pretty good.
Was that pity? Thank you so much.
Kind of.
Well, I like my jokes, and I'm, you know, whatever. Moving on. They're going to go towards the dragon here. Beisheng started this one off in favor of WE. Last time around, we saw them forfeit both of the early dragons. They were focusing much more on the Rift Heralds. This time, though, they're the ones in control.
Look, Lunchables, I'm going to be frank with you.
Suning
aren't going to do...
I thought you were Jordan, not Frank.
I'm sorry. You know, right now I'm Frank. So I'm going to be frank with you. For the next, 10 minutes, I don't expect Suning to do absolutely anything.
Based on that last games, for the next 40 minutes, I don't expect Suning to do anything.
Hey, but once we do hit that 40-minute mark...
that's when Angel will finally hit level 16. Do some damage. He's going in, and Teachama takes the tower shot there, actually. That's not a trade. Angel's doing a great job of staying even in CS. As Morgan is feeling the pressure. Dominus from Bin. He's a whole level up, and Morgan's in trouble. Still has flash available. Morgan gets a knock up and keeps himself safe. I really feel like Bin could be just a little bit more aggressive.
I honestly feel like Bin just keeps walking forward with auto attacks.
Jomung gets the Lantern out to safety. Stun onto both of them. The power of the Bard pick, but the damage just isn't there. Jomung gets away, but the death sentence doesn't land.
But yeah, I agree with you on the Bin point. Just keep walking forward with auto attacks, force the flash out of Morgan by holding the thread of the Q, and then, again, you want a summoner spell. That's all you really need. If you can then flash in and get the kill, it's an even better win.
Yeah, I genuinely think that even if you can't get a kill, you could have took a couple of turret shots. Morgan's not going to be able to kill you underneath the tower right there. He was full HP with Dominus procced.
And I mean, his build.
We're being pretty aggressive towards Bin here. He is still almost double the CS of Morgan, so he's still doing pretty great.
True, we shouldn't criticize Bin so harshly, but look at his build. He is going for like a win more style. He just stacked up a bunch of longswords in that lane. Finally does get that executioner calling, so it's going to come out even more ahead in these trades against Morgan.
And honestly, he needs to be winning that lane as well, because you'd expect Teachama to start to really bully in that mid lane. But Angel's actually doing a really good job to stay relatively even.
One thing I want to see now that we've seen Angel blow the TP in mid is we've seen Teachermouth constantly push him into turret. So I want to see Teachermouth and Beishong link up and gank Bin when he's looking for those aggressive plays, because Angel can't follow now with TP.
And we all know that Morgan needs the help. Morgan's had to use that TP to get back into lane. Customarily, he likes to save that. He likes to go for a fight around Dragon, use the TP to make that happen. But his team got the Dragon. They didn't need to use any kind of teleport plays.
No, but right now, Suning gonna put down a bit of control on the map. We just saw Angel get a ward and sort of start out the blasting plant. Ooh, just nice dodge.
Nice dodge there, and the stun could come on through Jomang. Pretty low, but there's an ignite onto Huanfeng. He's going to be able to dish out damage onto Missing, though, and now he turns around. The shurikens are terrifying. They are going to fall off now. We'll have the lifesteal, though, from the Severum. And ultimately, once the cooldowns are gone, the summoners are gone on the side of WE. This 2v2 is looking good for Suning.
Yeah, I think Suning played it really well because we saw how that 2v2 goes. If Jomang was able to hit his abilities, WE would have won out, but great sidestepping coming out from Suning.
Angel will jump away with his Rift Walk there. Teachermouth just shoving things out in the mid lane. In the meantime, Bin and SOFM trying to finish off this Herald. Beishong's coming in. Morgan's here already. And this is actually going to be a 3v3 right here. Angel getting onto Teachermouth. They've jumped onto the Herald. They're committing to this one. Oh no, it was Suning that got the smite with WAE. They can gatekeep this one. They can stop the Herald going over. So it's a nil points across the board.
Yeah, pretty much nothing happens, but you look at the bottom lane turret, Huanfeng is actually getting plates, and it looks like Jomang's losing CS. I mean, he's definitely losing CS if Huanfeng's getting plates.
He's definitely losing some CS here. This might be a third plate to Huanfeng as well if he just finish off this wave and get one auto in.
But he does have the Calibrum, so should be quite easy.
In the meantime, they're going to be taking plates in the top side as well. Morgan holding onto the minion wave. Well played by him. Now he's going to get dived. Can he survive? Flash finally comes on through. Bin's tanking the tower, and he's low. Here comes Beishong, and it's turned around. First blood WE.
Great confidence play coming out from Morgan. Still, Suning not able to execute on the dive is a bit unfortunate, but still, the pace of this game still feels pretty good for Suning.
I could, like, hear Morgan's thoughts while he's holding the minion wave. He's like, please, Beishong, please, Beishong, please, Beishong. Why don't you have Moby Boots? I need you here right now. Look at him.
Yep, so he holds it. We do see that Beishong is holding up. Renekton goes in, but SOFM actually tanking the turret the whole time, so not able to do anything, not able to lay down a Q or an auto. I feel like they could have been a bit more patient.
Yeah. I mean, they obviously knew that Beishong was on the way. Maybe just felt like they had to rush this one down. It's not going to pay off, though. And nicely done by Morgan to understand the situation and play so beautifully around it.
And he does have Ninja Tabai and Kindle Gem already, so going to be a bit more safe in that top lane.
Considering there's not really been that much action on either side of the board, Beishong has a 20 CS lead over SOFM in the jungle. That's kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah. Beishong doing it's a good job, right? But we do want to see them be more proactive on the map. We already set up that play that they could have made on top side earlier on, trying to abuse Bin. We're obviously not going to see that now because now it is all about this dragon, but WE trying to buy some more time because Morgan's TP still isn't up.
I love watching Teachermouth on this A-Sol. I love just, like, trying to figure out how exactly the champion works, because it's so rare that you get to see A-Sol play and the way that he CS's, the way he positions, and the way he trades. Because he is honestly one of the A-Sol masters, because there are so few people that play it. Here we go, nice pillar onto Beishong. Stun isn't quite going to land, though. It means that everyone backs away. Morgan now feeling a bit more confident in this 1v1. Really great trade onto Bin, but now it's Bin's turn. Cooldowns ticking away here. Bin trades a lot of damage back on in. That was his Dominus used, though. Teachermouth chasing them away. Cloud Drake on the map. And it's WE in position right now. Both AD carries still in the bottom lane.
If Suning want to go for a fight, again, it's all on Sword Art finding a great Tempered Fate.
Morgan just going to be, once again, trying to clear away these waves away from the turrets so that there's no shenanigans available here. SOFM, Cataclysm keeps him in. Still has his flash available. He wants to try and get the dragon, but it's not going to happen. Beishong's still alive, but in comes Kassadin. Angel wants to pick up kills. Nice flash from Beisheng, keeps him safe. Now Huanfeng is left on his own. Sword Art couldn't get to him, and WE get the dragon and a double.
WE forcing the objective. Their composition is much stronger right now, and they come out ahead in the fight.
Really nicely done there from WE. They're going to get themselves a minuscule gold lead, but importantly, 2 Drakes back-to-back, and once again, the Infernal Soul will come through.
Exactly. That's probably the most important part, and we've been seeing that so much these past few days where in spring, again, it was still very new, so teams weren't really hard playing around Dragons as much as it seems like they are these past 2 days.
Yeah, even MSC as well. Dragon's basically taken on cooldown.
So we see Beisheng go in on SOFM, but the Tempered Fate comes out so late. SOFM's already pretty much dead, and then it's a numbers advantage for WE, and they just end up finding the kill on Huanfeng, who's left by himself.
Yeah, I mean, Huanfeng, fair play to him to go in, try and support the jungler, but I don't think that was a winnable fight at that point.
Like we said, where was Sword Art? Where was the ultimate? If the call was to fight, we need to see a really clutch, again, 2-3-man Tempered Fate to start that off.
Yeah, try and deny everything that WE wants to do during that fight, but wasn't able to do it.
I'm so happy, Munchables, because we're
Nice.
finally
I'm glad for you.
Thanks, man. We're finally getting a Blade of the Rune King Renekton in LPL.
Uh-oh, Morgan is in a whole lot of trouble, and it's from that Blade of the Rune King Renekton, but here comes the rest of the squad. Suning are here. Beisheng, I don't think you should have gone in on this one, because you are well and truly outnumbered. And it's all down to the Blade of the Rune King. Double kill for Bin. There's the Tempered Fate you were asking for. And Teachama gets stunned up. Voicelite is going to do all but nothing. Teachama will fall, and it's a kill for Angel.
They weren't only outnumbered, like you just said, but they're also playing around Suning's strong side of the map, which is that Renekton. He is winning 30 CS, and again, we don't see Blade of the Rune King Renekton too often here in LPL. It is much better in these isolated duels. Does also give Renekton a bit of a scaling option too, because you do get that, you know, HP damage coming out.
Also, it helps you with split pushing, right?
Yep.
If you want to go for towers, getting the extra attack speed and the extra AD, really, really helpful. Also, on your W, you get 3 procs of the Blade of the Rune King, 3 procs of the % damage, which is always nice.
Munchables, the Blade of the Rune King expert here in the LPL.
I played a lot of AD carry.
Still, WE able to get the bottom lane turret, so gold still relatively close, about 1.5k in Suning's favor.
Oh, look at that Ace all CSing. I don't know why I find it so exciting to watch, but he got all of them.
I don't know why you find it so exciting either, but we do see pings going down for the Herald at this point. If Suning's still opting to keeping Bin on the top side of the map, they should have pressure for that.
I have just noticed, despite me crediting Teachama with Ace all CSing, he's actually 30-odd, almost 40-odd CS down currently, so maybe shouldn't be complimenting him on that right now, because it's actually not been going that well.
We did see that one, I think it was when they started Dragon, and where Angel was just farming mid for free and Teacherman was hovering around the Dragon, so we have seen some instances like that.
Morgan is not having a fun time. This game flashes away. Keeps himself safe at least, but in the meantime, that Herald is going to go the way of Suning. And there's not really much of an answer from WE. Jomung will be able to jump away to safety on the Lantern. Just trying to do whatever damage he can. In fact, he doesn't even need the Lantern. Just bullies them both out of the lane. But the question will be, where does Suning go with this Herald to continue to accelerate a bit of a lead that they've found for themselves?
If Suning can open up mid, that's always great. But actually with the composition they have, since they do have a lot of side lane threat coming out from both Bin with the Blade of the Rune King and Angel on the Kassadin, even just going and dropping that down in bot, the turret's already quite low, so maybe you wouldn't go there. But opening up longer side lanes will be benefit for Suning.
Certainly will, especially with this Renekton, with this Kassadin. But you got to look towards the AD carries as well, and the points at which these guys are going to come online. Because Jomung, when he hits, he's already hit that 2-item power spike already. When that Muramana does finish stacking up, and when he gets a death stance, he becomes massive. Morgan is in trouble once again. Flash from Bin, but he still gets knocked up. And now he's stuck inside a Cataclysm. The whole squad is here. Bin's outnumbered and taken down.
And this was just Bin being over-aggressive. We've actually seen both top laners make some mistakes.
This
in the
is
past
what
few
you
minutes.
called for. This is exactly what you asked him to do. Punish Bin when he gets aggressive.
That's true. So WE making the right play. I was going to say, we just need to see Suning answering around the map, but Suning are doing that. So, great job, Suning.
Nice. Well, you say that. Bin did go down, and right now they're going to lose themselves an Infernal Drake. So WE feeling pretty good on the back of this trade. Where's SOFM at? Oh, he's in the mid lane. He's just going to drop Herald and move away.
And the game dynamic is much different this time around, to where we said last game, hey, even if they do get an Infernal Soul, you look across the map, I think it was WE that time, we're like, WE is still so tanky, can you burst them down? Well, if WE can get an Infernal Soul, I don't know how much it'll matter that Suning do outscale them. It'll probably still matter because it's an Aphelios and a Kassadin, but you will have the damage to burst these members down before they even know what hit them.
Yeah, and it certainly helps Morgan as well when it comes to this 1v1 between Renekton and Aatrox. Certainly, an Infernal Soul skews that a little bit more in favor of WE.
Well, I want to go back and touch on something you talked about with Jomung and, you know, his build, and he is going to hit that Death Stance, but one of the great things about this build, once you go Death Stance and Iceborne Gauntlet, is, you know, right, that level of protection and how you can just kite out the enemy team, but he's going to have a really hard time kiting out the Kassadin no matter what, so it doesn't really matter the specifics of this new build, because if Angel can get in his face, Jomung should just be dead.
That's one of the big benefits, though, of this Shirelius that you see come out from Missing. He's got the Lantern, he's got movement speed to give his AD carry. So much of that interaction is going to be about Missing rather than Joel.
Yep, yes it is. So kind of key, we're going to have to keep our eyes on Angel and Bin on the side of Suning. And again, as the game goes on, it's going to be all about Jomung and Missing for the side of WE.
So now everyone grouping up once again. Baron up in a minute. I don't really feel like either team is a particularly great Baron taking team. Worth mentioning, Jomung has finished his Muramana though, so he's actually going to hit pretty hard now.
I do want to say, though, any team is a great Baron-taking team if it has Aphelios, so I completely disagree.
Yeah. But, I mean, I guess in a group scenario.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You are a group. You have numerous guns. They kind of take the place of each of your teammates.
A group of moon-based worshippers that are just praying that Aphelios does enough on his own.
They
just
need to be the bodies that absorb the Baron damage as they spam taunt or laugh or something. That's enough.
Angel there to zone him away. I can believe it. But on the other side of the board, generally speaking, WE are pretty good when it comes to awareness of these objectives. Objectives are the bread and butter for WE, right? This is how they play the game. So the odds of you sneaking a Baron away against WE seems pretty low.
That is true. And we're at the point where Suning's comp is kind of turned into this 1-3-1 setup, so going to be all about...
Ooh, Missing's found a pick onto Angel here. Jump forward from Jomung. You said it was Angel that would be chasing Jomung. It's the other way around right now.
It definitely is, and man, that was just a great hook coming out from Missing.
Oh, it's not enough damage. Well, it was a good... I got excited. It was a good shot. Doesn't do anywhere near enough.
He wasn't even standing on a ward either, so just great prediction coming out from WE support.
Really nice stuff coming out from Missing. Reading Angel like a book. SOFM is here. He's going to be pulled on in, getting onto Missing, but that's not really the ideal target. SOFM's going to fall in just one more auto. Angel is onto the backline, just doesn't do enough damage though. Jomung survives. Onfeng ult, not going to do enough damage. Bin is there though, and he's tearing through the health bars. The Renekton is just too much for WE.
Yeah, so great job. Angel coming in on the flank, putting a bit of pressure on Jomung, but like you said, he's just not tanky enough, but still Bin creating so much space for Huanfeng to deal damage. Even Bin, such a big damage maker in his own right now.
And honestly, that fight was lost until Bin managed to get into the middle of everyone. It felt like Angel went in, didn't really have enough, but Bin just showcasing the power of mid-game Renekton.
And let's remember, we said this game would be all about the Aphelios straight up power spike. He's only on 1.5 items. SOFM gets caught here, but Angel was already channeling his TP. He does jump in, and there's been kind of getting damage done onto Beishong. He's going to go in now, which is going to give Huanfeng a lot of room to deal this damage that we see right here. Already got a really good ultimate off, and just kind of great combo coming out of both of them. Also sort of supporting from the backside as well.
Really, really nice stuff. And that was the kind of execution we wanted to see from Suning in game number 1. It feels like they're actually playing a bit more as a group here and being willing to contest what WE wants to do.
And maybe Suning just aren't going to be this type of team, right, that's going to be able to put this kind of heavy pressure in the first 5-6 minutes of the game. So drafting more of these compositions that don't rely on doing that, much more in their wheelhouse.
Well, important to mention, they've got another team fight coming up, and they've got to win this one, because in 15 seconds, this Infernal Drake will spawn, and that is not something that they can give away.
No, and we do still have Flash up for Huanfeng, so it will be really key for him to reposition.
Oh, Angel's been found right before the Drake spawns. 2 seconds on that one. True Shot Barrage hits him. Teachama trying to chase down the Kassadin, but he is a Kassadin. So he's just going to dance around the map. In the meantime, Bin has started the Drake. WE might have just sacrificed their soul to try and get a Kassadin right there. It's not going to pay off for them. Onto Huanfeng. Tempered Fate, though, stops everything in its tracks. Morgan getting onto the backline, but it's Beisheng that's in trouble right now. He's low already. Huanfeng has to flash away. Teachama chasing him down, but he survives on a modicum of HP. And now Sword Art jumps himself to safety. WE don't even win out the fight. It's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, that's... I honestly feel like Suning should have committed to that Dragon earlier and just give up mid-wave. They were a bit late, but still, they're able to get the Dragon, which is the most key factor. And
twice in 2 games. Oh no, it was Sword Art the last time, actually.
Really clutch Tempered Fate coming out from Sword Art to buy more time, give the members of Suning ability to reposition. And we just talked about that flash from Huanfeng, really saving his life, along with the Severum, of course. And again, they bought themselves 4 more minutes.
I would love to see a replay of exactly how much health he actually survived on here, but let's take another look.
Numbers advantage fight. Angel doesn't have TP. Great Tempered Fate coming out from Sword Art, stopping Beisheng from getting in there. And Huanfeng right in the middle of the team. We see him go low.
As well.
He goes low so quickly, but they don't have enough damage to take him down. It's kind of one of the downsides to the A Soul of with the stars, right?
There was even a corrupting potion burning on him right there, but the red buff plus, I guess he had a pot ticking or something, because it was real close. Teachama is going to be pulling his hair out off the back of that one. Look at the gold difference, though. Still very much in favor of Jomong. And Jomong has been the benefactor of a lot of kills so far this game.
Oh yeah, of course. WE have been creating a lot of action around the map, and Jomong's been the one picking them up, so he is a bit further ahead in his build. But again, of course, his build is more defensive in nature, does provide a lot of lifesteal.
You've just seen it there. Yep. The Death Dance comes on through. So now suddenly, that is a massive, massive power spike for Jomong. This is the moment where WE can maybe turn a fight in their favor.
But at the same time, Huanfeng is like right on the edge of getting to that 3rd item build himself. Is sitting on some gold after that fight, picking up some waves as well. And Angel now getting quite tanky with the Bramble Vest. And WE's composition isn't really a high damage comp, right? You have an Aurelian Soul, and you have this Ezreal with this new build, so...
Yeah. I mean, the Ezreal build is surprisingly high damage, despite the items that you do go for. But you're absolutely right. It's by no means a crit AD carry, right?
So that Bramble Vest going to come in key, and you're still going to constantly have side lane pressure on the side of Suning.
Oh, hang on. SOFM's been caught out. This is a bad look, but he gets away with it. And once again, Tempered Fate comes in. Once again, Huanfeng barely can't get a kill. Or Jomong, sorry. I just see the Ezreal and I think of Huanfeng. Sword Art now trying to escape. Gets through the magical journey. WE, they just can't pin anyone down.
Yeah, their only real true hard engage is Beisheng, and he'd already used his ultimate on SOFM, so no other reliable way of getting onto someone.
Jomong desperate to deal the damage. Flash out of missing, but he doesn't get the hook. Sword Art gets away with his life. Jomong desperate to try and force an advantage with this power spike, but it's just not happening. Now Angel's coming in for a flank. Lantern available.
No Tempered Fate, no Moonlight Vigil.
They go for the Lantern here. Angel could try and get in onto this AD carry. Jomong's getting pretty low on mana.
I think that was actually a pretty strange call coming out from Suning if you look at all the key cooldowns that are missing. No flash on Bin, no flash on SOFM, no cooldowns on Huanfeng. You could have just had Angel commit to putting more pressure on that turret. You have 4-man there to protect your mid turret yourselves. There's no other objectives up on the map.
It's kind of hilarious to me that the build that Angel has gone for. As you mentioned before that fight, the Bramble Vest coming on through. He's got Ninja Tabbies as well. This is going to be one of the tankiest Kassadins you've ever seen.
Well, A Soul is not actually a champion that does a lot of damage once he hits that, 3, 4, 5 item mark. You're a lot more about the early game, getting that advantage early on. Again, you have a surprisingly strong laning phase. And then, like you said, I'd say that Rod of Ages and then that Oblivion Orb mark, you're pretty strong, but you're not going to scale up with the likes of a Kassadin, a Syndra, a Zoe.
Certainly not. Teachama is currently lamenting that fact as we speak. But the Drake is spawning in about 40 seconds. And once again, soul point here for WE if they can get that dragon. This time, I'm hoping they won't be chasing Angel halfway across the map and end up losing the soul for it. Oh, knockup actually comes through on Sword Art. Still gets his magical journey though. Angel comes on in. Beishang pulled to safety. No significant cooldowns used though, and it means that WE can now start to muscle in. Bin is in a bit of trouble. Doesn't have his flash, but he dices and slices away. In goes Beishang, but misses the knockup once again. Tempered Fate onto nobody, and that's a big old cooldown. Beishang has a Lantern, and Infernal Drake spawns.
And the problem is you have no other real engage coming out from Suning.
They're chasing the Cassidy, and again, I don't think that's the way. Bin is the target right now. He still has his flash, but he goes down way quicker than he can do anything about. Morgan jumps into the pit, and now onto the Infernal Drake. SOFM, keep your eyes on this Trundle. He's got to try and get a steal. He's got to try and get a smite. Angel into the back of the pit. Desperate to assassinate, and he'll do exactly that. Beishang's fallen, and this is going to be the Drake going the way of Suning. Now onto missing. Jumping on in goes Angel. Jomung has to carry the fight. He has to do the damage, but it's 2v4 right now, and Suning are closing in. The jaws are closing on the heads of WE. Teachama gets a stun. Damage onto SOFM, but there's an exhaust and another kill for Juan Fong.
I actually can't believe it. WE find the pick. They get the 5v4 team fight, but great damage coming out from Suning. Beishang just letting the team kill him. He still had flash up as well. And then Suning, they just have so much damage at this point with the Aphelios and the Cassid, and they just come out ahead.
So, the team fighting for Suning has just been magnificent this game.
It's so strange, too, because Sorta completely wasted his Tempered Fate. Suning have no other engagement. We see all of WE go onto the Dragon. Just keep your eyes on Beishang here. They're trying to commit to the Dragon, but Teacherma and Jomung in the backline actually not really putting down any damage. We see Beishang go down to Angel, and now WE left in a pretty awkward position where all of Suning are just able to kill the rest of the members. And like I said, Jomung, not exactly the high damage AD carry like the likes of an Aphelios, right? And we have a lot of tanky members on the side of Suning.
We really do. And during that replay, Baron has been taken by the side of Suning. I'm not sure.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Why are you asking me? Like, look at the top right, Baron.
Munch, I'm caught up in the moment of the fight.
Yeah, Baron got taken while all of that was going on. I didn't expect them to have the time to do that, but hey, they pull it off. They get 2 Infernal Drakes
They killed
themselves.
5 members. Of course they have
did.
the time.
They did. I underestimated them. I'm sorry, Lyric. I won't do it again.
I mean, again, after they got picked off the way they did, it is really insane that they won that team fight.
And, I mean, you talked about it, right? During the draft, this Kassadin coming out from Angel is insanely strong. He hasn't lost the game in spring on the Kassadin, and right now, it's looking like that statistic is going to remain true. This will be his 6th game this year, potentially his 6th win.
I'm just saying 2 games in a row, we're seeing superior scaling prevail.
That's very true. And Suning, they were not that proactive in the early game. Both games. This time, though, they've drafted for exactly that style, and it is paying dividends for them.
Yeah, and actually, it's I feel like Sword Art's Bard has been kind of hit or miss. He has made a lot of important plays.
Oh, Angel. Once again, they try and start the fight on Angel, but he just jumps away. Now the damage comes through to answer. Goodbye, Teachama. The Galaxy not being too kind to him today. Now onto the likes of Bin, who goes in, but he's just so damn tanky. Another few kills go the way of Suning, and that just might be game right here. In they go. Angel to follow. Triple for him on the Kassadin. He's just padding his stats. He's getting some more multi-kills, and he's looking like a god from the mid lane.
I'm just saying Angel's Kassadin is 6-0, much undefeated this year.
He's 6-0 on the scoreboard right now as well. 6-0-7, and a dominant victory here for Suning. WE, the team we praised for synergy, falling apart in Game 2.
Yeah, they weren't able to find a lot of these early plays that we hoped for. They did still get a bit of a lead, but they never opened up more than, 1.5 thousand gold ahead.
And it goes back to this conversation of the Aurelion Sol. We've said that it's not actually the most convincing champion when we see Teachama's champion pool. We like the Pantheon, we like the Galio. The Aurelion Sol doesn't seem to have the same impact, and it's exactly what we see here. He didn't do much of anything this game.
It's great when Teachama's on champions that get to make the proactive play themselves, right? That's why we said the Galio and the Pantheon, 2 champions that are the engagers, and his Aurelion Sol is good. That's not, the question here, but he does look better in other things, but still, this was more of WE as a team having a certain window to execute on, and they didn't really make anything happen in that time. And great play coming out from Bin as well to just completely take Morgan out of that game.
Especially the fight at the blue buff, where Bin comes in on the Renekton, sets up Huanfeng for a massive Moonlight Vigil as well. It just annihilated the whole team for WE. I think that was the moment where WE really lost control of the game.
Because, and let's look at WE's comp, right? You have Ezreal on one side, you have an Aatrox getting bodied on the other. You don't particularly have too many good options to look for with your mid-jungle duo roaming if Suning's jungle is matching as well.
Yeah, and I mean, like, let's bear in mind, Morgan got MVP in game number 1. It's not like Morgan's not a good player. It's just that Bin clearly knows this matchup exceptionally well, set it up beautifully. Morgan even he actually played pretty well in terms of playing around the dive, for example, held the minion wave, turned a kill around onto Bin, but ultimately when it came to the 1v1 and when it came to the impact they could have later on, it was all about Bin.
It was all about Bin, and it's kind of funny. We set up this series as a battle of the impact of the top laners, and now we've seen 2 games. We've seen the impact of both top laners, and again, I was kind of questioning Suning's draft coming into it. When you just look at the champions, they do look like they'd be a bit clunky together, but we saw Sword Art do his job on this Bard. Not really any big playmaking moments, but he kept WE at bay. We saw Bin be that anchor that just got them through the early game, and then Angel and Huanfeng became huge, and, you know, SOFM was there.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Sword Art, he did have one Tempered Fate where he saved Huanfeng's life, and that was when Huanfeng then flashes away on a teeny bit of health. But overall, really, really impressive, mostly from Bin, mostly from Angel as well in those late-game team fights. But that's what you expect out of Angel when he gets his castle.
It's still kind of... Right, so now we're 2 games in. We have question marks for both teams where Suning aren't the most proactive in the early game. Are they going to rely on these sort of compositions to win more games? And for WE, I mean, WE is just WE, right? They're going to be hot or cold. They're going to find the game-winning team fight that snowballs the game or not.
And now I'm really excited for game number 3, right? Because we've had one game where WE, they get the Pantheon Echo, they snowball the early game, and they find themselves that win. Then game number 2, Suning get exactly what they want. They get a fairly quiet early game, they get to scale up, and they get to play things like the Castle and the Aphelios. Now game number 3, a lot of this is going to fall onto the draft, on whether or not WE can set themselves up to push this early game like they want to.
It definitely is, and seeing Morgan on another champion that, you know, not even necessarily champion because his Aatrox is fine, but in a matchup he feels more comfortable on to stay, you know, neutral, and then we could maybe once again see Beishang and teach him how to go up towards that top lane, shut Bin out of the game, and then, you know, see a repeat of game 1.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this draft, honestly, like banning away the Ornn and then taking the Renekton, those are the 2 champions that we know Morgan for the most. So it clearly put Morgan in a bit less of a comfortable position. Obviously, we've seen him succeed on the Aatrox in the past, but it felt to me, at least, Bin knows that matchup a lot better than Morgan does.
Well, right, so it's a lot less about Morgan, in my opinion, a lot more about how well Bin played.
Yeah.
And, again, how he was really able to not even keep Suning in the game, but keep Suning a bit ahead in terms of map pressure throughout the game to where WE had to be the ones dictating the tempo, and they weren't. Bin was.
Beishang had to continuously go up top, not because he wanted to, but just to
cover.
save Morgan. So really, really well played by Bin and from SOFM to help him out there on the top side as well. We'll see if he can keep this performance up, because he looks amazing coming into summer. We'll see as we head into game number 3 right after the break.
还没有打要让出来了，先脱敏来，这一波推了打得还不错，一个2W 又把3给秒了，不知道连没杀。这波的话，建国的春队这边打了出来，能拉到能点到吗？点不到，不推了这个蛇女。还是塔，但是阿德这个位置，
这边感觉鳄鱼跑不掉了，而且打1封1，
有谁在空中被秒掉？推了的话也没办法，
哇，巴特拉就3个人，而且这一口救赎的奶起来，
博士猫要滑脸了，吸起来了。富有，比如伤害是真装把2个人打碎，但是谁是一个闪现，
一技能刷到的人，但是水手你还想操作，正面想以3人之力打5人，
被知道了，大招被水银解掉，哎呦没有，蛇女直接被秒掉，开火这边的话，孤掌难鸣啊，博士猫一个3杀，
反正
所有背叛者都得死。
下
说这波就是要抓斯帽贼的，但是
这个布隆顶了很多伤害。
DQ 挑到了3个人，应该是。
白大招给急了，不过中路佐叶来了，先拉一个飞星，差一丝血没有死。鳄鱼及时赶到，
这波猴子招打太好了吧！
哇，但是鳄鱼这边有点难受，定住有没有又被
全老孙一棒！
完了，EQ 大招盖上去，卡牌落地机身。哎呦，女枪的大招放了一个完美的。
这边的话，迅鹏也是被扫死。拉 S 的鳄鱼没有办法换掉任何一个人。
绝望呀，一个金身能死，只剩下冷少。
哎，要追5杀
了，要追5杀了。
但是 Betty 这个位置稍微有点远。哦呦！
Double kill. Triple kill. Quadra kill. Penta kill.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we head towards our third game of the day. Suning and WE are going toe-to-toe here, and it's 1 apiece on the scoreboard. Suning finding themselves a little bit here in game number 2. I'm Munchables, this is Lyric, and let's break this one down because game number 1 and game number 2 look like 2 dramatically different versions of Suning.
Yeah, we saw in game 2, Suning did draft more of a scaling composition, right? We had the Cassid, we had the Aphelios. WE, of course, keeping it stock and standard, drafting this kind of early mid-game composition that has to execute on certain windows and really make things happen. They weren't able to find it.
Yeah.
Bin, especially in the top lane, just completely shut Morgan out of the game. Beishang was constantly having to answer pressure topside. It gave Suning the time needed for their composition to come online. Then we just saw some really great team fighting out of both Huanfeng, Angel, and, you know, even Sword Art doing his part with the Tempered Fates, and especially Bin.
Yeah, and I mean, Angel in the mid lane had that time, as you mentioned, bought by Bin in the early game to scale up, and then ends up being our MVP because of the impact he was able to have during these team fights. 6-0 and 7, a 6th win in a row on this Kassadin, undefeated last split, currently undefeated again in this split as well.
And this guy's just so great in these chaotic skirmishes. Does such a good job at finding his way onto the back line. Even when it was a bit too early, he had a great TP play. Oh, it's actually right here. Has a great TP play in. Again, had this been later in the game, had he jumped on Jobung here, Jobung would just be dead. So great angle, great opportunity for him. And this is just where Angel thrives.
It really is. And I mean, we saw as well, The Infernal Soul was denied by Angel twice. This is one of them where he gets the kill onto Beisheng, denies the soul. But earlier on as well, the fourth dragon, they were trying to chase Angel down. He's the one that gets to scoot away and escape from everything.
Yeah, and that fight right there just seemed like W's decision-making was pretty questionable. Of just like, all of Suning are in front of them, and they're just ignoring them, saying, okay, guys, we need to hopefully get this dragon. But great job by Angel to capitalize, and pretty much just one-shotting Beisheng.
Yeah, and honestly, they didn't even commit to going for the dragon. That's the thing. They were like, well, we don't want to 50-50 smite it, but we also don't really want to fight them right now. So what do we do? But Bin was dead. I feel like they could have just gone for the fight, honestly. But either way, that's in the past. Suning were the ones to get the best of it, and Angel looking amazing, taking out Beisheng and denying the dragon. So now, as we move into this draft, we'll have to see what adaptation can come out from WE to find themselves another victory.
The great thing for WE is they are back on the blue side, so going to be able to kind of find those champions they need, as well as we need to keep an eye on, do Suning ban the Pantheon on the red side?
That will be one of the questions when it comes to these bans. How much focus is on Teachama in the mid lane? It's one of the questions that always comes up when you're talking about WE. It's one of the reasons that they've drafted in Shanks into their roster. Shanks not playing just yet, but I'm sure that they're kind of training him up because he's got a completely different style of mid lane.
Yeah, you know, he only played one split in LDL, so probably still needs a bit of time. Another interesting facet of this matchup that maybe a lot of people don't know is there's also a battle of the LMS coaches. We have Cha Xiao, formerly known as Fluidwind, the coach of Suning, used to coach Flash Wolves, and Domo, the coach of WE, has been a part of HQ, G-Rex, a couple of other big TPA back in the day before the LMS. So, I don't know. As a former LMS guy, I think that's pretty cool.
These are your old colleagues, and now you're judging them each and every play that they make.
Yes, I am.
And this is their moment to shine, right? The draft. And, well, immediately, look at this. 3 target bans. Usually it's WE that are being targeted. This time, they're turning it around.
So we do see Kassadin now taken away from Angel. Oh, my God.
Let's go,
We just see a lot. I guess the Aphelios is gone this time around, so just going straight for that Renekton.
Think about the bans, though, from Suning. Banning 3 AD carries out means that, and 1 Ezreal from WE as well. Pantheon's available, Galio's available,
the big one to
could
me
go
is
for the Echo.
Graves is available, right?
True.
We see, heck, they banned Graves every game against EDG. So does SOFM want to go for the Graves? And we also still have Thresh as well. Thresh has been 100% pick or ban in the LPL so far.
And Sword Art, certainly no slouch when it comes to the Thresh. It's been picked both games in the series so far.
You could also take something like the Misfortune here if you want, or if you do play the Senna, that's the other high priority AD carry left open. So it really depends on preference if you value one of these ADs.
Mid laner could be an option as well. I'm kind of surprised to see them just going for a blind mid here, but obviously wanting to hold their cards close to their chest and see more of what WE wants to do.
Makes me wonder if Teachama will go for the Syndra matchup, which I would say it's a skill matchup, but it's a pretty straightforward matchup on both sides. As Syndra, you just don't have to get hit by Sleepy Shovel Bubble, and for Zoe, right, just about dodging the Scatter of the Weak. If those two things shouldn't happen, it just becomes clearing waves. But if he doesn't opt into that, I don't think anything in Teachama's champion pool is actually that threatening to a Zoe.
No, but I can understand just going for the Galio, honestly. It has been the most successful pick. I think it's even more successful than the Pantheon for WE. So they've got Morgan's Renekton, they've got Teachama's Galio. They're just going for their stock standard right now.
Yeah, and I want to see them pair it with some real hard engage. So if we do get something like a Jarvan, that's what I'd want to see, because Suning can already set up for a comp that can just play from a range and try to kite out this Galio.
Ooh, prioritizing the AD carry, though. And with as many AD carry bans as there are, that could be a huge advantage, but we're actually going to see potentially another Ashe. We saw an Ashe the day before yesterday.
Yep. We actually saw it from Jomung, which from Jomung, it's actually not too surprising. He even played Ashe in spring. It kind of turned out to be maybe his pocket pick, but Angel going for it, I would say, is pretty surprising.
Sneaking into the meta. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan, but
the thing I like about it is you've already set up that you could potentially build a comp that doesn't have a lot of engage since you're going with Graves in your jungle. So just having that Enchanted Crystal arrow from Huanfeng will be very clutch. Can also shut down the Misfortune.
It really can. Just deny the ultimate halfway through the fight. I remember there was a meta, I don't know at what point this time, but it was Jhin versus Ashe almost every single game, and that Ashe ultimate used to deny the curtain call every single time.
I remember it was Season 7 Spring, It was Jin, Ash, and Varus, Zyra, Malzahar, Karma, Lulu supports. Good times.
Yeah, I could remember it almost exactly the same. I could have listed those champions just as easily, I promise. Karma and Thresh going to be banned away here. So, with your encyclopedic brain lyric, can you tell me what the other two bans are going to be?
No, I cannot, but I could tell you that both of these AD carries, again, both immobile, they both want something around them that can give them safety. With Thresh off the table, I would expect us to see a rise in the priority of something like a Braum. Neither of these supports, actually Sword Art is a bit of a Tom Kench player as well, but that's not something really in Missing's wheelhouse.
Mordekaiser actually banned away here from Bin. The Wukong as well taken off of the table, so trying to maybe force him onto the Aatrox this time around and reverse the roles a little bit in that top lane.
You see why I didn't tell you the bans? Because teams in LPL, when you see something like a Thresh you're like, oh, they're gonna double ban support, they're gonna hard focus on role. Players here just ban out things they don't want to play against. But again, the question now goes to the eyes of support. But hey, I guess he did just show he's willing to blind pick the Bard, so why not just go back to it?
Also, you can follow it with the Tempered Fate on the Crystal Arrow or vice versa to set up a really, really long-range engage. So it's a nice little duo in the bottom side. And we'll see where WE want to go to finish out this composition. They've still got to go for a jungle and a support.
Yeah, and Beishang not having many hard engage options left open. I guess you could go for something, okay, well, I was going to say could go for something like a Gragas, but you'll have double AP mid, but actually doesn't care about having double AP mid, just instead wants a champion he's comfortable on and he can carry on himself.
He's quite happy to go for that Echo. We've seen that before. This is very much like, I mean, honestly, looking at this composition from WE,
ooh.
What?
We could have Galio, or I guess even Pantheon support if they do lock that in. Which actually, I would.
We got baited. We got baited.
Honestly, I would have loved that.
Missing's set is incredible.
Yes.
Missing has been playing so well on this set. Really, really good for setting up Misfortune as well. She has the front-loaded damage to follow up on his engage.
So they have set themselves up for a really good 5v5 teamfight comp. I'm going to point out why I don't like it like I did in Spring a lot, but it's still one is you don't really have reliable engage. Even if Tishima opts to going with the Predator Galio, I don't feel like it's good enough as compared to having something like a Jarvan or something that jumps in where Galio could just follow. Sure, set does have a lot of MS buffs with especially the rune choices you go, but it still doesn't feel reliable enough to just run straight at the enemy team. At least you shouldn't be able to find that engage, but we've seen WE do it time and time again.
And especially Missing on this set, you can really sprint at people, especially if you go for the Hex Flash and the Phase Rush. You can Hex Flash out of a bush, go for the Knuckle Down. You're sprinting at the speed of light.
Yes, you are. And
the last second swap. Teacherma's going mid with set.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh,
wait,
changing things
up.
No,
yeah, they kept it. Yeah.
I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out when we get on into the game. I'm really curious. Could be Galio support in that bottom lane. But we'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see on this one. Changing things up. I like this from WE. Keeping everything up in the air.
See, I actually prefer the opposite with WE. When it comes to WE, I like when they keep it stock and standard and just play the same old WE way. And again, as of right now, doesn't look like that can win in LPL, but let's start with getting further in the season with some wins, securing a playoff spot, and then trying to branch out.
Fair enough. Well, maybe they've been branching out a little bit during the off-season. Maybe they've got some practiced, pre-prepared strategies. That's what this feels like to me, that they've changed things up here. They have a real tanky team. Look at that.
So they're committing to it.
Teachama in the mid lane with Set up against Zoe.
The thing I like about this is, once again, you have AP with 80 jungler, so you have mixed damage, so Angel gonna feel some threat there. And you do have lockdown in the bot lane on the Bard if, you can find a good EW combo with the Galio, lock him down, and you just have so much burst. Bard is such a squishy champion.
I mean, bullet time on top of that combo, someone is dead. You don't ever get out of that CC chain before you're already gone. So we'll see if Missing can set it up. But Galio support can struggle a little bit during the laning phase. You can get really bullied out.
Yes, you can. But at the same time, Bard not typically the champion I would think can do it. You do have some trading power there with your Winds of War as well. The thing I'm excited and expect to see is the Teacherma Beishang combo, because I expect Teacherma just to flash early, look for, an E onto Angel and try to set up that gank for Beishang.
I'm excited to see it, and I'm expecting the exact same thing here. SRFM I feel like has a lot of work cut out for him on this Graves, because Graves, an incredibly high priority pick right now. Super strong jungler. How is that going to match up against this Echo?
Graves will definitely win out in these early duels, right? If he has priority in his lanes, which you would expect in mid he should, as well as bot lane, probably will get some priority once you hit that level 3 and level 4 mark. He can just look to invade this Echo, look for these duels around Scuttlecrab, because Echo won't be able to start contesting until he does hit that level 6 mark, right? Finishes that jungle item, and then you can try and get on top of the Graves, but he's going to be able to cut you out that phase rush as well. So I'd probably say you're not expecting a lot of interaction in the straight-up 1v1 from Beishang.
Not just yet, at least. And well, I mean, that's what we said during game number 1. Beishang didn't really have much of a choice when it came down to it. SOFM made that issue his own issue and really charged forward to put his foot down. We'll see if that's going to be the same story here. Obviously, Graves, though, less slippery than the Jarvan that we saw that happening on. So if he does go too aggressive, he can be caught out.
Also interesting that Teacherma secondaried into the Resolve tree, so not going for the Hextech Flash, instead probably needing some safety.
Already aggression in the bottom lane, and this is the damage I was talking about. Jomung just chunking Huanfeng out in this trade. Missing does take a good amount of damage back for it, though.
Still, you'd feel good if the enemy AD carry is the one who did take all that damage. And at the same time, we just saw how that trade works at level 2. Can you imagine how it works once we hit like level 6 and that combo just equals a kill?
Yeah, I guess real scary on the side of Huanfeng and Sword Art. And this is one of the big problems that you have when you're running Ashe, right? The reason that you're picking Ashe is her ultimate. The first 5 levels, you're not going to have that available to you. Volley is basically the only thing in her kit.
Her laning phase actually isn't too bad with the harass coming from Volley, but again, when you see her paired up with a Bard, you just really don't have any options against a Misfortune and a Galio. They outrange you, they win in the all-in, they have more CC, more reliable CC.
Yeah. But also just more straight-up burst damage in those kind of 2v2s coming out from the Misfortune. It's one of the reasons Misfortune is so popular. It's just the love tap alone offers so much to a fight.
And going to use that priority from bot, and even having priority mid. We haven't seen set mid here in a long time, but let's remember it was picked a lot. I like the emote coming out from SOFM, but it was picked a lot in spring into all of these mage mid laners because guess what? You can have a non-interactive laning phase, the healing from your passive, even if they trade on you, doesn't matter. You throw a haymaker at the wave and you can either push or neutralize.
Yeah. Set is an incredibly strong champion and one of the things that has made him so strong, and the reason he's been so consistently in the meta, is the fact that he is flexible. He's been in the support, he's been top, he's been mid. He's even been jungle as well. You can pretty much put him anywhere except AD carry, but do you know what? Alongside a center, you could even put him AD carry.
Yes, you can, and both junglers moving over.
He's just the perfect champion.
I don't know about that one.
He's viable in every role. What are the qualifications do you need?
Who would be my perfect champion?
Probably Thresh.
Thresh, I think Thresh is up in that argument, right? He's stood the test of time, pretty much offers everything in his kit.
Yeah. Kind of just pickable in the vast majority of scenarios.
Like, I said my perfect champion. The perfect champion probably Thresh, but mine would probably be Draven, just for the fact of, like, the ego and confidence you need to pick it, which is why I'm still sad the only day Huanfeng has played that champion is on a non-English day. For anyone who doesn't know, Huanfeng does main, not necessarily main, but it's his pocket pick.
Yeah.
Pocket pick Draven.
I think he used to main.
Yeah, used to main. Did play it once in LPL last split. Was on a non-English day, though. Yeah. Also played Jhin.
Yeah, he did play a game of Jhin. I think they won that game as well. Did they?
I can't remember if they won, but I remember he was popping off.
I remember it looked great.
Yeah.
That's what I remember.
There were highlights, but I can't remember if they actually won. I actually think they didn't win. I just remember him popping off.
I feel like there was a lot of times that they didn't win. So that seems very possible. Missing taking a few hits here from Huanfeng. And actually, they're turning onto Jomung as well. One thing Ashe really does offer when you've got that approach velocity in your kit, as soon as you've taken one arrow, she will never let you escape. If she wants to keep extending the trade, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, but still, WE's bot lane going to have the pressure, going to be able to push out and get a base. Another interesting thing to me is the fact that we're seeing Teacherma go for the Bomby Cinder, so making his way towards the Sunfire Cape.
Yep, full tank set in this mid lane. But also just not really respecting the damage that Angel can offer in the mid lane. Basically saying, look, I'm not building for the lane here. I'm building for later on in the game.
And we look at how scaling goes. This goes back to one of these games where I don't feel like it's necessarily about the scaling of the champion kits themselves.
That was unfortunate.
It was unfortunate, but ooh.
Hang on, we could have a bit of a play here.
Yeah,
Missing's here. Missing's here, but he's spotted as well. Control ward on both sides of the mid lane here. It's just going to be Teachma clearing things out in the end. And that's the haymaker you were talking about, just clearing the wave so efficient.
Going back to my point, I don't feel like this game's about necessarily the scaling of individual champions. It comes down to the formations in the later stages of the game, and it's pretty easy to look at. If WE can get on top of Suning, they're going to win. It's that simple. If their champions get on top of Suning's champions, WE will win these fights. If Suning can keep them at a range, we can see good Tempered Fates, good Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, as well as Enchanted Crystal Arrows. Suning really need to abuse that fact that they have an 80 carry in the jungle, as well as all this poke.
Yeah. Honestly, when you look at the composition from WE, it feels almost JDG-esque in some way, in that a lot of the weight is on Beisheng's shoulder to be a carry in the later stages of the game, which is what we often see from Kanavi, whereas Teachma stepping very much into an auxiliary role where he's just setting everyone up for the fight.
We did say that we love when Teachma's on these champions that have the onus to engage themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he definitely can engage. That's one thing you can say about Set. He knows how to start a fight. WE kick this dragon off. It's going to be an Infernal to start. So for the first time this series, it won't be a Soul. The Smite should be able to come through from Beisheng. Fight, though, coming through from Suning. Sword Art pulled in. Bin is teleported down on the Aatrox. He's onto Jomung. Forces the flash over the wall. Everybody gets away with their lives, and it's a Drake for WE.
Overall, it's a big win for WE in the fact that, one, it's not only a Drake, but Morgan didn't have to burn TP. He was already headed down there. Bin did burn TP, obviously. Ooh. And the wave...
They're in trouble here. Nice block out of Missing, but it's not enough. Jomung's still going to go down. Kill for Huan Feng. And Missing is alone. Angel's not going to let him get away from this one. Poking damage down under the tower.
He's dead. He's dead, Bunch. He's dead.
Oh, Missing, you poor soul. Angel wanted to solo kill there, but SOFM sneaks it away with the collateral damage.
I was hoping it'd be kind of like some scumbag camaraderie banter, but you look at SOFM's player cam, and they're still just they were still so stone-faced and serious.
It's like, this is my kill. There is no banter about this.
But the wave, going back top lane, sorry, just... I love waves.
Go on.
Going back to
tell me about the waves. Tell me about.
Wave.
I'm dying to know. Tell me about the top wave.
Left in a great position where it should now be pushing back towards Morgan because of how the position it was left in top side. So, small win for Morgan there. But actually, big win because again, he still has his TP as well.
Look, honestly, if I'm Morgan this game with how it went last time, anything is a big win for me at this point. The fact that we're even is a big win.
Actually, he just went top and just cleared the wave and then walked away, so it didn't matter that it was pushing towards him.
Nice. Well. Last time around, Morgan was on the Aatrox and Bin was on the Renekton. Morgan got thoroughly bodied in the top lane. This time around, it's Morgan on this Renekton, and it's not going the same way.
And we need to remember, jungle matchup is obviously different, but at the same time, Aatrox was the one with the Jarvan last time around to where the Renekton had the Trundle, so you would think Morgan should still be able to have that same level of dominance. I also am pretty sure Bin went press the attack to where Morgan went Conquer. So a bit different.
Yeah, so some slightly different stylistic choices when it comes to the play in the top lane. But and ultimately...
We do know Morgan's probably going to go towards the Black Cleaver as compared to Bin, who's I'm going to play the Rune King, I'm going to abuse you.
Well, quite often on the Renekton, Morgan likes to go for the Tiamat first, then goes into the Black Cleaver.
Makes sense, because he just loves to push and move.
So Beisheng, in the meantime, going to grab himself a Rift Herald here. And we'll see where he's going to try and funnel that gold. Looks like it is going to be going the way of Morgan. They want some revenge onto Bin for game number 1. Morgan going real aggressive here. Holding on to that Ruthless Predator, trying to make sure that he's got the stun available to set up Beisheng. It's not going to happen. Beisheng just goes in on his own here. Still does massive damage.
And that was so close. Had he hit that W, Bin would have been dead for sure.
Bin would have been dead. That is for sure. You're absolutely right. But deciding not to go for the Herald. Deciding to back away from this one in the end.
I actually think it's fine. They don't have eyes on SOFM or Sword Art, so not wanting to just put that down and, you know, all of Suning match and then take down the Herald. The thing that's actually nice about the past few minutes is WE got the Herald but didn't lose out anywhere on the map because WE's bot lane still able to just shove out the wave whenever they want. So they shoved up, hovered towards mid. We already know Teacher Mod just has the Haymaker and the wave is pretty much gone.
Yeah, I
so,
mean this.
Yeah, we're going to see it. EW, wave is gone. So everyone just able to pretty much burst the wave immediately, hover topside, Beishang, pick up Herald for free.
I feel like as Angel, this lane just sucks. Well, I mean, it doesn't suck. You just get to clear the wave and walk away, but ultimately, you'd love to have a bit of kill pressure. You'd love to be able to harass, but there's just nothing you can do. Teachaba is practically invincible on this set. He's got the health regen available to him. Look, the trade will come through here. Trouble Bubble even lands. Angel gets a paddle star. Still half HP remaining, and now sets passive.
I was going to say, now time for the passes.
So basically, all of that mana used from Angel, but nothing happens.
And because Missing was hovering mid, is allowing Sword Art to zone off their bot lane, and SOFM is around, and Dragon's coming up in 40 seconds, so all eyes are going to be here. One thing to keep track of is that Morgan does have TP, Bin doesn't, so if Suning does want to fight for this, Bin just needs to start heading down in the next 20 seconds.
Beishang's moving up towards the top side, though. They're going to try and punish Bin before he can rotate, before he can move around the map here.
They might even just give up Dragon, say, hey, we already have one. We're not worried about you getting Soul.
No stun once again, but this is surely going to be the tower going down. Herald will drop. No CC available to deny it, and now damage onto Bin. I don't know why you contested that one. Chrono break from Beishang. Now just a couple of hits, and this will go down. Dragon only spawning in 10 seconds. Morgan could TP. I don't know. Beishang can't get there.
They could, but still, you could just posture 4v4 and hold it and give Beishang time to roam down.
What? You know what?
Well, I was going to say,
sod the Dragon. Just get a tower.
Why would you? Because we talked a lot last split about how the solo Dragons don't mean that much, right? Whether, you know, however much % damage or movement speed or XYZ, it doesn't matter when you can just stack up 4 of 1, become really dominant in one area and, you know, win out in the long run.
And if you want to stack up a Dragon, Ocean's not a bad one to go for. That's going to be the soul this game. And now Morgan has already got so much gold behind him. There's the Tiamat that we talked about coming on through, as well as a Phage. Now he can go wherever he wants on the map and start to impact things.
Game's still pretty close, but the thing I like about WE's composition is, again, with these compositions that just go in, it's just so simple to understand. Yeah. It's really hard to mess up to where Suning have to be the ones creating space and playing around these key cooldowns.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the WE composition, Sword Art gets away, classic Bard. When you look at WE's composition, it just makes sense, right? Everybody wants to group up, smash people, set up for the bullet time. When you look at Suning's composition, it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, again, you're relying on Enchanted Crystal Arrow, on Tempered Fate, on the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, a lot of things. But for WE, they do need flashes since they don't have any set. I was going to say set engage, but they do actually have set engage, but they don't have any reliable
They have literally set engage.
Yeah.
But yeah, you are right. They don't have a standard way of getting in unless they can find some kind of flank. But, well, relatively one-sided when it comes to the turret plates. Huge amount of gold being given over to Morgan and to Beishang. Obviously, we saw the Herald play on the top side. But it's been a slow, quiet early game, and that is exactly what Suning wants, right? That is exactly Suning's comfort zone so far in this series.
That is what it is, and actually, going back to a previous point, you talked about Beishang having to play a very Kanavi-esque role and being a carry in this game. SOFM does as well, right? He's a Graves in a composition, which, sure, yeah. Ashe does do a lot of damage in the late game, so does Zoe as well, but when you're picking something like this Graves, you are one of the centers of the composition.
Oh, Teachama wants to make a fight happen here, but SOFM is around. Haymaker denies all of the damage out from Angel. With Beishang here, I think Suning decided this is not worth it anymore. Dragon not up for another 3 minutes. I'm not 100% sure what this is all about. They get the catch, though. Really nice stun from Sword Art. And he actually got caught by the Trouble Bubble as well. Keeps him alive. Crystal Arrow only hits onto Missing. They just don't seem to be able to finish the target off. There comes a stopwatch. They're finally going to get a kill from themselves after all of this. Missing nearly gets out with his ult.
That was actually beautiful and showed how reliant Suning are on these abilities, right? Sword Art hitting a very amazing Cosmic Binding, which I don't think anyone expected, but then chaining that into an arrow into a bubble is how they're going to find these kills.
And you saw Beishang getting caught out. Tries to get away. There's a bubble already there. There's no way you can go. The CC chain is actually really terrifying if it's executed correctly.
At the same time, WE once again have a very tanky composition like previous games where Echo going to be hard to kill. You have a Gal in the bot lane, you have a full tank set in the mid lane. Even if you do hit all those layers of CC, you're going to give a lot of time to the members of WE to deal damage back in a full 5v5 team fight.
Yeah, I mean, even the Renekton, right? We saw it last game. Bin in that team fight around the back of Baron just wouldn't die. He was the guy that they tried to focus down. And honestly, that fight, one of the big reasons that WE ended up losing game 2.
And we've just seen, I was going to say Morgan, but Renekton be such a dominant champion in this series. And in the LPL overall, it's another champion, had an 89% presence rate in LPL coming into this, which again has only been 2 days of games. But still, it's a champion we love here, and you're seeing in this series why it does so well in the LPL.
Such a dominant pick, and such a dominant force here, but only a 400 gold difference right now as we head towards the 20-minute mark. This is the closest this series has been yet. And when we look towards the later stages of the game, I would say scaling probably slightly in favor of Suning.
I'd agree. Again, when it comes down to just champions in isolation, Suning's is where I'd go. And even if executed correctly, I think Suning should come out on top. But it just feels like that might be a bit of too high of a bar for, you know, a mid-tier team in the LPL as compared to what WE have, which even with a bit of a change with Teachamo on set, the comp style is still very much comfort.
Yeah, it's about, you know, Teachamo goes in, starts a brawl, everyone else follows up on it. And ultimately, when you consider how Suning have to start a fight, it's like the Tempered Fate, the Crystal Arrow. Realistically, they want to be on Beisheng or on Jomung, right?
Yes.
Everyone else is going to be invincible. It's going to be really hard to land a Crystal Arrow onto either of those targets.
Or it's going to need to be a pick like before, but we see Morgan posturing for a TP.
He wants to try and make his way in. I was talking about it's hard to pick. They do get a Trouble Bubble onto Jomung, but the Ocean Drake has been started off there. Beisheng wants to find his way in. He's looking. Oh, that was questionable, to say the least. Goes in way too early on that one, but now the fight, they're going for it anyway. They don't care. Huanfeng flash out, but here comes Beisheng. He's back into the action, and he's looking for a double kill. There's one for Morgan. It's a Dragon for a double.
It looks so good at first for the side of Suning. Beisheng just jumping in too early. Should have realized the Dragon wasn't theirs. But Teachamo finding a beautiful engage. Keep giving him these engaged champions. They get 2 kills. They get a turret. They might even get a second.
Once again, this would be 2 Heralds and 2 turrets out of each of them for WE. Some of the most efficient Herald play we've seen in the LPL this year, honestly. They don't quite get the second tower, but valiant effort there. 3-3 on the scoreboard. WE starting to eke out a gold lead, though.
True, and it just slight. This game ultimately still going to come down to these big team fight moments. And here we see Beisheng jump in. This is what we talked about with how much survivability WE's comp has, though. Even if you get the perfect CC chain, you just get out scot-free. We see a decent Tempered Fate coming out from Sword Art, but it doesn't matter. Once WE's on top of you, Suning's composition is just too squishy.
And that showstopper coming out from Teachamo was magnificent. It was a game over millimeters. You could see that he flashes just beyond Huanfeng to pull him back into the team.
I love it. I love seeing Teachamo on these style of champions. He does so well. Last split was only his first split, and he has his own unique flavor. And again, he might not stand up in lane to some of these guys, but it's still just beautiful to watch.
Doesn't that just say a lot, though? That this is Teachamo's second split in the LPL, and he already has such a name for himself. He already has such a reputation in the LPL. It takes a certain type of player to make that much of an impact in your first split.
The thing I love about it, too, is the team and player have such self-awareness to know, hey, maybe I can't work on the Zoes, on the Syndras, on these types of champions, but I can play my style and we can find a way to make it work. Because a lot of teams don't do that, right? They try to force their players into a certain mold, and then their teams suffer for it.
I've seen that many, many times over the years, not just in the LPL either. Not WE, though. And apparently not Suning either, because this composition is far from the standard composition that you'd expect to be seeing. And they're making it work for themselves. Certainly not out of the game just yet.
It's actually funny because this Suning comp reminds me a lot of a Flash Wolves comp. And they do have, of course, Sword Art and the Flash Wolves coaching staff. So Flashos would always pick these types of carry junglers for Karsa, put them with very limited CC and frontline options, and just try to hard out skill you. Which, of course, back then in the LMS would work, but here in the LPL, not going to have the same time.
Yeah, I mean, me and Dagda were talking about this the other day when we were talking about Maple in the mid lane. It felt like, you know, in the LMS, he was a dominant force. He was winning trophy after trophy after trophy. Here in the LPL, big fish in a small pond back there. Now he's in the ocean. It feels kind of similar for Sword Art.
So Sword Art is a 6-time LMS champion, has been to Worlds 5 times, has been top 3 at MSI, no, top 4 at MSI 3 times, and is an IEM champion where they had to beat G2 in the final, the Sven and Mythy G2, so still a good one. So this guy has the accolades.
Yeah, relatively impressive scoreline there. That's like borderline T1 levels of trophy case, just from a slightly less dominant region. Slightly less.
Yeah, it is. They actually just lost the first year of both LMS trophies, but...
Hang on, Teacherma's caught out right. Oh, that's not Teacherma, it's just a Galio. It's missing that was caught out. Baseshug trying to get out with his own life. Chrono Break is going to pull him back into the fight. Oh, what a trouble bubble! Jomung has his cleanse, but that was a valiant effort from Angel.
Let's remember that Suning might have picked a comp that relies on a lot of individual skill, but this team has a ton of individual skill. Great pick on missing. Like you said, that Sleepy Trouble bubble was just beautiful.
Now on towards the tower. Flash comes through from Angel, but can't quite connect the Paddle Star. They don't have minions, but they've got an Ashe. And once that lethal tempo's going, you just throw those arrows.
And Dragon's going to be up in 30 seconds, so Suning going to be able to put down some vision control in time.
And let's bear in mind, it was missing that got caught, so even if it was a little bit later than it was, he's always going to be able to ult back into the fight. The Galio is always going to be able to make his way across the map. 20 seconds until this Ocean Drake. WE would really like to get this one, because Suning, if they can find another Drake here, they're on Soul Point for an Ocean Soul. That's the kind of advantage that can really secure a game.
I kind of want to see Suning buy a bit of time, let the Enchanted Crystal Arrow come back, because you need that full CC chain. You need to pick someone off to win this fight.
They might be disagreeing with you here, because they're posturing like they're quite happy to go toe-to-toe.
Almost up, Munchables.
It's not that long of a cooldown. It's a surprisingly short cooldown for how effective it is. Angel's just trying to buy time because they're already into the Dragon Pit. Dragon down to half HP. But we're committing onto Angel here. WE started... Wait, what? He got the Dragon base on you, hero! Now taunt onto SOFM in the back line as well. They're trading blow for blow across the map. SOFM gets away with his life. Angel for Jomung so far in this game, and now Morgan has been targeted. Jumps over the wall, though, and Bin can't quite get the knock-up. Can't get the chains either. But Missing and Teachama are in trouble. Good taunt, but there's no follow-up whatsoever. Teachama flashes. They're going to get away.
That was still a beautiful flash from Teachama, and oh my god, Beishang just get... Beishang jumps over the wall, steals the dragon, gets a mid lane turn. It actually doesn't matter that you lost 2 people.
Beishang has forgotten that he's in a competitive team environment. He's playing solo queue right now. Steals the dragon, he's like, screw the team fight, I'm going mid.
I'm just saying, he got 2 objectives for his team. Let's take a look at him here. Just ease over the wall, I'm pretty sure, and just smites it and then ults away. So all of Suning disengaging and now left in a position where they're trying to find the kills. They do get this kill onto Jomung with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They head down, but Morgan and Teacherma were just able to play it so beautifully, dodging critical skill shots to make it out alive.
And ultimately, off the back of the dragon fight, what happened after the fact is that they traded Missing for a mid-tier 1 tower. You're going to take that trade every single day of the week.
And ultimately, with 1 or 2 going down, even with the turret, in my mind, whoever secures the dragon is the big winner there, especially Suning. Even if you lost 1 or 2 members, if you were able to get that Drake and be on 3, it would be massive.
Yeah, for WE, it's not even about getting the Drake for themselves. It's about making sure that Suning doesn't get that Drake. And now they're in a position where the next one, it'll be Soul Point either way.
We're also at a point where WE, even if they get something like a Baron, are going to rely on a team fight to close out this game because they have 4 melee champions, so they're not really going to be in a position where they can siege. So I like to see that these teams are just focusing on something like the Dragon.
Bear in mind, Baron is on the map at this point. Ashe, incredibly good at rushing that down. It's not a champion we get to talk about rushing Baron often because it's not a champion we see very often. But she goes Blade of the Rune King. She goes for a lot of attack speed as well. She really can melt it.
You have double AD carry in your composition with the Graves.
True. But WE, well aware of the situation. They're going for a fight right now. Teachama straight into everyone. Haymaker goes wide, though. And now Missing is left out alone. Tempered Fate onto Jomung. Can they follow up? Yes is the answer. He's going to drop. Missing goes as well. In the meantime, Morgan didn't even teleport. He's still in the bottom lane. This has been a 4v5 the whole time.
Morgan just so late on the play. What?
Now he's going to go for the teleport. WE aren't done just yet.
They need to stop Suning from doing this Baron. Even though WE's comp can't use it, Suning siege quite well.
WE here. Morgan's popped the Dominus, but he's not going in despite Teachama being there. They've reset the Baron, though. That might be enough to stop things. Beisheng still hanging around, still trying to make his way across. They've denied the Baron.
Yeah, I feel like Suning could have played around it more aggressively, have been come over and just keep forcing them in. Sure, you're missing a lot of your key cooldowns, which, again, their composition's very reliant on their CC, but you still have World Ender as well as Graves Ultimate up.
Interesting to see Huanfeng, when you look at his build path right now, he's going for that Death Dance third as well, so kind of emulating a similar style to the Ezreals that we've been seeing, and I can understand why.
Yeah, again, honestly not something I've seen. We don't see Ashe too often, but at the same time, with the style of composition WE's running, which is, again, very melee-centric, needs to get in your face, I can understand how more resistances, more lifesteal, more survivability is the key to winning against this comp.
Yeah. Does mean that you have to forego the Infinity Edge, though, which obviously scales exceptionally well with Ashe's passive. So perhaps we'll pick that up later on in the game. Maybe we'll just go more attack speed, though. Something like a Rage Blade could do a lot of work.
At the same time, now Jomung's going to be hitting like a truck, where Huanfeng, like you just pointed out, not going to be there yet. At the same time, I actually like it for the fact that you have other big damage threats on your team, and you don't need to be that soul.
No, he flashed into the arrow. Beautiful from Huanfeng. Predicts the flash. And that is how you say, I'm the better AD carry.
And this is what's so exciting about this style of play, where you need to hit these abilities. And Jomung's gotten just wrecked absolutely every time, whether it's from a Tempered Fate, an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, a Cosmic Binding. He's taken all of them.
This is kind of the problem, right? You don't actually have any peel in this composition. The rest of your team, they just want to go in.
Yeah, and we actually saw Suning run these style of compositions last split, where it'd be like 4 Protect 1 in a sense, where they weren't working.
Well, this is looking to be a soul point coming through for the side of Suning, because realistically, there is no contest available from WE. They're just going to try and grab some vision around the Baron area. Huanfeng will finish this Drake off. So, Ocean Soul point now. Suning feeling really confident, feeling good in this series. And honestly, when you look at how game number 1 went, I didn't expect Suning to show up like this.
I want to say that coming off their win against LNG, I still wasn't too hot on them, right? They beat LNG in a pretty...
Yeah.
It was convincing, but it was convincing in a way that I feel like should have been more convincing when you're up against LNG. So the fact that they're getting... Not getting, but the fact that they're keeping close to WE is really impressive to me. It shows that this time they could be in contention for middle of the table, but...
Round of applause. I mean, that was also kind of a funky hitbox, but
I also love how Sword Art's chaining these Cosmic Bindings perfectly with any CC the rest of the team are putting out.
Oh, Bin is the target once again. We've seen this a lot this series, but Morgan goes Dominus. Beisheng's actually taking a huge... How is Bin so healthy? The amount of sustain he's got. Then there's an arrow onto Morgan. The Cosmic Binding as well. Morgan goes down. So does Jomung. Suning, a team fighting gods. Missing has nowhere to run to. And Suning are showing us a masterclass of this composition.
I am absolutely with you on that one with the Aatrox healing. That came out of nowhere. And now Suning, they might just choose to push for the end, but... probably should look for the Baron.
I don't know if they can quite end the game here. Maybe if they catch Teachama, gets
20
away with
seconds.
his life.
Go for the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, 20 seconds, you've not even got an inhib yet, you don't have a minion wave, probably go for the Baron.
I got a bit ahead of myself, but when they started running mid, it's like, oh my god, what are they doing? But let's see what happens here. They aren't able to lock him down. Doesn't actually hit that third Q. Oh, the first Q. And his sustain is just so much from his passive as well as the Death's Dance. Good Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and we've said it here with the Cosmic Bindings as well. Just great CC chain coming out. Missing now left in a really awkward position. Beisheng not able to get away. Great flash coming out from Bin. And
I mean, one by one, they just fall apart. Clearly, They were just as surprised at the healing out of Bin as we were. And that was the same thing when Bin was on the Renekton. They were surprised at how much he was able to survive. He seems to have some kind of healing buff.
And we also see him going with the Ghost Blade as well, so going a very solo Q-esque build here.
He wants to win. He wants to find fights. He wants to find Jomung.
He wants to, I was going to say, exactly. His build is just to delete Jomung with that.
I mean, this entire composition just seems to be delete Jomung. He's 0-5. Missing is 0-6. They're not having a fun game.
And it's been so beautiful that they've always hit those Tempered Fates on one of those two. And again, when you support Galio, you're not making money. You're not actually getting that tank. You're not building damage. You're just kind of, you're just utility.
And look, Hongfeng on this Ashe, his Enchanted Crystal Arrows have been so good this game. And I've seen a lot of Ashes competitively over the years, and I've seen a lot of missed arrows. Hongfeng, not a single miss this game.
Also impressive because I checked his solo QID just before this, and it's not a champion he was spamming a lot of or anything, so the fact that his skill shots are still so on point is so impressive.
I mean, that's one of the nice things about Ashe, right? It's not really been changed much over the years. Bin pulled underneath the tower here. They might just have the damage. This time, Tempered Fate onto 3, but Bin already went down. There's some stuns across the team. SOFM trying to get the damage missing, barely survives, but survive he does. Bullet time now as SOFM finishes 1. Trying to get onto Jomung. Somehow Suning are still winning this fight out. They're looking for an inhib now as Hongfeng charges on forward, but there's a stopwatch. He's been baited in. No, he hasn't, because he's got insane damage. Finishes Morgan. Taunt going to come on through onto 3 of them. Is the damage there? Hongfeng finally falls, but SOFM is another AD carry. They get the inhib, and they get away with it.
Absolutely so much happened in this fight. I'm surprised like you are. Bin went down right away. Tempered Fate coming out a bit late, but Suning still able to come out ahead of this fight because of how far ahead they are. 5k gold. And now we have to keep our eyes on this next dragon because WE need to make a miracle happen. But the good thing for them is Beishang can still just look for a play where, you know, you dive right in over the wall with that Galio and you try to force out a 50-50 play.
Just keep your eyes on Hongfeng during this fight because the way he positions towards the end, so aggressive, but so well played.
And we see Bin get deleted, Tempered Fate coming out a bit late, but like you're saying, Hongfeng is just tethering his range perfectly, always slightly out of range. This also goes back to what we said about WE's comp not having any real reliable engage. We see right Set and Renekton just have to walk forward. Hongfeng playing so perfectly, as well as Angel is hitting so many Sleepy Trouble bubbles, doing a great job with these paddle stars, not that one particularly, but like you said, Hongfeng just showing us a masterclass in position.
Just beautifully played. Nearly survives there as well. The smite comes through in the end from Beishang. Now Ocean Drake about to spawn. It's do or die for WE off the back of this fight. How do they make this happen? How do they find a win?
Honestly, I feel like you just go for the gamble. You have Beishang jump over the wall, maybe Renekton slice and dice in as well. Open that Galio ultimate and just go all in, force a really hectic 50-50 situation.
Try and find Hongfeng if you possibly can. Dragon start at 5,500 health. Suning will pull it back, and obviously they're the ones with a positional advantage right now. SOFN, though, has been stunned up, maybe caught out, flashes away to safety. Keeps himself good right now. Morgan's going to look for the 1v1 onto it, but he doesn't have the damage. Blown up by the Graves, as is the rest of his team. Angel surviving, but actually goes down to Beishang in the end. Chrono Break to get back in the fight. Here comes Galio, knock up across the team. SOFM still going strong, but with Hongfeng down, do they have the damage? Bin now trying to answer for that, stunned up, and it's going to be Jomung somehow surviving. Teachamas here, trying to tank up on the front line. You can see his regen starting to come on through. SOFM goes in, Teachamas with a haymaker, but it goes wide. Slows from Jomung. Getting some healing from his bloodline as well. 3 versus 3, Suning back towards the Dragon.
And Suning still have super minions in the bot side threatening the Nexus, so they feel fine just playing the patient game here.
Both junglers are going to be here. Only Beishang has Smite right now, though. They're going straight onto Sword Art. He can't get away with it. And now SOFM manages to answer, gets a kill onto the AD carry, but might answer with his own life. Shut down for Beishang, keeps himself safe with the Chrono Break. Teachamas desperately trying to escape, but Bin is on a rampage, and he wants more blood. Beishang desperately trying to find a way on out. No way. No way does he get away with this.
He does.
Oh my god. Beishang, you sneaky devil.
You know, my first thought after all that is, it is ridiculously set in Aatrox healing, especially with only 1 or 2 Ocean Drakes. Like, that was Did you see Teacher Mod just surviving on 10% HP and never going down because he just casually walks away for 2 seconds? But there was so many facets to that fight. Actually, Angel starting it off, chunking Morgan low, keeping SOFM alive, put himself in such a bad position to where he just pretty much got deleted. I didn't see how Huanfeng went down, but...
utter chaos, and there's no time for a replay because we're still going here. Chrono Break used so early. Beisheng stunned up. Bin is going to go over surely on this one. He's 1v3 though. In the meantime, his team is doing the Dragon. That's the most important thing. WE, they've got to find an answer right now, but the Ocean Drake goes over the soul for Suni.
Thank God, Munchables, because it looked like they were all trying to jump over the wall to help Bin. Don't help Bin. Secure the soul. Whether he goes down or not doesn't matter. They don't have time to finish. He even has TP whether he had died or not, so glad to see they made the right decision in the end.
Baron is about to spawn, and Suning are already here. They are well ahead in this series now with this Ocean Soul. I mean, Bin is going to be unkillable at this stage.
Yeah, no other way to put it than that. He also does have all the damage still, again, has the Ghost Blade, does pick up the GA, but it is now down.
Bin finding a bit of a hit onto missing there, but can't turn it into much. Chrono Break having to be used from Beisheng. He's on the wrong side of this play. Look at that from Sword Art. No way out, although Beisheng's not going to survive. He's going to go down in the end. Never mind. Teacher might now running for the hills. Missing the same story.
This game's over.
Crystal Arrow about to come off of cooldown. 50 seconds on the jungler. Jomon just desperately clearing the minions here. If it's not over right now, it's at least 3 inhibs.
If they don't end right here, Munchables, I don't know what's going on. Like you said, they have Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Graves' ultimate is still up. They can just dive, engage. You have Ocean Soul.
This has got to be it. This has got to be the win for Suning. Minion's going to be cleared, though. It does mean the Teacherma's going to be here with his Haymaker to deny. Look at the damage onto Bin. Ah, the Teacherma right there. Really nice ult from Jomon. Clears the minions and stops them pushing.
Yeah, guess. We would think that Bin is tanky enough to just go for this engage, but especially without his World Ender, just not feeling the confidence to make the play. And like you said, beautiful ult coming out from Jomon.
It goes back to what you were saying before. He's gone for a Ghost Blade. He's not going to be tanky.
That's true. So his build and Jomon making me eat my words, but still they're going to get the Baron.
No, you were right. You were correct.
Okay, I was correct about that. I was wrong about ending the game.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Well, either way, you were wrong in some way. Whichever way we turn it, one of them was incorrect.
It happens.
No.
We accept.
Sad times. Well, WE hang on, though. Against all odds. I really felt like they were doomed at that point. But that's twice in a row now. Beisheng has been caught out and forced to use his Chrono Break early.
Yeah, Beisheng not having the best time, which he's still 6-2-3, so it's not like he's been caught out too much. But he's making a lot of these really bold plays, leaving his team in an awkward position. And going back to the composition, this is what I would have expected a lot last split, where they were running the Galio compo with Predator, to where that was the sole engage, and I thought, okay, this should just get kited out in the later stages of the game, but it always worked. This time around, we see a similar style composition. Of course, no Predator Galio, but still, they just need to run at you, and we've seen Suning just kite it out so beautifully and how it should interact.
And I've been impressed by Suning, their presence of mind to go for this. Here we go. WE are in. Huanfeng's locked up. But look how many redemptions came down. He's full health again. And now they turn the fight. Once the Wombo's gone, there's nothing WE can do.
And we saw right there, Jomon has no good position for a bullet time.
Morgan just about gets away with his life, but SOFM's fan Teacherma, you don't get out of this one, my friend. And he hasn't got any damage. This is not a fair fight. This is not a 1v1. This is SOFM playing pest control right now. Just looking for the set, looking to shut him down. The Dead Man's Plate is going to do a lot of work. Actually flashes for this one. Teacherma keeps him busy, but ultimately, it's another kill for Suning. It's an inhibitor in the top lane.
That sequence of events kind of felt like the series to me, where we've just kind of been running around all over the place.
It was exactly like when they chased Angel in game 1.
And Suning went out in the end. That's the end of that sequence.
Oh dear. Well, fantastic stuff from Suning here, and this is looking like the game. I don't think there's any way to end this one other than finishing things off. SOFM doing damage. Angel backing away, and he keeps himself safe from missing. Morgan barely survives, and with a Tempered Fate, Jomon is well and truly doomed. There goes the game, and Suning turn things on in game 3 and win 2-1.
Suning, again, kind of we talked about in Game 1 that, oh, you know, they were kind of slow to come online. They didn't really do anything. And that kind of explains the series, right? They were slow to come online in the series, but when they finally did, it was beautiful. I love to see this sort of composition, which I'd say as an analyst, I'm not a fan of, because you're like, oh my god, this is so reliant on skill. But the fact that it is so reliant on skill and they pulled it off is what made it beautiful.
Yeah, and honestly, you said it perfectly during the game. When you look at the Suning roster, there is no shortage of skill available. It's just, are they all firing on all cylinders? Are they able to coordinate it correctly? In this game, they absolutely were.
They were, and someone we actually didn't talk about almost at all during the game, we really need to give, you know, a shout out to is SOFM, because he had a really good game on that Graves, became a big damage dealer and carry that we said we needed to see him be, and really stepped up and carried his team over the finish line when they needed him. And we finally see smiles. That's what I love. We saw Victory 5 so stone-faced yesterday after they won like it was expected, but...
I don't know how they looked so just normal after an entire split of losing. I guess only one of them actually spent the entire split of losing. The rest of them weren't there.
He wasn't happy either, but we saw Angel walking off, smiles and laughter all around, so...
Suning happy with that one. And I think as well, especially Jomung and Missing, falling short in that last game. But it feels a lot like that was down to the last second shenanigans. Why not give the set to Missing? We know he's amazing on set. The Galio for Missing really didn't look good, consistently getting caught out. The same thing for Teachamar in the mid lane. Sure, he survived the laning phase great, but wasn't really able to do too much in the later stages.
It feels hard for me to criticize his composition from WE because me and you were talking off camera that, like, I'm not a big fan of a lot of the WE comps. Like, that's just, they look very one-dimensional, and not just one-dimensional, but they have very small windows to make things happen, and it also feels reliant on you putting the enemy team in certain positions, so it's very hard, but they've always eked out wins in the past, so it's hard to criticize, but they just weren't able to do it today.
Because that's the thing, right? I criticize that composition, but ultimately, they always run kooky compositions, and quite often it works for them. In the end, though, this time around, it's Suning that come out on top. And look at the damage, actually. Bin the one to top it all off. SOFM, the jungler, in second place, and Beisheng matching him on the other side.
And Bin really was the highlight of the series, and
yeah,
just that one moment in this game where they get onto him two-man strong and they're still not able to take him down. It's like they were practically healing him.
I don't know what happened for Bin in the offseason. I don't know what he had for breakfast this morning, but he is a changed man. He has evolved. If he was a Pokemon, he's now level 2. I want to see what the level 3 evolution is, though, when we get towards playoffs.
He was always touted as a scrim god by a lot of the players and coaches in the league, and he's finally showing up.
Yeah, finally being able to make things happen for him and his team. And on the other side of the board as well, Huanfeng and Sword Art looking amazing. This was a lot of bot difference in this game, it has to be said, but the Ashe especially from Huanfeng, really, really impressed. The Crystal Arrow is consistently great, and his positioning during these team fights clearly knows how to play these high attack speed characters.
I had no doubt in Huanfeng, especially after last split, but Sword Art to me had a very middling last split after, I'd say, a pretty good year in 2019. So even his first Bard game, there were good moments, but this last game on Bard, especially not even his Tempered Fates, his Cosmic Bindings were just on point.
And I'm just excited to see a game where we can really complement Sword Art without it being Thresh, right? Because Thresh is the champion that we know Sword Art for. When you see him on Thresh, you expect a great performance. When that's banned away or picked away, suddenly there's a lot of question marks around Sword Art. I'm glad that we're seeing him on the Bard, succeeding outside of his normal champion.
Especially not even like one of his secondary champions, like an Alistar or a Yuumi or something like this. It's Bard. You don't know Sword Art for Bard, and he had a great game. And again, in this last game especially, the pieces of Suning really coming together.
Yeah, I'm really, really impressed by Suning. Bin especially, though. I think Bin is the standout in this series by a country mile, especially the way that he manhandled Morgan in game number 2. The Renekton versus Aatrox matchup. The fact that that was such a close matchup in game 3 when the roles were reversed, but Bin won it so handedly in game 2 says a lot about what this top laner has to offer.
It also showed the different styles of these two top laners, where he did go the press the attack, Blade of the Rune King. I'm just going to manhandle Morgan route, to where Morgan's like, I'm going to buy Tiamat, I'm going to push, I'm going to move. And I love that killer instinct that we see out of Bin.
And I feel like we've almost misrepresented Bin at the start of the day, because I was expecting Bin to play that similar style to Morgan, where he is rotating around, like playing much more around the team, trying to go for these big Wukong ultimates and things. But I guess when you ban the Wukong, He's just going to body lane instead.
The weird thing is we would have expected this last split. Like, coming into this split, we'd be like, okay, Bin's all about lane himself, strong individual performance, at least trying to get to that place. But in his first series, like, okay, I'm going to play Wukong, and I'm going to be a team player. So we're like, oh, showing more dimensions to his gameplay.
Yeah, it's certainly working out for them. And across the board, really, really impressed by Suning. WE need to go back to the workshop a little bit here, because we brought up the question at the start of today, have they been figured out? Are they too one-dimensional? Suning says yes right now. They seem to have figured this out and found a way to stop them in their tracks.
It just goes back to that if you're a WE fan, you honestly can't be you can't be surprised at how these games went and how the drafts came to be, the playstyles they wanted to emulate. It's all standard WE, but this worked in spring when a lot of rosters were new and teams were finding synergy, but is it going to hold up this split against middle tier and top tier teams?
And the question will be, how quickly can Shanks come in? Can Shanks arrive on this roster, kind of shore up the mid lane champion pool a little bit, and offer more standard play for the squad?
But I also want to point out the point that, sure, this guy was doing great in LDL, and this last split of LDL was also very different. You only played 5 series, and it's also very different playing this kind of like rookie-esque, very ballsy lane dominant style in LDL, then coming and trying to do it against LPL mid laners where suddenly the jungler's here and you're like, oh god, and you're just feeding out of your mind.
And try that against Rookie. See how that's going to go for you. We'll see if he's going to come in future weeks. But our MVP for this game is going to go the way of SOFM. Been looking amazing across the series, but I mean, just look at the scoreline. SOFM, constant threat all over the map this game.
He was a huge damage dealer in the middle stages of the game. He would constantly stay on top of his enemies with that phase rush and just get the damage down, and great to see him whenever he's in form.
Also, his smites were pretty on point. There was one that Beishong managed to steal, but generally speaking, his objective control and the way that his team was playing around him in those objectives, really, really great to see from Suning. And I think ultimately that is the takeaway here, is the coordination from Suning. The fact that they're able to pull a composition like this out and still make it work, still work together and execute on those ultimates.
That's definitely the highlight, is the individual skill, the coordination, the synergy being there. The question mark is still against teams that are more proactive in the early game, and again, don't have mid-game issues, are more, put together. Can they get the wins?
Can they actually last throughout that early game? That will be one of the tests for Suning as this season goes on. But right now, Suning are sitting pretty. They're at the top of the standings. They've managed to get themselves 2 wins, and nobody else has 2 wins because nobody else has played 2 games. So they're feeling good right now. #1 team
Basic
in the
math.
LPL. Hell yeah.
Which, again, against LNG, I don't want to discount LNG just yet because the season's just starting, but is an expected bottom table team. WE, though, again, top 6 last split, so this is a great win.
Both of these teams were in playoff contention at the end of the split. Suning didn't make it, WE did, but Suning winning out this series shows good things for them coming up this year. But that's going to be the end of our first series. We've got another one coming your way, though. Make sure you do stick around. We're going to jump into the break. Then we're going to jump into BLG up against Feature Gaming and see what Koma has up his sleeves.
一脚大速直接给大刀，那这样的话应该是不抢龙大团。秦桧夜景挂过去，大圣花火直接炸到了3个人，一血异世界红子的一个大楼天空打得非常的好，幻风直接把圈圈给杀掉。周梦带走一个 double kill，
Scout 也过来了一个大招撒下来，直接收掉2个人，而且这2个人也有点难跑。哇！拉扯一下，做着推山推到2个人，马老师闪现进来曹到了2个人，不过后补没有人管，一直在跳。
看一下后续的时候，看到明喜是一个人过去，
控制了3个人。
哇，但是救梦的一个输出好像没有人在理，触发自己的一个致命节奏。
先下手为强。我来者不拒。
上单的经济差已经来到了一个4000块钱，就领先了一个大几。
哎，大叔这波直接大对进去啊，技能到，但是后方队友能不能跟进？索尔的离柜比较危险，开了一个金身，但是猴子又是直接切到了一个后排。辛德拉先把自己的大招交完以后，开了一个金身，但另外一边双门正在黏住了 Light， 而且辛德拉金身结束以后，直接被 Angel 的一个妖姬给收掉以后，双门在后面，即使是一个盲僧在残局里面，也没有人可以撼动他。
领教下俺老孙的本事吧！
不是特别的够看，主要
哎，来了，迷醒这波绕后要背谁？背的是一个 Scout， 加辽的大招也顺势落下，炸起来，两个人直接被秒掉，双 C 倒下的 BLG 好像有点难以逃脱。
准备好，要见血了。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now. Come out of the shadow. This is it now. Come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. I've never been this way. I felt so hard, and I end my life a brand new start. I can't walk away. I've never been this far.
Series 1 is done and dusted. A 2-1 victory for Suning over WE in the end. But that means it's time for us to move on with our day and get into our second series of day 3 here in the Summer Split. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Lyric once again as we head into Vici Gaming versus BLG. And this is a series that is very much about setting expectations.
I mean, these two teams 9th and 10th in the regular season. Both actually had a 7-9 record, so they couldn't be as close in like expected levels going into summer as could be.
Yeah, and when you consider the expectations of the two teams at the start of spring, it's two quite different stories, because BLG, when they started spring off, looked really good. They looked like a potential playoff team, a potential top team. It didn't really continue throughout the split, though.
It's funny because in preseason, we all thought they'd be top 4, top 5. After week 1, we thought the same thing. Coming back from that long break, though, they looked like a completely different team.
I don't know what happened, but it all fell apart from them. And let's take a look at their roster as we move into this series. And as we move into summer for this team, and one of the most important things to mention is you see Jin Zhao there, bottom middle. He has moved to the support position after being a long-time AD carry on the squad.
And I think it's good that they kept him in the roster in some capacity, because he's the long-standing member of this team, going all the way back to AD Gaming in 2015, EDG's second team. Also bringing in best-16 up, moving him up from their academy roster. He did used to play in the LPL on OMG, but the big name to look at is Wings.
Yeah, Wings stepping on in, being promoted from the LDL, and he is from BLG's sister team or academy team in the LDL. But he looks good. He looks like the kind of player that can pop off in a team fight.
Exactly. So he's very solid. Not exactly the player we expect to dominate lane, but still very good laning player. Is more of this team fighting AD carry that you can rely on. He's a player who I've seen, especially in solo queue as well, really likes to play Kalista, so loves to just pop into the backline, make some of these showy plays, and he's a player that I think BLG can rely on.
Yeah, and importantly, he's going to be playing with Shinmo today in that bottom lane, not with Jin Zhao. I guess taking a little bit of time for Jin Zhao to get used to the support role before they bring him into the main roster. But also importantly, Best 16 stepping into the jungle. Meteor is not going to be playing today. Last time we saw Best 16 was 2019 Spring on the OMG roster, and he was playing things like Riven jungle.
He was all over the place. Olaf, Sejuani, Trundle, Riven. Like, he's a guy that was willing to play just about anything.
Yeah.
Of course, that OMG team was a bit of a failed experiment, so I don't want to judge him too harshly on that. Did go to play on OMD in the LDL, and then, of course, move over to BLG Junior, so he's gotten some time to improve since then.
Well, our game is getting close already, so let's take a look at their opponents here. Vici Gaming, we can glance over their roster as they're moving on in. Chieftain is out, ZDZ is out. Most importantly, though, Lian is in.
Obviously, that's really the only thing to talk about. Lian coming into this team is quite interesting. Coming over from IG, of course. His playstyle was pretty... It didn't fit with IG. Let's just keep it at that, to where he really played for himself in a lot of situations. Looked to just go farm the enemy jungle. Very, very slow gameplay out of him. Not really a heavy ganking jungle, despite what we're seeing in this clip. Did have times in the Lee Sin, though, where he could pop off.
Such as this one right here as he finished the whole squad off. But yeah, definitely not quite the right fit for IG, I think, is the ultimate conclusion. And maybe on Vici Gaming, maybe this can be his new home.
The thing is, he's played with Forge before, right? Both of them coming from the IG system, did play together in LDL and even on the LPL stage on that team. So what I want to see is Forge, who works so well with Ikes, can he work well with Lian in the future?
It's going to be one of the big questions. And honestly, the ultimate question for me when it comes to Lian coming in, that's one significant change that Vici are making. And obviously, Koma as the coach coming in spring, a lot of people were saying this is a summer team. This is a team that's going to come into their own later in the year. Well, it's summertime. If it's a summer team, it's time for them to show up. Koma needs to make good on his word here. iBoy gave up his EDG legacy to be here. Koma gave up his T1 legacy to be here. Now they need to make things happen.
They've been building up the pieces, right? Cube and Ikes and Hung being with the organization for quite a long time, so they're really going to have to show their stuff on this Vici Gaming team.
Well, we're ready to jump into our picks and bans here and get this second series of the day underway. You can see Koma there on the stage, looking ready, looking confident, quietly confident.
I wouldn't say looks confident, but looks like one of those like stone cold killers, like an assassin. Just
That's
like,
why I said quietly confident.
Yeah.
He's kind of like, underneath it all, he looks calm, he looks ready. And iBoy there as well. Ready to see what's up ahead of them. And I'm curious how this draft is going to go, because both of these teams in spring, relatively slow-paced gameplay out of both sides.
So for BLG especially, there was like two different BLGs. There was like the strong laning, put King in on like a Renekton or Aatrox and just hard win that lane and snowball. Then there was like the wait for 45 minutes, play through Fofo as Azir BLG.
There was also, we had some games where ADD came through as well instead of Kingen, and that changed things up a little bit, but ultimately, we've got a new split on our hands and a pretty different BLG roster, so I wouldn't rely too much on what you saw in spring. I'd let this game set expectations for you guys at home as the final ban comes through from Vici, and it's a Yuumi.
So I looked in solo queue. We were talking about this earlier. Kingen is spamming Hecarim, and Shinmo is spamming Yuumi, and that sounds like a pretty dirty combination.
Dude, I'm having horrific images of a horse TPing in. He's got Righteous Glory, he's got Dead Man's Plate, and he's got a Yuumi on his shoulder. As an AD carry, you don't want to see that.
Kalista is open, though. So is Graves, which Vici did take the time to ban out the Trundle, so it makes you wonder if they would want to go for something like that. But in this situation, Kalista is what you would expect, you know, 10 out of 10 times.
Dude, Kalista is so damn strong right now. Prioritizing a Syndra, I don't know if I agree with that one. iBoy, we know, can play the Kalista, but not the priority.
What I'm surprised is this was not the style of champion that Vici were putting Forge on in spring. Vici were putting Forge on the Sylas, the Irelias, the Kianas. They were going for these, like, really skirmish-heavy melee champions.
Think brawlers, basically. Things that want to jump in and fight you face-to-face. Syndra, not really in that category.
That's why Ike's was playing things like Gragas, Sejuani so much of the split. And of course, Vici can't flex this down towards the bottom side, but I'm surprised both of these teams are saying we don't care about Kalista.
Ezreal comes on through for the side of Wings here. Unless we see some crazy shenanigans. Could be Ezreal mid, but I doubt it. I doubt that's going to come on through. And now, it is best 16, not less 16, despite what it looks like with the capital letters there. But it's going to be a Zoe locked in for Fofo. And I'm really curious where best is going to go. I'd expect him to stick relatively meta, though.
True, we do have the Kindred Trundle, Graves open, I'm sorry, but the thing I'm just kind of surprised about is we've also seen a lack of Karma bans today, where the previous 2 days, Karma was banned every game. Yeah, today, no one cared about it.
We saw, I think, 1 Karma ban, maybe in the first game, but when it wasn't banned, everyone was like, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. So, very different. And, okay, we're going to see some expected meta picks to come out now, and I like it. So BLG draft Poke, and if you're saying, okay, you're going to draft Poke, we're going to draft all in.
Yeah, this is the dream, if you can just lock in the set Kalista straight off the bat. I mean, I prefer the set Kalista, but honestly, anything that's got good hard engage is going to go great with the Kalista.
I agree with you. I think locking in the set would have made a lot more sense. It is a flex pick. We've seen how strong it is in the support role, but the overall point you're making is true. Whether it's a Nautilus, set, a Leona, against the first 2 picks from BLG, I like what Vici have taken. Of course, the point-and-click CC coming out from the Nautilus Ultimate will be, you know, really good for Vici.
Yeah, definitely beneficial. Also, I can understand not wanting to take set against Ezreal, as it's really, really difficult to close the gap onto him. Tahm Kench locked in, so super safe bottom lane here.
So this isn't surprising for Shinmo, because I do know Shinmo is more of this like protection-based support. He's been spamming Yuumi in solo queue, like I said, and even last split did play a fair amount of Tahm Kench. The thing that surprises me is that both teams have opted out of junglers. Vici banned the Trundle, and we've seen the Graves priority just skyrocket, and both teams saying, yeah, we don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about Tahm Kench as well is when you can lock it in after they've already picked a support, there's no kind of counters that can come on through. Blinding a Tahm Kench can be dangerous, especially when someone's willing to pick something like the Blitzcrank, but obviously that can't come through here. Now the Graves banned away by the side of BLG, which is a little surprising, honestly, because they could have just gone for the Graves in the next rotation.
Would have fit their comp great, just making this kind of like heavy siege comp. Another thing that fits it really well, I'd say, is the Gragas, if they could get a sort of like heavy AD top laner, because you'd have the disengage and peel from the barrel, and then you're just hard poking with Ezreal and Zoe.
Rek'Sai banned away as well. It's a little while since I saw a Rek'Sai in competitive, honestly, but trying to remove some of the early game pressure that is available from these junglers.
Let's remember, Ike's was a player. There it is, guys. I told you, Kingen is spamming Hecarim in solo
I love
queue.
how even without the Yuumi, they're still like, yeah, no, just get rid of it. I don't want to deal with this.
I mean,
right
for anyone
now.
who doesn't know, it actually got buffed on 10.11. The Q base damage and the minion damage got buffed, so strong champion. But Ike's, I was going to say, known as a Gragas, Sejuani, and Olaf player, so nice to see the Olaf takeaway coming out from BLG. Doesn't really go too well with like the overall theme of their comp, but I still think it works, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on this Syndra and Kalista.
So Jarvan being hovered right here for the side of Ike's. Certainly just a solid middling jungler,
Just
you know?
keep throwing hard engage in this comp, Munchables. That's all I want. Throw options that are going to jump on this Ezreal and Zoe and make their lives hell.
Things that will give iBoy space to dance around the fight as well. While you're focusing on the fact that Jarvan and Nautilus are jumping on in, iBoy can be dancing around, stacking up spears, and getting ready to cut people down. Wukong has made it the entire way through this draft, by the way. Incredibly strong top lane.
It's not a champion we'd really think of kinging on. It's another champion that's actually been practicing a lot of in solo queue, but it's actually surprising, right? Vici banned the Hecarim, which is one of the only known counters. We have other weird things like the Malphite, but didn't opt to take that away. And this is another pick that Cube was playing at the end of the split and fits that definition of just engage. Oh my god. We've seen this before. We've seen BLG love this Maokai.
And it sucked.
And it sucked.
I'm just going to say it outright. It was Meteor playing at Maokai jungle. We saw it in the top lane as well. I hated it last split. I still hate it now. It could be support, Tahm Kench top maybe?
It's not. It's going to be kinging on the Maokai. And the thing is, sure, you're gonna have a fine laning phase against the Wukong. Both of you are going to do nothing. If Maokai buys the Bramble Vest right, Wukong's going to be dissuaded to fight him, but...
I just want to point out, Best 16 currently has teleport. I'm really hoping he changes that to Smite sometime soon, because that's suboptimal, I will say.
Okay, so okay, he did it, but pointing out some overall what we expect in this game, Vici is so straightforward. They want to go in. They have a Jarvan, they have a Nautilus, they have Kalista Ultimate as well as the Wukong. They're running straight at the enemy. On the side of BLG, it is all about the straight-up 5v5s as well, though. You have Maokai, a very strong frontliner. You have Ezreal and Zoe throwing down all this poke and backline damage. And it feels like late-game BLG should edge out, but the ball will be in Vici's court.
It does feel like BLG kind of want to hold Vici at arm's length for a little bit first, though, right? The longer these fights go on, the better it is for BLG. Whereas on the other side, Vici, they kind of just want to blast you down. They want a quick, burst-heavy fight.
Exactly. We know Vici wants to run forward to our BLG. It's like, okay, we're going to have Maokai and, like, Olaf stand in front while Ezreal and Zoe throw out poke. And if we do get you low enough, that's when Olaf and Maokai run forward.
Exactly. Once the situation is already set up, then they're going to look for the engage or potentially the counter engage. We'll see how Best 16 is going to do stepping on into this BLG roster, and Wings as well, being promoted from the LDL. Their debut games here. Obviously, Best has played in the past, but now back into the LPL once more, looking to make a good second impression. So we're jumping on to Summoner's Rift here. Vici against BLG. And as I said right at the very start of this section of the show, this is very much a game about setting expectations. We have two squads here coming out of spring with less than desirable results, honestly. But when it comes down to it, I mean, BLG, they've had pretty bad placements in spring for the last 2 years now. They came 9th in spring in 2019, 10th in spring in 2020. But in summer in 2019, they came 4th. They showed significant improvement in summer. I'm hoping BLG can rinse and repeat that same progress here today.
I just want to see what style BLG chooses to opt into. And again, a big question mark for everyone watching as well as us is, what's the deal with Best 16 playing today? Meteor is your franchise player. A lot of people think Meteor is your best player. Of course, had a bit of a, we'll say, slump in spring, not necessarily because of his own form, but just the team didn't mesh together at all in spring, so everyone looked kind of bad. And is this something that BLG are actually like looking to try out? Is Meteor sick today? You know, there could be a lot of things that we won't know until we see more series played from BLG.
Or until we see a Weibo post.
Yeah, I guess.
Those are the two answers.
I would hope it doesn't come down to that one, but...
But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why Meteor's not playing today, but hey, Best 16 is over the moon about it. The one issue I will say that Best 16 has is there are now 17 teams in the league, so Best 16 isn't going to be good enough anymore. You've got to be best at 17.
Yeah.
Analysis. Take it away, Jordan.
Munchables jokes.
What if I'm not joking?
Oh, God.
There really are 17 teams, Jordan. Victory 5 is here.
There actually are 17 teams. I'll give you that one, but...
All right, let's talk a little bit about this game and how we expect this one to pan out. Because we talked about how these guys like to team fight, but at what stage in the game is that going to happen?
So in the very early levels, BLG are actually kind of fortunate that they have one lane that can push, which is the Maokai against the Wukong. Wukong is going to need some levels, going to want to pick up that Tiamat before he's really just challenges Maokai in the push department. But once it comes to that point, Vici are going to have 3 pushing lanes, and Ike should have free reign over wherever he wants to go. This is the kind of draft where, sure, you could look to gank top once if you're Ikes and get Cube a small advantage, but you're mostly going to be focused on the mid and especially the bot lane. You do have the Kalista Nautilus, so it is all about getting them ahead. But against Ezreal Tahm Kench, it's going to be hard, so we're probably waiting until the first Dragon fight before we see much action.
Honestly, one of the things I would love to see out of Ikes is focusing on towards this bottom lane, not just in terms of the composition, because Kalista's going to do great if you can gank into her. But hold that thought, because we've got a big play in this mid lane. Fofo is the target. There's a beautiful play. Forge with the scat of the week, and Vici looking on point.
And this is amazing because they were already a team that played a lot around mid in spring. We said Ike's just hard camped mid, but we didn't really see this sort of play style where Hung was coming up as well. Again, Forge playing mages, which he played a bit of, and of course he played of back when he was in the IG organization, but great to see here today.
Best16 wants to come in towards this top lane. Cube taking a bit of damage from King, and who is now out of mana, but realizes that he's spotted. I think if he'd kept going there, he maybe could have made something happen. Cube does get slowed by the axe, and...
Oh, wow.
What? He stopped going?
He respected the fact that Best16 could have flashed on him, but it was kind of awkward because
it's kind of as he turned around.
It's like, well, yeah, exactly. We saw that Best16's champion was already facing the other way, so a bit of preemptive? Not preemptive, post-emptive.
Post-emptive flash.
If that's a word or phrase.
After the fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, the post-emptive flash coming on through. Suboptimal, but you know what? That's okay. Cube going to get away with his life at very least.
And it makes sense, right? Because you look at BLG's composition, you have no CC in the bot lane, so you don't expect Olaf to gank there at all. You have Ezreal, Tahm Kench. This lane's just going to scale up. Zoe's a lane you could look towards, but you're going to have to blow that cleanse first, as well as he has Phase Rush, so he's probably going to get away alive. To our top should be that guaranteed option, and you can look up there once again. Wukong is pushing back now.
Dude, iBoy is looking good on this Kalista. He is harassing Wings like nothing. Keeps on landing the pierces and getting the Rens off. There's nothing that Shinmo can do about it. He was 2v1 right there and winning trade.
He's playing Kalista against Ezreal Tahm Kench Munch. What are they going to do to him?
At least auto-attack back. Like, give him something. Don't just let him do it for free.
This is why we talked about in draft how we wanted to see this Kalista come out, but BLG didn't care. I mean, actually, Vici didn't care at first either, so.
That's true. But you know what? They don't have to. They can do what they want. This is their game to play.
That is true.
Who are we but mere commentators, Jordan?
I agree.
Well, we have a bit of a skirmish. I mean, we are consistently going to see these two just hit each other over and over again. Ultimately, it's a bit of a wet noodle fight. Kingen is going to be fine. He's got his passive. He can just heal up every single time.
He's winning in CS because he got the bounce back, and then Best16 came over with that gank. So this is what doesn't make sense. We know that Kingen likes to play this lane dominant style. We know that he likes jungle attention. And he's great on carry champions, but not on tanks, but they still opt into doing it.
I don't know, man. This is the problem I had last split as well. I felt like just give Kingen something like the Aatrox. Give me something where he can really impact the fights, where he can really do something in the game and deal out some damage. But the Maokai, it was a favorite of theirs in spring. It didn't look particularly good, but they liked it regardless. And we're seeing it again here in summer. So far, though, laning phase is going pretty great for him, so it's hard to criticize it too much.
True. It does come off the back of the last play we saw, but a small interaction I like about what we just saw was with that huge wave up there, we saw Forge hovering top just in case Best16 would look for a dive. So good play coming out from Forge.
Interesting there from Hung to actually dredge line into the brush just to clear the ward. Just remove the potential threat, stop Fofo moving in, but he's still only level 3 right now. He's been doing a lot of roaming. Obviously, we saw him make the play mid earlier on in the game. It does mean that he's falling behind a bit comparatively to Shinmo.
It doesn't really matter too much because you're just there to provide the utility from your kid as long as iBoy's becoming this massive monster. And Hung, ever since he came up from the LDL team, it just looks so good. And, you know, it does hurt my heart a little bit because I do love and respect Maestro after the one solo kill he got on the Junja, which was absolutely hilarious. It was actually Nautilus against
That was
Gragas.
the last game he played.
It was. It was like Koma said, sit down, boy, know your place.
How dare you? How dare you play so aggressively?
Daddy
You're the
Coma took out the
support.
belt, and you know the Coma belt is famous. So
It really is. Oh dear, and that's exactly what we were talking about before. Is that I feel like Coma has a very specific style of play. When you look at T1 historically, or I guess SKT if we're talking historically, they typically had a very conservative, very controlled style of play.
The word you used was rigid. Very rigid view on how he likes the game to be played.
It feels like Coma believes that League of Legends should be played in a certain way, and I feel like when a player joins his team, like a great example is EasyHoon. It took a few months before EasyHoon actually got to play on the stage. He had to be bent into shape the way that Coma wanted him to play before he got some stage time. So I feel like a similar thing might happen here with Leah.
Yeah, I guess that's the overall point, right? In the Coma system, you believe that he wants to take time to integrate the players before just throwing them into the deep end.
Exactly.
That could be a reason why we're not seeing Lil Yen here today.
He needs to figure out the way in which this player fits into the team and the way in which he wants to use the player's skill set before just dropping him in the deep end. I mean, that is purely speculation. Just to clarify, that's just my opinion on it. But I feel like when you look at T1's history, that's a pretty reasonable
I feel like it's a pretty fair opinion to have. And, you know, what we just saw going on in the game is the fact that iBoy and Vici just know he has no fear against Ezreal Tahm Kench ever getting on top of him. So Hunk can go wherever he wants, and it just secured Vici a free Rift Herald.
And once again, iBoy is happy to just trade with them endlessly. He's got no fear whatsoever. He's already got a Cutlass, so he's going to have the lifesteal to just keep trading away like this if he wants to.
To be fair, on the side of BLG, you also don't care. You're like, well, we get to farm. We're getting towards the late game. We have an Ezreal. We have this big frontline tank in the top side. We have the Zoe, so we feel great.
Honestly, all your you've drafted Ezreal Tahm Kench. You don't draft this to win lane. You draft this to handshake lane, do nothing for the first 20 minutes, and then do something later on.
Shout out to all the LPL fans, though, who have been there over the years when teams like RNG would pick Ezreal Tahm Kench and then set up dives in the bot lane. I remember watching that vividly last split.
That's true. It can be different, but
I don't think it's supposed to be
That's
different.
not really how Shinmo likes to play the game.
I also don't think that's how it's supposed to work. It also was paired, the game I remember specifically was a Rumble Jarvan, so had mid-jungle priority and just easily able to go bot.
I think Froskurin most famous for kind of talking about the LPL Tahm Kench as opposed to the standard League of Legends Tahm Kench and how it's kind of just a different beast entirely. But I feel like we're seeing the former here rather than the latter.
And Vici just feel fine saying, oh, BLG likes to play slow. We'll take it slow again. iBoy obviously has had the call pretty much the whole time, so not a lot of action. The question is to be, where does Ike's choose to use this Rift Herald? You would expect it to be bot with the amount of resources we've already seen Vici giving iBoy by leaving him on that island.
It has to be said, actually, as you mentioned, the Rift Herald for Ike's, complete control so far in the early game for Vici Gaming. They got the Herald, they got a Dragon, they're looking for Fofo as well, but they found themselves a different target here. Flash comes on through from Best. And with Shinmo arriving, they have to back away in the end.
Ooh, didn't do anything, but
I got excited when the camera panned up there. I was like, oh, nope, never mind, nothing happening. But Dragon about to spawn. This will be an Infernal. This would be a second Drake for Vici if they were able to control the matter.
And at this point in the game, we should expect Vici to get it. Their comp is much stronger at this point in time. If they really need to force it, they could just drop the Herald somewhere and force BLG to go answer.
It's also worth mentioning, there's in fact, 3 ultimates on cooldown for BLG. You got Ragnarok, True Shot Barrage, and the, I've forgotten the name of the dive from Tahm Kench, but there you go.
Abyssal Voyage.
Abyssal Voyage, that's the one. They're all on cooldown, is the key point.
Let's go.
But the key thing is they're on cooldown, and it means that BLG don't really want to fight.
Yeah, no, BLG, I feel like even if those are up, you don't need to. You just got Mirror Mana on wings. It's all you're playing for this 2-item power spike. You want Kingen to become this big, beefy frontline, and we mentioned earlier how the first 2 Drakes, right? Back in spring, a lot of teams didn't actually care too much about them. It was more about stacking up a lot of one.
Yeah, well, iBoy trying to get some arrows out here. Kingen's in from behind. There's a nice smite from BLG, though. His Best gets the Dragon. Now roots across the team, and it's a bit of a chaotic fight. iBoy still surviving, and he's got 1. He's got 2 for himself. Wings now in trouble as Forge looks to finish that kill off, and Ike's still here. iBoy survived, and nothing that Kingen can do. A double kill for Q.
best 16 picks up the dragon, but it doesn't matter at all. Vici's comp is just so much stronger right now, Munch. I'm not quite sure why BLG's opting into this. And we see Cube and iBoy just benefiting so much.
Goodness.
They're going to be able to take this. They might even be able to get...
You know what? When you're Vici, you're happy to lose an Infernal Drake if it means that you get to blast through the mid-tier 1 at 12 minutes into the game.
Think about it. It's almost better. You lose the Drake, you get a bunch of kills at turret. Now you can try and stack up 3 Oceans.
Yeah, it was all just a 5-head play. They just wanted more slots for the Ocean Drakes. But ultimately, let's take another moment to kind of reassess that fight, because iBoy doing huge damage right at the start, was able to get away with his life, and then Cube finishes everything off.
Well, the thing is, Kingen actually comes in first, right? Kingen's already here, and we can keep our eyes on iBoy. No one able to get on top of him. Just great position in the pit, and does get a bit low when Kingen gets on top of him, but just able to kite it out so perfectly. Like you said, Cube then gets on the rest of the members, and they still do no damage. We saw Wings autoing for free, queuing for free, doesn't do anything to Cube.
Yeah, I mean, you've got an Ezreal, a Zoe, and a Maokai as your theoretical carries, so you're not really going to be doing all too much at this stage in the game. Wings still only going to have that Mana Moon, needs to turn that into a Muramana, but doesn't have any Sheen item just yet, and that's the most important thing. Ezreal before Sheen, kind of useless.
It's also really strange when later in the split, this is one of the things that BLG was so good at, was being patient.
iBoy just solo invaded as an AD carry, took the red buff with no punish. What am I watching? What? That shouldn't be allowed, Lyric.
You're watching my predictions go down, and
I think I predicted BLG as well, if I remember.
But yeah, this game so far pretty one-sided in a sense. I mean, not too much has actually happened, but
here's the problem, right? I just want to mention. Oh, hang on, Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Ah, he's fine. I just want to mention, like, we made predictions on these series. My prediction was assuming that Meteor was going to play.
Yes, yes, that's true.
So I feel like we're seeing a different team. Although I don't think nothing against Best there necessarily. Like, I don't think he's played particularly bad so far or anything like that. But
I mean,
I feel like Meteor was their best player.
Yes, right? Meteor was their best player. He was their franchise player. And again, the perplexing part was, even if they were doing nothing, it didn't matter because they drafted this comp not to fight for the second dragon. But then they choose to fight for the second dragon. That's where the game blew open, and now we're 5K gold behind this BLG at 15 minutes.
And it's such a dramatic gold lead considering where we were at. Oh, King and flashing. He wants a Maokai solo kill. But I don't think he's going to find it because Cube should be able to just get away with this one. The slow from the Ren could be available. iBoy tanks the root there.
So
Kingen
is a player who spent 2 years on KT Rolster. I think was a sub there at first, but then was a starter in 2019. And ever since he came into the LPL, and even in solo queue, if you guys look at it, he's very much a natural or the Shy-esque player, wants to play things like the Camille, the Fiora, the Jax. He's known as this split push type of carry, and we even saw right there in that exchange. He wants to go in aggressively, and sure, Maokai can do it, but
look at the gold. Oh my lord. iBoy is 1,000 gold ahead of anyone else in the game. As a Kalista, no less. I mean, it's the dream scenario for Vici right now. They can do anything they want on the map, and honestly, BLG just can't contest.
We expect that Vici are just going to keep controlling mid with their ADC and support. At some point, have Ike's lean in as well. All of them roam top, drop Herald, and then, you know, start working on those inner turrets.
Forge really, really wanted a solo kill there. He was stacking his orbs up in the brush, but Fofo not going to fall for it. Just going to be clearing the waves. And this is exactly what you talked about. If the Trouble Bubble can't land, if the Scatter the Weak can't land, these two laners will never fight.
Well, and that's also why the matchup is slightly Syndra favored, especially when you have Cleanse, because you just cleanse the bubble. That Syndra, again, you see him laying down those orbs, pretty much just press his ult, and then Zoe's just done. Though Fofo did take heal this game, so this is a bit better.
Yeah, but Syndra, especially when she gets 2 items, yeah, heal's not going to do much. Syndra's still just going to burst you out. Here we go, fight, and Cataclysm comes on through. Cube getting a knock-up onto Shinmo. He's trying to save Fofo's life, but Cube was just waiting. Shinmo will fall, although keeps himself alive with the thick skin. Cube finishes the kill off. Now Kingen in from the side. Bear in mind, iBoy is still feeling fine. He's still full HP right now. Ocean Drake arriving. Good damage out of Fofo here. maybe they can bully them away. True Shot Barrage just goes wide in the end. And Ike's recalling before going towards this dragon.
Still, a lot of Vici are still full HP, so all Fofo can hope to do is poke over the wall. Keane's still not very tanky at this point, so he has to be careful.
I'm really surprised at how well that fight went for the side of BLG. Even though they lost a player there, the fact that they nearly got kills, considering the significant lead here for Vici.
This feels way too greedy, though.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able... Maybe they can. iBoy's in trouble. He's ignited. Ike's is behind the pit right here. But importantly, Vici are not really in a position to team fight. Oh, no way. Oh.
That was so scary.
That was sketchy. That was real sketchy. Hey, they got away with it. Fair play, BLG.
Fofo pretty much single-handedly guaranteed that as well, getting iBoy so low. Some great paddle stars coming out of him in those engages.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. And the fact that he was able to bully away iBoy, that was the key, because iBoy is where most of the damage comes from in this team right now.
Let's also put in perspective. Vici are 5k gold ahead, and their composition is definitely stronger at this point in the game. We see Vici are the ones looking for the engage. Good Cataclysm, but Flash and E coming out from Wings. And then they do get a pick onto Shinmo, but the fight's in a pretty awkward place where the members of Vici are getting pulled to two sides, so Wukong not able to get one nice ult onto numerous members.
But now that Rift Herald finally going to be used, and it was up towards the top side. Forge going to finish that tower off alongside the Herald. And now we're kind of in a position where, you know, Baron will be up in about a minute, but I mean, with a Kalista, maybe you can make something sneaky happen, but I don't expect that this game. Dragon not going to be up for another 4 minutes, and we could actually end up in a position where not a whole lot happens for a little while.
Knowing both of these teams, I don't expect anything to happen for the next 3 minutes and 30 seconds, especially since we did just see Vici end up using the Herald.
We were wrong! We've got to fight his King that's been caught out here. That was really weird. He kind of got stuck in the air there for a second, but realistically, there's no way out of this one. He will just be finished off with the Rend. iBoy grabbing the kill for himself.
The worst part is there's no reason for him to be here. We just saw Vici push out the mid lane wave. You look at where the wave was on bot side, it was actually in a neutral position around river, so really nothing to do walking through this portion of the jungle, and just ends up going down. And he's not very tanky right now. He just has a Sunfire Cape and that Spectre Cowl.
Nicely done by Cube to pop his stealth just as the Trouble Bubble procs itself so that Fofo can't follow up with the damage there. So still, across the board right now, things are looking good for Vici. Even if BLG managed to get that dragon for themselves, the scoreboard is still 7-0. The gold lead is still almost 6,000 in favor of Vici Gaming. They're not going to lament too much over 2 dragons when they're 3 towers ahead.
The thing though is, Munch, you got to think that Vici are still 3 dragons away from Soul, and if BLG can realize this, just kind of turtle around Baron, make sure that Vici don't get some sort of like sneaky Baron play. Even if you do give up another 2 Drakes, you buy yourself another 7 minutes. That would be great for the side of BLG.
Yeah, it certainly would. I think one of the players I want to talk about here as well is Cube up in the top lane, because Cube was a player coming in spring, was quite a hyped player. Like in Demacia Cup, he looked pretty great, and you know, there was some stuff that people were excited for, but across the course of spring, he didn't really amaze, you know?
I think he had flashes of brilliance. He had some really good games. I still remember some of his Mordekaiser and Renekton games were very good. Also a really standout game on the Ornn, but I would agree that there's still kind of another level of play that he needs to show, especially that's what the Demacia Cup performance showed us.
Yeah, and here, in this game particularly, granted it's the first game of the split, it's way too early to give any proper level, but he's 3-0-1 and he's looking good on the Wukong. The team fighting around Dragon looks pretty fantastic. So I'm excited maybe with, you know, with I mean, I feel like I keep on talking about Koma, but ultimately he's the most successful coach in the history of League of Legends. You kind of have to talk about the fact that he knows how to develop players.
I do want to say, though, I feel like Vici need to put their foot on the gas pedal a little bit, and at some point they're probably going to have to try to force an engage at Baron. Waiting out these Drakes, you're giving BLG way too much time, and we just saw them send Forge top to push out that wave. Forge doesn't have TP, so making those sort of plays is extremely greedy, and you need to get BLG in a situation where they come into you and you can find that 5v5.
Well, this could be the chance because Dragon is up in 35 seconds. And, oh, scatter the weak onto 2. Can't quite follow up, though. Wings is in trouble. Cataclysm's there, but Shinmo keeps him safe. King and the target on the front line right now. True shot across everyone. Ike flashes away. iBoy gets one. And down goes Shinmo as well. Flash for the knockup. Ooh, Wings barely gets away with his life. And Fofo, not a whole lot he can do about this one. Might be able to finish him off with a paddle star, but there's iBoy with the Fate's Call. Beautifully done on the Kalista. And iBoy, he's looking fantastic.
iBoy's playing fantastic. Vici looks good, but BLG doesn't need to opt into these fights. Why does it matter if you give Vici one Ocean Drake if it buys you 5 more minutes? And sure, Ezreal isn't at 2 item points. Also interesting that he's not going that Iceborne Gauntlet route that we've seen a lot of players go, but Fofo's still only sitting on 1 item in the components of Banshee's Veil.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand going for the Triforce here when you consider the kind of lack of damage on this squad. If Zoe isn't landing the Paddle Stars and Trouble Bubbles, you're pretty much the only damage dealer in the lane.
I agree. The build this game makes a lot of sense, but the thing that doesn't make sense is why you're not just biding your time to get to that next level.
Yeah, I agree. And Hung played this fight pretty well as well.
Hung this game has just looked really great on this Nautilus. We see BLG just posturing here for no reason. The Dragon's not even up yet, actually. And Ike's forcing this engage. Just get very low, but does have that stopwatch. And then we do just see they have enough damage to burn King and down, especially iBoy. And then Cube going so far forward. Hung flashing forward, isn't able to find that dredge line, but was able to burn a flash.
I'm loving this Ike's and Forge's scorelines right now, 0-0-8 and 0-0-9. Clearly, they're the supporting crew to this madness. It's all about iBoy and about Cube when it comes to getting the gold. Nicely done there by Shinmo to take away the red buff, so no contest can come on through. We mentioned the Baron before, how there was potential for sneaky plays out of Vici with this Kalista. Maybe they don't need to sneak it, though, because they've already forced the Ragnarok.
No matter what you're trying to do, no matter if you're trying to sneak it, burn it, turn, just go to the Baron, make BLG come or get a free Baron. It's A or B. Sure, don't risk the 50-50 steal, but try to get them close enough to find that engage with the Kalista, with the Nautilus, with the Jarvan.
Well, they just forced the True Shot Barrage out. iBoy trying to clear vision, barely dodges the Trouble Bubble. That could have spelled disaster, although I've just noticed he does have a QSS in his inventory, so a little bit of safety there.
But think about it. Vici are trying to find a pick in the jungle when BLG is essentially kind of a poke comp in essence. They don't need to face check brushes. You're hoping they make a mistake, but they could just throw out those skills and...
Well, they've at least found a talent for themselves, so Vici are slowly but surely increasing this lead.
And I want to put it in perspective. I'm criticizing Vici right now. Of course, they're playing very well. Individually, they're playing great. Their early game macro has been on point. But the fact that they are still on a timer, and I would love to see this team contend with the top teams, we do need to see them start putting their foot on the gas. Maybe not anymore from the fact that BLG pretty much just gave them 2 kills and gave them a lot of room to play with in that last engage, but...
It's kind of a matter of not necessarily criticizing in terms of you're not, like, it's about min-maxing, right?
Yes.
It's like, look, you're playing really well. Here's how you could make this even better. Here's how you can go from a middling team to a top team. And let's bear in mind, Vici Gaming last year, 15th and 16th across spring and summer. Not a good look. Vici this year, 9th in spring. If they can make playoffs in summer, this year is a success. Even if they finish 8th in playoffs, it's still a massive success for them as an organization.
I agree. They one step up the ladder each time. That's all you really need to be able to do. But great by Cube to force this in the bot side. Kind of strange that Kingen was with the team trying to force an engage. And
Cube is just like, you know what? If nobody's going to come, I'm just going to take an inhibitor.
I guess Vici don't need to force a Baron when Kingen is just going to leave bot side unattended.
Uh-oh, Cube, I mean... oh, he gets away with it. I mean, he's still going to go down ultimately here. I don't think there's any way.
But
is he going to get a kill onto Olaf here? He might actually finish off a kill. Oh, Best just gets away with it.
Baron, though.
Yes, they absolutely do. Kingen teleporting across, or it might be Wings. No, it is Kingen in the end, but the Rend is going to be here. Smite nowhere nearby. This is going to be a Baron for Vici Gaming. Beautifully played. And once again, Cube looking like an MVP.
That was great because typically you'd see this play coordinated, right? You'd see Vici hovering Baron as Cube is on the bottom half of the map, but Cube just pushing bot as Kingen just decided to group with his team and try to find a pick, created all that space for Vici to do it, and this is the pushing power they need to start inching into that BLG base.
And this is, I mean, again, the Maokai from Kingen, he doesn't feel comfortable on the Maokai. It doesn't feel like a great pick. I want to see Kingen being able to flex his muscles, being able to make something happen. It feels like if Kingen doesn't have any kill threat, doesn't have any way to create pressure himself, doesn't feel like he has much of an impact on the game.
Also, after this game, I don't know if Meteor had a huge role in shot calling in the previous iteration, you know, with him in the lineup, but they were way more patient when he was in the roster. So if they're going to go with this iteration with best 16 and Wings in, it feels like they need to play a more proactive team composition because they still opted into every objective fight despite this composition.
And ultimately, you have to bring in the question then, if Meteor is the one doing the shot calling, best 16 coming in, as a basically rookie player, having to shot call in an LPL level game, that's a huge burden to bear.
Yep, and I do agree, basically a rookie player, but of course has played in about half of a split with OMG, did play half of the series, but not a full split, was on the roster the whole time, but was sharing time.
Certainly, if he becomes the starter, this would be his first time of like really being a team starter for a full split, at least. But that remains to be seen, whether or not, what the future holds for this squad. I'm still, to be honest, right now, I'm still expecting Meteor to be coming back.
Of course, I think pretty much everyone is right. He's the mainstay of this team, but...
I mean, when you think of BLG, he's the guy that you think of, at least in this iteration of the roster. And the spring iteration. But here we go. Setting up in the jungle. Again, just Vici seem to be setting up hoping that somebody's going to face check into them.
Vici definitely should take a more proactive approach. We see that Cube's pushing in the bot side, so he could move mid and they try to force some kind of engage with him and Jarvan's ultimate, but instead actually just going to clear out best 16's jungle.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
This is what's kind of disappointing, is they're giving room for Kingen to roam over and to help defend when it should be Cube roaming over or Cube hitting the inhibitor aggressively while the rest of Vici force down these turrets. But still...
Well, I think Cube is now trying to make that happen as iBoy once again 2v1ing against Wings and Shinmo. That has been the story of iBoy's game so far. He's on a 700 gold bounty. He's looking amazing on the Kalista.
He's looked great at knowing his limits on this champion against what's right in front of him.
And that's really important because that was one of his big weaknesses in Spring. He consistently in Spring was getting caught out of position, being punished for that by the top teams. Here today, it's not looking like the same iBoy. It's looking like he's kind of pulled that in a little bit more and seems to understand how aggressive he can be.
Exactly. That's what's great about it, because we saw so many times where he would jump forward aggressively alone and get blown up in Spring. And despite that it's happening slowly, Vici are still taking down the base of BLG piece by piece, not risking a throw against the composition that really can come into this game. So, again, they're getting there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you take this. If you're Vici right now, you just need a convincing win. Whether it's slow, that's okay. So long as it's convincing, so long as it's a win. Bear in mind, you know, we're talking about the scaling from the side of BLG, but ultimately, they're 10,000 gold down. So realistically, it's going to take a long time before BLG actually come into this game before
That's
they
some
can
good
really
perspective,
contest.
Munch.
So if I'm Vici right now, I'm happy to play this one slow. Gradually find themselves a win. There's an Ocean Soul potentially available in 2 minutes' time. Let's look towards that.
You know, I'm really sad because me and Hysterics talked about this a lot in Spring, but one of the most pleasing things in League of Legends is getting to hear Maokai just hit turrets. We didn't get to see that this game.
I do. Yeah, I remember you guys talking about that.
You don't agree?
Maokai?
Yeah, the auto attack sound is just so nice.
I mean, Jax obviously is
Jax,
like the guy.
But exactly. But Jax is like known. Ornn as well.
Ornn's pretty good. Honestly, I just like the Caitlyn headshot sound on a tower. But I mostly just like the quarter of the tower's health that vanishes.
That is pretty nice.
It's very satisfying. I miss the Caitlyn headshot bug where you could quad headshot.
I don't think anyone should miss that bug.
I don't know. I miss it. I'm sure Saber misses it.
As someone who used to play Heimer bot, I definitely don't. I don't want to enable any Caitlyn players.
As somebody who plays Heimer bot, you don't get a right for an opinion on this matter.
I don't anymore, so that's what matters.
Oh dear. Well, it's been a relatively slow one, but honestly, it's BLG versus Vici Gaming. If you came into this series expecting action-packed early games, you came to the wrong series.
If you came here expecting action-packed League of Legends for a BLG game, it's, you know, usually very hit or miss.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it happens.
Exactly. Sometimes. Well, when we see Meteor and Olaf, or like in King and Underneck in some games, it's there.
Pull from Hung. They're going to try and force the fight. Fofo knocked up in the depth charge through the entire team. Everybody knocked up and knocked around, and BLG can't do diddly squats in this one. It's going to be the game going the way of Vici Gaming. They play the patient game, and it pays off massive.
They were 10k gold up Munchables. That's all the analysis you need. iBoy flashing forward aggressively, and like you said, it should be a win here.
Well, unfortunately, best 16. There's 17 teams in this league, and you got to be better than the very best of them. Vici stepping on forwards with a 14-1 scoreline and a 12k gold lead as they round out game one.
Breaking down this game feels pretty simple in the fact that the game was going pretty slow. Sure, Vici were able to pick up that Rift Herald, and there were a couple kills traded across the map, but at the same time, it was that one dragon fight where we're like 7 minutes into the game. BLG have Maokai and Ezreal, and Tom Kench as well, and you're like, okay, let's fight into this Kalista, Wukong, Jarvan. It just didn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
After that one play, Vici got up 5k gold.
Honestly, the big thing that was like glaring to me was that Kingen is just crippled by this draft, right? You could see that Kingen wanted to make plays. He wanted to carry this game. He was flashing aggressively to try and get solo kills as a Maokai. Give him something that he can actually get solo kills
It goes
on.
both ways, though, right? Because we saw Kingen and BLG as a whole playing more aggressively than what this draft allowed, but at the same time, it's like, so then why did you guys draft this comp if you were going to try to play this style? And also, why couldn't you try to just execute on this comp?
Yeah, it's like kind of pick one, right?
Yeah.
Like, draft for the style that you want to play, or play for the style that you want to draft. Whichever one, I don't care, but yeah, it felt a little bit disjointed. And Vici, like, fair play to them on the patience, honestly. They assessed the situation. They were like, look, these guys can't do anything right now. We don't need to push it. We don't need to coin flip this game. Let's just take a slow, easy win. Let's just have this one as a game where we get to relax.
Especially within spring, how close it ended up coming down to who got into playoffs, right? Vici ended up with 7 wins. WE edged in with 8. So every win does count here in the LPL. And another player I really want to highlight is just Hung, because Hung and iBoy together, because iBoy knew, hey, I can be in the lane by myself. I can 1v2 just fine. They can't do anything to me. Hung took advantage of that, roamed around the map consistently, making sure that Vici can just constantly threaten these engages and objectives.
I'd love to see in game number 2 something a little bit more proactive in the bottom side of the map here from BLG, because I mean, you can see it on the damage chart, but mostly in the early laning phase, you could see iBoy was just free to do whatever he wanted, and it meant that Hung was free to go anywhere on the map. We saw it. The first kill of the game was a double gank at like the 3-minute mark.
It's also disappointing with that damage graph and seeing how low Fofo was, because we saw a lot of impressive paddle stars, but it just shows the...
It wasn't consistent.
Exactly, right? Like, oh, okay, it was flashy on the screen when the camera was panned on him, but when the camera wasn't on him, there was a lot of nothing going on, and that's why Maokai was the highest damage dealer on your team by far.
Which is a controversial a pick for the top damage dealer, your Maokai. But, I mean, that's Kingen in a nutshell, right? We said he wanted to be aggressive, and Sunfire kept doing exactly that. Well, Vici are going to win out game number 1, and we'll see if they can keep the ball rolling here. Based on game number 1, though, it's looking good for them. Let's find out after the break.
就是折磨，混乱将赐予你自由。折磨只是个开始。不要抵抗。 你只能埋怨自 自己。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now. Come out of the shadow. This is it now. Come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. I've never been this way. I felt so hard, and now you're in my life. I'll bring you a star. I can't walk away. I've never been this far.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, in the second series here, and Vici are looking clean. BLG not showing up yet for this series. We'll see if they turn up for game number 2. They've missed their call time about an hour ago.
We talked about in the first series where I said a team had showed up. You said look at the rift, and I felt like that this game as well. So BLG not there, but Vici doing a great job. The whole team, honestly. The shot calling was really on point this game, just taking advantage of BLG not exactly doing what they should.
Yeah, well, this is Lyric. I'm Munchables, and we're going to take you through the next game as well. But let's talk a little bit about our MVP for that game, because it's going to go the way of Ike's in the jungle for Vici Gaming. And I think a well-deserved one because 100% kill participation across that whole game, but really, really great positioning from him, not just in terms of where he is in the fights, but where he is on the map at the right time.
I'm just glad to see that Ike's is showing up because he was hit or miss last split, but I say hit or miss, but even when he hit, it still wasn't quite up to the level of like top junglers in the LPL, right? He very much was a kind of slave of the mid lane, and that he's just going to pick one of these ganking junglers and try to help Forge get ahead, but here he looked like the complete package, and I think he could have justified giving the MVP to quite a few members, but Ike's just doing a great job facilitating all of these engages.
And I think the other members that you would give the MVP to were facilitated in the early game by Ike's in the first place to set them up for those potential MVPs. So I think well-deserved of the MVP on that one. I think the other real contester would have been iBoy, who was just dancing around.
iBoy or Hung, right? Because Hung was constantly moving around the map. But point is, it's nice to see the system come together for Vici.
Absolutely. It's good to see a bit of synergy here. It's good to see that they had a game plan, they stuck to it, they executed it near perfectly, honestly. And I mean, it was almost a perfect game.
Also, despite the criticisms at BLG, because, again, let's be honest, BLG could have played much better, the fact that Vici could abuse that so dominantly is what we need to see of teams that want to compete for a playoff spot here in the LPL.
And that's one of the big questions for this team is, are they going to be able to make playoffs? Because we said during spring that this was going to be a summer team, that they were going to come into their own when it came to summer. Game number 1, I'm impressed, but we're in the LPL. They've got 16 best of 3s to get through before summer playoffs. This is just one game. We've got to see consistency.
It's really weird because I was thinking about this the other day where being a mid-tier player in another region means you're like 4th or 5th best. And being a mid-tier player in LPL, you could be like 10th or something. Like a mid-tier team in LPL, think about a team like Rogue Warriors. We're like, that's like a mid, maybe a mid-bottom tier team. And it's like 11th or 12th or something like that. It's being a mid-tier team in LPL is, yeah, exactly.
That's the thing. When you're doing like power rankings or whatever for the LPL, you're putting teams in like 13th place that are like decent teams.
Exactly,
but so is everyone else above them.
This team would be top 2 in the LCS. They're 14th in the LPL.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It is really hard. But you know what? That is the reality of the situation. It's a deep, deep talent pool in the LPL. And a lot of these players are hungry to climb that ladder, Vici especially.
Look that we still see smiles and laughter on BLG's faces, which is surprising and also a good sign, honestly.
It's a really good sign, especially when the game has gone that badly. But I guess one of the things is that game probably felt hopeless pretty early on for BLG. So it shows a good mentality within the team that they basically partway through the game probably said, look guys, let's think about the next one. Let's figure out how to go around.
It's also an easy reviewer as a team because you could point out that first dragon, not first dragon, but second dragon, where you fought and it's like, okay, well, 4 of us died. Obviously, our comp wasn't supposed to fight here. You know, let's move on. Let's reset.
Also, if, let's say, Meteor's ill or something like that, then you're not going to be too worried about a potential loss here if it is that Meteor is still the main jungler on the roster. And also, Jin Zhao is still going to be behind the scenes helping them out. And I do wonder with BLG whether Jin Zhao will replace Shinmo on this roster or whether Shinmo will be the main support and Jin Zhao will stay in the sub position.
There's a lot of questions in regards to roster, right, that we need to see with more time. We don't know why Best 16 is in. Again, we're just speculating that Meteor will come back. We actually don't know. We need to see their next series, or even if this potentially goes to a Game 3.
Only time will tell, Lyric. But over on the other side of the board, Vici looking and feeling good. Cube especially, a player, as we mentioned before, looked amazing in Demacia Cup, had sparkles of brilliance in Spring but wasn't consistent. But I think that is a great way to describe not only Cube, but this whole roster for Vici. Sparkles of greatness, but just couldn't consistently make it happen.
Cube, Ike's, Luyen, Forge, Hung, even Zika, who we haven't seen much of. I think all of these players have so much potential. I didn't lump iBoy in there because, you know, we know iBoy can show up, but everyone else is really an unproven name. But this roster does have tons of potential to do well here, and I'd say even looking forward in the future when they get even more experience under their belt.
Honestly, I would love to see this roster be one that uses 2 mid laners here, because when you look at the 2 mid laners they have, Forge, as you mentioned before, loves to get in your face, loves to play these kind of melee assassin type champions. Zika, on the other hand, when I think of Zika, I think of Zoe. which is a very dramatically different style. I'd love to see a future version of Vici where both of these players are coming in, but that remains to be
I'm just
seen.
saying, I'm
That's
sure
a long way down the road.
There's a lot of hardcore LPL fans probably out there listening, being like, "What? You're taking away our star Forge? The guy came over from IG and was our savior." So that's not welcome feedback here.
I just want to clarify, I'm not in charge of Vici. I'm not taking anything away. I'm just speculating on potential ways to use the roster.
God, okay, that's not a happy face. Actually, we're not in a good place with Shimo here.
He is chewing on his lip as well. That's a sign of anxiety, my friend. That ain't it.
To be fair, I can understand anxiety after that first game. I can understand feeling pressure, but yeah, Kingin as well looks like he's very focused.
That's because they're telling him he's going to play Maokai again. That is the look of a man that knows he's going to play Maokai.
The question with Kingin as well, right, is how much Chinese does he actually understand? How well is he able to communicate with the rest of his teammates? It's something we actually never talked about in spring.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I don't have an answer for you, I'm afraid, but it's a question that quite often ends up coming up in the LPL. We do have a lot of Korean players in the LPL, and sometimes that it does feel disjointed, especially when they first join a squad.
And to be fair, he does have a Korean coach and Coach Sim. An interesting thing we were just talking about off air is that they do have like a full Taipei Assassin coaching staff. They brought their other two coaches, Jay and Achi, over from J-Team/TPA. So a lot of relationships in this org with Fofo as well, right? So at least Kingin will have that bridge with Coach Sim in language, and with how long Sim's been in China, you would expect that he has some level of Chinese ability.
Yeah, there's some way to kind of bridge the gap for them at least and build those relationships, but I don't know. Even if you use Google Translate, just let them know you don't want Maokai. That's the extent of communication I think that they need right now. Coach Sim doesn't seem to care.
For all you know, he loves it. You know? That's
true. It could be Kingin asking for it, to be fair.
I was actually talking with one of EDG's coaches, Corgi, and he was telling me about how Audi for a long time hated Ornn, but then after losing to an Ornn once, he realized, oh my god, this champion is so busted, started playing himself, and he's like, what's going on? This champion is so strong in lane. And it feels like that's how a lot of top laners feel about tanks.
Yeah, I mean, well, Kingin, he seemed to be enjoying the Maokai. Like, he was trying to get solo kills. Exactly. Early on in the game, he looked amazing against Cube. It was just later on.
He solo killed Bubu's Gianna. I will mention that every chance I could.
Just to clarify, the Maokai actually individually in a vacuum looked fine. It was just an issue of
the comp
he
was
couldn't
fine
impact
too.
the game, right?
Yeah, the comp was fine too. They just didn't execute.
So let's talk about the comp for this game, because we've got a LeBlanc, a Yuumi, and a Zoe band away here, trying to remove that from Fofo. On the other side of the board, the Syndra removed as well. So we've got a completely different mid lane this game.
Still, I'd like and I would expect to see the Kalista first pick. iBoy did so with that champion. It's been so dominant. Every game it's been picked up here. Sam D looked great with it. Huan Fong looked great with it. iBoy just looked great with it. Just keep the trend going. But actually true, Vici game 1 did ban Trundle. And this game it's open, so you'd expect they highly prioritize this champion.
Yep, Trundle just incredibly strong right now. The other option is obviously the Graves, another incredibly strong jungler. It's something in the mid-season cup we saw Trundle versus Graves time and time and time again. This time Wings is the one on the Kalista.
Yep. So this is probably the strongest first rotation you can get on this patch. Kalista plus Graves, just Graves being so insane in the jungle. Obviously, a lot of people liking him into that Trundle, being able to get in his face, kite around with that phase rush.
I think the only other thing that could contest would be the Varus. Potentially
yes.
Varus
yes,
over the Kalista.
I mean, Varus has actually been banned every game. We haven't seen him open even once.
It's so disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, until they nerf Umbral Glaive, I think it's going to be every game. Senna comes through here.
This was one of the teams that was actually willing to play it before. So, makes sense that iBoy's willing to pull it out. And again, this only signals that you're willing to play more around your soul laners, which is what Vici did last game.
I mean, ultimately, they love the Senna in Korea. It's still a really high priority pick in Korea. You've got Coach Koma. Like, obviously, he's going to have a huge support network in Korea that he talks to on a regular basis. So his view of the meta probably resembles the LCK quite a lot.
And I want to see where BLG go with it. I was going to say, because this opens up Enchanter support picks. So Bard Kalista, not a lane we think about, but it is a lane we actually saw even yesterday. So Bard, a great pick into the Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench actually can't do anything to you. So you not only win in lane, but also have the freedom to roam around the map. Also great at setting behind these champions that play from a long range, like Senna with your Tempered Fate.
Yeah. Also, Wings gets the opportunity now to do what iBoy did and have the freedom to dance around in the lane, and he's the one that really has the onus in that bottom.
True, so now for BLG, you have a winning bot lane matchup and I'd say slightly favorable jungle. I do know a lot of players who do actually favor Trundle still into Graves, but... And I love the respect once again coming out for Kingan's Hecarim.
I'm kind of gutted, honestly. I would have loved to see the Hecarim.
I have Hecarim notes. I'm ready. I was excited, but...
I want to see some people trampled under hoof.
I'm sure we'll see it here in the coming week. I've seen other players playing it as well, like Natural, so we've got some Hecarim practice here in the LPL.
I've got my fingers crossed, I've got my toes crossed, I've got my eyes crossed. I'll cross anything that I need to if it means that I get to see some Hecarim, but we have a Twisted Fate here.
I like this a lot. Now I want to see if... I was going to say, if Forge can pull out something like an Assassin pick, Kassadin does fine. You know what else does amazing? I was going to say Yasuo. Playing Twisted Fate against Yasuo feels absolutely impossible. He shuts down almost everything you do. You're constantly sitting under turret. They would need some AP somewhere in their composition, but at the same time, BLG don't exactly have a tank yet.
And you can combo the Yasuo with the Trundle pretty decently.
To be
worth
fair,
saying, but I don't know.
BLG
We've not seen much Yasuo in a long time.
BLG can still put, I was going to say, a big tank in the top lane like a Maokai, so if you do opt into like a full AD composition, it would be hard, but still, Vici going with a very lane-dominant mid laner in the Jace. I do expect it to go into the hands of Forge. It fits his playstyle very well. Oh, they're baiting us.
The old switcheroo. Let's wait until they lock in to see where things are going to go. But Ornn is something that Cube has played a bunch in the past. It's something that we know him for, and it's something that he's looked good on. It's not going to be that, though. He's going to be taking the Jace.
Yeah, and Forge going to be the one on this Kassadin in the mid lane, and you're going to do fine because Twisted Fate...
Yes!
Yeah, so we're seeing Kingan on a champion that he's known for in solo queue, does well on, is going to look to... All in this Jace with the help of Best 16 and try to take over the game.
Coming into this game, just keep your eyes on the top lane. It's that simple. Camille against Jace. This is such an exciting matchup.
It's actually really interesting because we have two compositions that heavily want to play around like side lanes in mid to late game. We have Twisted Fate and Camille against Jace and Kassadin. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how the dynamic plays out where you have Tahm Kench on the side of Vici able to threaten both sides with that Abyssal Voyage, but at the same time, Bofo can just easily leave and use his ultimate to try to gank the mid lane.
And you got Shinmo with Tempered Fate, which is always going to throw a spanner in the works when it comes to these kind of macro-oriented trades and whatnot. I think we could have a pretty intense macro battle here where we have trading of towers, trading of objectives time and time again, but so many ways to get around the map for these players. And especially on the side of BLG there, when they've got the Twisted Fate and the Tahm Kench. Oh, in fact, those are on opposite sides. So each team, guess what?
It's really interesting because we don't typically see a game with drafts where neither of them are like these front-to-back, run-at-the-enemy team sort of compositions. We have two compositions that don't want to do that necessarily. Twisted Fate wanting to look global picks on the map with that ultimate Camille as well, going to be all about the split push. You don't have a front line on that side. And for Vici, sure, you do have a front line. You do have team fight potential, honestly, with the Trundle in front as well as Senna in the back and, you know, Kassadin jumping in. But of course, it is still more of this side lane-oriented composition.
I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see as well how Best 16 is going to do on this Graves up against Ike's on the Trundle. Ike's the MVP of game number 1 when he was playing on the Jarvan. And a similar big old frontline champion for him here in the Trundle. But Graves has been looking terrifying on this patch.
Graves has been a really lane-dominant champion. I really want to see how this jungle matchup affects the mid lane, because typically you'd want to see Fofo try to get an early push into Forge's tower, get the bounce back, and then, you know, try to freeze him out and punish him on his side of the lane. So that's what I'm looking for in the mid lane.
We'll see if they're going to be able to do exactly that.
I love this because Forge, being extremely manly and bold. He's not one of those people that takes fleet footwork on Kassadin. Oh, you need to get through laning phase? Not me. I'm playing for scaling damage and just going to hit like a truck in the late game.
He has gone for the Doran shield still, so he'll have some level of health regen. But also, it's important to mention, he's against a Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate is not exactly going to put on masses of pressure in the mid lane.
True. It's definitely not an unbearable matchup. it is still about Twisted Fate trying to get the wave on his side, punishing with gold card and, you know, best 16 coming in for the gank.
Big trade in this bottom side, actually, is BLG are desperately trying to defend their ward, and they are going to be able to do so, but they're not winning out this trade, which is kind of surprising when they're the ones with the Kalista with Hail of Blades here. They're going to be the ones to clear a ward. Shinmo getting really low, though. Could be actually in trouble. Wings now having to back away as well. This is a ridiculous level 1 fight. Everybody survives, though.
Like you just said, it's strange that BLG lost out with having the Kalista with Hail of Blades, but it does look like Shinmo just got punished very hard before Wings was even in range to do anything.
Yeah. And Wings actually used a lot of his autos onto Hung while he had the Hail of Blades active, so not really ideal, and Tahm Kench able to just kind of heal that back up. So all things considered, very heavy advantage early on in favor of iBoy on the center. And ultimately, you know, he's going for the Glacial Augment, so he's going lethality this game, not going for the new build with Grasp and with the Frozen Mallet. We've got to fight in the mid lane, though. Fofo's in trouble. Flashes away, and the flashes to follow. First blood for Ike's.
You know what's really disappointing is Fofo was doing what we talked about. He pushed out that first wave, was trying to secure the bounce back. He even warded to the bottom side, but the second he walks back in the lane, this is what Vici did all split long, and I would even argue they're one of the best teams at finding these mid-jungle, not 2v2s, but setting up these ganks in the mid lane. They're really one of the only teams that proactively play around this setup.
And you know what? You told me this was going to be a quiet early game, but not so far. We've already got First Blood and these battles in the bottom lane as well.
Gold card?
There's no teleport. There's no flash, sorry, from Forge. There's a flash from Best, though, as he's going to be able to finish this kill off with one more auto.
And now we want to see... Ooh, are they just going to push it? I was going to say, because Fofo can just try to freeze that. Okay, he's not. Cool. Fofo can just try to hold that wave and then punish Forge once he TP's back in.
He's going to try and do exactly that. Shinmo actually being forced to recall here underneath the tower. Wings not having a fun time here. And this is one of the things about Glacial Augment, right? You don't have to wait until you get the Frozen Mallet. Against a Kalista, getting that movement speed slow right from the start of the game is a huge boon.
Oh, true. You're right. He's not going with that grass build, which a lot of players do seem to favor, but...
Oh, no. Forge is in trouble. He's going to be fine, though. The slow from Smokescreen, not too significant this early on.
For Senna, the Glacial build just feels better. Of course, Umbral Glaive just much cheaper than Mallet.
We've got another 1v1 going on. Cube turns it around after the cooldowns are down from King, and he wants to go for the kill. Both on 100 HP here. Cube the one that has to back off.
Yeah, Kingin just doing very well in this lane, honestly. You have a Rangerous melee matchup, but showing he's been doing a good job playing around his E, and of course, took the Grasp, which is more of a lane-dominant rune than the Conqueror.
And also important to mention that, you know, Camille's passive, giving her that damage shield, is so crucial when you're in burst trades, and that's exactly what Jace wants to do. He wants to burst.
Exactly. Well, that's why the dynamic of the lane is so important on how you play around your hook shot as well as your passive.
Just constant battling in this bottom side.
But going back to the Senna, I was saying from like a feel perspective, it probably feels much better to play the Glacial Augment build because, again, your first item comes in much sooner. Umbral Glaive's only 2,400 gold as compared to Mallet being about 3,100.
I mean, it helps that Umbral Glaive is also completely broken. So
yeah, exactly. So
any lethality build feels great right now because you could just build that item. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that especially in the earlier stages, it feels better. But I think later on into the game, Grasp feels a lot stronger.
Yes, and also probably the fact that he does have the Tahm Kench with him doesn't feel like he needs that extra health coming out from the Grasp or the Mallet. So already has that inherent safetiness right alongside him.
So with everything's kind of quieted down. We had a bit of a blast of early aggression in that mid lane. Both junglers going for that. But now we see best 16 moving up to the top side.
Fofo has his ultimate. So this is where we want to start seeing BLG make proactive plays. And really, either side of the map works. You would expect it to be top because you have a Camille versus Jace matchup. Very fragile, obviously. Whichever way gets snowballing is going to win out hard the rest of the game.
Yeah, plus you've got a Tahm Kench to deal with at the bottom side of the map. It's always going to be difficult to gank onto a Tahm Kench. Fofo's been spotted, though. And Ike's is just going to sit nearby because you cannot go for that Destiny, because as soon as you do, Ike's is just going to drop a pillar and you're ruined.
Yeah, they're telegraphing the play way too much, but great job by Vici playing around that.
or you could just go for the Destiny onto Ike's, and then he can't pillar you. He's going to be in a whole heap of trouble, but Forge steps forward to body block for him.
That was a great pillar, too, coming out from Ike's, but I love Shinmo coming out of nowhere, just getting up so quickly, but still, you use the Destiny, and you got nothing for it. That's actually a really long cooldown.
And on top of that, it's really important to mention the amount of pressure that Best has been giving into that mid lane. They're even on CS right now.
And you feel fine as Forge.
You don't feel so fine as Cube, though, because he could be in serious trouble right now. The minions are going to be there. Kingen tanking up the tower for now. He's actually going to commit to this one. Hextech Ultimatum keeps him alive for now, but there's a Tom Kench, and Kingen, you're going to go down on this one. Another auto, and Cube takes it.
Great play from Hung. Great reactive TP, as well as Cube doing a great job to stay alive. So they went out on both sides of the map.
I feel like Best needed to commit to that.
Yeah.
Because if Best could have tanked the tower after the Hextech Ultimatum, I think Kingen can finish him off and escape.
And when the game comes to scaling, we definitely favor the side of Vici. But like you said, I also think it'll be a lot of a macro game of how well can BLG pull the members of Vici around the map with the Twisted Fate ultimate, but they have a Tom Kench with Teleport as well as Abyssal Voyage, as well as the Dawning Shadows from Senna, so pretty much everything on Vici's side favoring them in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when we look at a late game composition, what are the two carries that are probably the best in the late game right now? Senna and Kassadin. They're both on Vici.
Yeah, and here's the play you were talking about. Like you said, Kingen commits, and Best 16 gets out of there. He's full HP.
Shinmo as well.
Yeah, Shinmo as well, but
yeah,
like I can understand Shinmo leaving since Best left, but
yeah. He's like, well, it's doomed now, boys.
Also makes you wonder, we were talking about communication issues in Champ Select. The one Korean player got left by himself, and, you know, the two Chinese players just being like, hey, let's get out of here.
Yeah, worth mentioning as well that maybe they hadn't seen Hung just yet. I think Hung kind of arrived in the nick of time, and it might have been just as Best was getting out on the magical journey. But they're going to start the Herald here, and this could be a moment where everything kicks off. Destiny
Everyone's
on
here.
cooldown right now. But as you rightly say, BLG have all moved on up. Ike steps on in.
Oh,
he just steals it away. It's not even stealing. He just literally took it like a candy from a baby. Shinmo going to be rooted. That's going to be a nice face call to keep him safe. But Fofo's gone a little too far forward. Slowed on up. Can't quite finish it. Dawning Shadow across everyone. They're so low. Ike's is desperate to finish anyone off. But they just can't do it. They don't have the cooldowns.
I feel like the way you described it was perfect. He didn't even steal it. He just walked up and said, this is mine. And Best 16 said, okay, yes, Mr. Ike, sir, have a nice day. And just, you know.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, no. Best is not having a fun game 2 here. But you know what? There's still time. He's got a kill. He's got some gold for himself. I still believe that Best can upgrade from Best 16 to Best 17.
This game is looking rough for the side of BLG. And it sucks, too, because seeing BLG's comp, I'm like, okay, this composition is very interesting, but I really like what Vici answered into it. The only thing I'm not too big of a fan of, honestly, is the Jace. But still, the rest of your comp is so beautiful, has the way to survive the early game, to bridge into that point where you're strong, and has just enough global pressure to answer the Twisted Fate.
I was trying to figure out why Forge was ignited there, and I realized Unsealed Spellbook, the ignite doesn't matter that much. I was like, hang on. iBoy just going to go shy on the route there. Well, let's take a bit of a recap on what's been happening so far this game. Stun goes through onto iBoy because, you know, I said that Wings was going to be able to kind of have his way with this bottom lane. That is absolutely not what has been happening here. It's all been about iBoy and Hung.
iBoy and Hung have just looked so good. Hung especially is just really impressing me this game. Not that iBoy isn't, but I guess as an AD carry, right, you have a very like rigid job that you're just kind of supposed to do, and you do it well or don't, to where as a support, are you influencing the map is so massive, and Hung's been doing it great.
Oh, to the skies out of Cube. Denies Kingen's escape. Honestly, Cube, that was just beautiful. That was something to behold.
The players on Vici, it's not even just like the teamwork that we mentioned. Even just mechanically, they're playing so well this series.
Oh, Cube, I'm impressed. You know what? You said you didn't really like the Jace pick that much. When he does that, I'm a fan.
There
you know
we
what?
go.
That just everything now is allowed.
But picks like this, right? Because I talked about Sword Art with Bard earlier. these kind of picks. Ooh.
Wings is in trouble. Dawning Shadow wasn't. Oh no, it's just come off cooldown a second ago. Might be able to get onto Shinmo instead.
Oh.
Dawning Shadow flashed away from. Shinmo barely survives.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's stop praising Hung. iBoy is a god. And
Yeah. Dude,
this is hard to watch for BLG.
iBoy was kind of struggling in spring. I have to say it, like, especially in the later stages, he had a few games where it was a little rough.
Talking to people who... You can finish.
I was just going to say, in summer, he looks amazing. Yeah. We're 2 games in, but I'm sold.
Talking to people who watched LPL for a long time, they were still very hung up that iBoy was great. And I just couldn't agree. And, like, no matter if... What is it? Form is temporary and class is forever. I think that's the saying. His form in spring just wasn't there. But this series, he looks so good.
And showing why this Senna still matters, why it's still a pick that you can prioritize. Because a lot of LPL teams really don't care about the Senna. They really don't want to go for the late game damage and sacrifice early game presence. But against a Kalista, it's fantastic.
I mean, especially when your team is just winning all around the map. We haven't seen one impactful Twisted Fate ultimate. We're 12 minutes into the game.
Nicely done there by Shinmo to deny the Herald, though. But you're absolutely right. Twisted Fate from Fofo. Not looking that great so far. King losing out that trade pretty handedly. And that was really nice from Cube. You notice he waits on the Thundering Blow until the shield goes down. A shield waited is a shield wasted.
I like that.
There you go.
And Vici picking up the second dragon of the game. So not only do they outscale, but they are also winning in the early stages. Of course, BLG do still have the tools to make something happen.
Oh, Best wants to make something happen right now. Going for a 1v1 with Cube. I mean, he's used everything, and it wasn't enough.
It didn't look like that play was to try and kill him from, you know, the sequence of abilities that he used. It does look like they just want to force down some of these turret plates and get gold onto Kingen.
Oh, is that? Oh, it's the TP coming out from Cube. Ikes is going to knock Kingen back, trying to keep him in play, keep him here so Cube can join in. Flash available. Forge coming in, though, as well. They might just go for a dive here. So the Skies onto Best. It looks like they'll get away. The Destiny used just to force it out. And he returns to the mid lane.
Oh, this is really heartbreaking to see because the tools we were just going to start talking about for BLG to make these explosive plays are the Destiny and the Tempered Fate, which we've seen every time used reactively.
Yeah.
So BLG just constantly on the back foot from the pressure that Vici's creating.
It's worth mentioning, though, that right now Fofo hasn't fallen behind. And that's the key thing with Twisted Fate, right, is don't fall behind. If you fall behind, you're basically not a champion, but so long as you're even, so long as you're able to get your items, so long as you can get to the Lich Bane in a little bit as well, we've seen the split push damage. We've seen how quickly Twisted Fate can take down a tower. It's like 4 auto attacks.
The problem is he's up against a Jace and a Kassadin, so I don't think a Twisted Fate wants to be... At some point, he can go in the lane against the Jace, right? But you're never going to be able to go in that lane against the Kassadin. And the good thing is, no matter what, you will still be able to punish enemy mistakes with that ultimate. But we're 15 minutes in. He hasn't even been able to do that once, so...
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you can't do it in the early game, when the game is relatively telegraphed in general, bit of a 1v1. Not going to turn into too much here. King is just going to back away. Realizes that's not a fight he wants. But yeah, if you can't do it in the early game when the game is relatively telegraphed, when these late game snap macro decisions need to happen, are you going to have the stuff?
That's true, and Vici just going to be able to pick up another objective and just going to be threatened by iBoy's presence once again. Just like last game when he solo walked into the top side, it's almost the same situation. Solo walks into the top side jungle, not caring what the enemy does.
Honestly, right now, BLG are contesting LNG for the team that wants to do the least in any game. Because when we saw Suning versus LNG, they kind of just did nothing and watched themselves lose. That's what happened in Game 1 between Vici and BLG. Game number 2 is looking kind of similar.
Right, that's the weird part. In Game 1, that's actually not what happened. It's that they drafted a comp that if they did that, they probably maybe could have won.
Oh, yeah, true.
Then they did the opposite.
I mean, mostly they kind of just sat back. There was only 1 or 2 fights
but
that
they took one team fight and fell 5k gold behind, right?
True.
So
I guess it's the kind of mistake that you only need to make once.
Yeah. To where this game, I completely agree with you. It's just not a lot happening, and they tried to make that proactive put the Destiny once, right, when Shinmo roamed up, but Ike's putting down a great pillar prevented anything from happening. And
yeah, I mean, he was just threatening the pillar as well when the Destiny came down.
Yep.
Like, he just didn't even need to do the pillar for a long time. Forge stunned up here. Shinmo misses on the face call, though. And that's the end of that play. I was really hoping for more, I'm not going to lie.
Me too. I don't feel like there was any need to comment or analyze anything happening. I feel like the deadpan silence probably describes the play better than
Deadpan
anything
silence says a lot for this game. That pretty much describes what's been happening between these two teams. Oh, dear. Well, we've reached an LCK state in this game. I feel like the LCK state is the LPL equivalent of a LoL state.
We're getting
Here we go.
smashed.
Kingan's onto Forge. Hextech Ultimatum means he cannot go anywhere. And a nice, easy pickup. Best going to be the one to grab the kill.
But you're giving up mid lane turret, so is it worth it?
Yes.
No, but I guess you do have to make something happen. And at the same time, I want to go back to your point that we're in like an LCK state of the game. I feel like that's disingenuous. Nothing's going to happen. They're still... Oh, okay, they're not going to take the turret, actually.
Shinmo... That's twice now. Both Heralds completely neutralized. This Bard is looking like a strong pick.
This Bard is... It's not worthless, right? It's not like this.
That's the best compliment you can think of for Bard right now. It's not worthless.
It's more... If you let me finish, it was more... I was going to insult Twisted Fate by saying, this Twisted Fate pick, which I love Twisted Fate as a champion. I think it works so well and competitive, but it is doing absolutely nothing this game.
Yeah, that's fair to say. Well, I mean, he got an assist there in that bottom lane play. That's 2 assists now. That's 100% kill participation. But Vici are going to have 100% Dragon participation here with their 3rd Drake. This is going to be Ocean Soul Point.
Ocean Soul... So we're going to have Ocean Soul up at 23:30 with a Kassadin Senna.
Yeah. That's something. Against a Callista. Against a Graves. I don't feel like they should have had pure control of every single neutral objective this game.
I'm just saying, I feel a bit cheated that we had... Like, technically, assuming this game continues to go the way it's going, we'll have had 5 games of League of Legends today, but I feel like 2 of them actually didn't happen. The first game was suiting, in this game don't feel like they're actually happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of sad when you watch a team just kind of roll over, show their belly, and accept defeat before the game's even begun. But that does kind of feel like what's happening.
There are many things in life that would be absolutely adorable. If a corgi does that, amazing. If, you know, like a little like kitten or something, even a giant like grizzly bear or something, I can see some like some value. But yeah, a team doing that, I'm not in.
I mean, Bard as a creature alone doing that, that's pretty cute. Bard doing that as part of a team composition, not so much.
Gragas isn't cute when he does it, but he does do it. We just kind of accept, so...
Bard gets the funny factor out of it.
Bard
I mean, Gragas gets...
Did you see that Bard skin yesterday? The new one?
Yeah, Astronaut Bard or whatever it's called.
I don't even know what it is, but it was awesome.
Mystical Space Bard with his little alien tubes in the floor.
With the pink chroma, it was great.
I have to say, I'm with you. I like the Bard. I don't know why everyone hates Bard. It's so good. Destiny coming through. Here we go. Play onto Cube in the bottom side. Hextech Ultimatum once again. Dawning Shadow keeps him alive, and Kingan's actually getting low. Here comes Forge, and they might just turn this one around. There's a kill for the Kassadin, and he's going to make it 2 as well. Now into the rest of the fight as iBoy dishing out damage onto Wings, but he's stunned and taken down himself. Out on the magical journey, but shut down by Ike's, and Shinmo has nowhere to run. I don't think there's any CC available. He eats him at the last possible second. A double comes through for Forge.
I actually don't think we should have been that excited for that because whether he got away or not doesn't matter.
When nothing has happened for 20 minutes and then we get a big old fight, I'm going to get excited.
Where is our ward killing, like, cheers? Like, that's what we need, but...
We need the audiences back in the arena, damn it.
This is the cool dynamic that you were talking about, these comps, right? With like kind of the 3D macro chest of where we have King and Split pushing in the side lane. It's like, okay, cool. We can have the TF ultimate come out, but guess what? Hung can follow, and hey, we can have a Tempered Fate from Bard. How does all of this interact? And it's all really interesting and cool, but in the end, Vici are so far ahead, they're outscaling, and it doesn't matter if they kill Q because the rest of Vici gets here. Look at all the damage Forge is doing. Bard ultimate does nothing, Shinmo finally failing, and then Wings able to kite out pretty nicely here. Nice gold card coming out from Fofo as well, but in the end it doesn't really matter. Vici are just so far ahead.
I don't know where all that damage came from. That must have been Forge doing the damage onto Wings in the end there. Oh my days.
Yes.
5,500 damage. Good lord. Well, Forge is feeling good right now. You know what? He's hit his 2-item spike, and that's all you need. Now he's in Kassadin mode. And that fight is evidence. I'd like to present Exhibit A.
Like, the only hope in this game for BLG is if Kingen can get massive, you know, he can find...
Hang on. Sorry. How on earth is Fofo 70 CS down? He's just been in mid lane all game. What excuse do you have to be this far behind against a Kassadin?
I mean, to be fair, he can't sit in a lane against the Kassadin at this point, but...
We've not been at this point for very long.
I was going to say, I mean, to go with your point, Twisted Fate has done nothing this game. Fofo has not had a good game. BLG as a team have not had a good series, not had good shot calling. Yeah, there's not too much to say for BLG.
It's not looking good.
The one thing to say is that improbable it may be, if Kingen can find a couple kills, get some gold in his back pocket, try to become a big split push threat, that is probably your only avenue for BLG.
Also, Shinmo's Bard looks pretty good. I'll give him that.
I'd even say in this series, Kingen showed some life, but, you know, just...
I mean, Kingen nearly got a 1v1 kill onto Cube when he was on the Maokai versus Wukong.
The early laning phase, even in this game, he was playing quite well.
Yeah. And Wings on the Kalista actually looks okay. Here we go, Cube stunned up. Is the Destiny going to be used? But no real follow-up as Ike's now going to go in. And iBoy's here to follow up. Hung can't really get into the fight, though. It's 4v5 right now. Shield across the team. Ike's low, but walks away with his life.
Ooh.
Nice kill onto Forge, though, and suddenly things are turning around. BLG. Fofo locks a blue card, and that's going to be the end of the fight.
I don't even know how they actually were able to kill Forge without any member of Vici going in as well. We didn't see Ike's walking forward, Cube nowhere to be seen, and that's a huge win for BLG.
That was actually massive from Fofo there. I've flamed Fofo a good amount during this cast, but he has Unsealed Spellbook. He went for the Exhaust to start the fight. Exhaust Forge as he comes in, and it means that his team can shut him down.
BLG's another team where we know the individual skills there. We know Fofo had good performances, especially in the middle and latter half of spring. Obviously, always one of the best players in the LMS region. Kingen is a player that, despite having a small champion pool on his effective champions and his style when played around, looks very good. Wings is a player with lots of potential. Let's actually see what happens here. So BLG are the ones engaging. Ike walks forward aggressively, gets a bit low, and then like you said, Fofo gold carding and holding down Forge, and then Forge jumps forward aggressively alone, so that's actually a misplay by Forge, but good exhaust coming out from Fofo as well, and they guarantee the kill. Had Forge just come out of the Tom Kinch ult back and they go in as a team, probably would have looked a lot better for Vici.
And I think maybe Forge, off the back of that last fight, feeling a little overconfident, right? And I think understandably so, with how that last fight went, with how dominant he was. You kind of get into Kassadin mode. It's kind of like Lee Syndrome, right? Where you throw the Q, you have to follow it no matter what. Kassadin, once you get a few items, you kind of just want to 1v5.
It's actually insane when, you know, you start feeling these champions. Especially, I think a Kassadin's a good one where...
Ooh, hang on. Fofo gets a stun onto Hung. Ike's is going to be kept alive, but it's Hung that's in trouble. Gray skin, but he actually dodges away from that one. Kingen can't finish off the kill. He's onto Forge now. So the shields come on through. Wings trying to do the damage. Vici hold on, though. Nobody falls down in the end.
That fight had a lot going on, and actually it's probably not going to end.
Here we go, back on in. Forge stunned up, though, and denied for a second fight in a row now. Nice little kill there from Wings. Kingen tries to find his way back on in. Bear in mind, iBoy not doing anywhere near as much damage as he wants to.
The one awkward thing about this composition is the fact that, realistically, Trundle and Jace are not the kind of champions that want to run forward, right? You do want to, like, peel and poke and kite back, but still, the coordination is not there for Vici. And, of course, you would never want to be the team getting engaged on, because that fight did start with Ike's getting caught out by Fofo. Still, though, we are 2.5 minutes away from Ocean Soul for Vici.
If they can get it.
If they
BLG got the last one.
I mean, BLG's been in control the past 2 minutes.
Suddenly, they've just got massive signs of life here, and the gold lead has basically vanished entirely now. The big question mark is Forge, right? He needs to find a better way into these fights, because Fofo is just gold carding him the second he comes in and denying everything.
It's like, if you think about it, in isolation, Vici scaling definitely wins out. But the way both of these comps work out, you know, neither of them have really set engage. BLG's last 2 wins was Vici running into them. All of Vici's wins were BLG running into them. So that's kind of going to be the key decider in these fights. Can you find a pick, or if it does get to an extended fight, typically the one running forward is the one who's losing out.
The last one in is going to be the winner. Cube here getting onto King, and Fofo moves down to try and help his top laner, but it's not going to work out at all. Fofo has to just waddle away from that one. I'm going to arrive in the mid lane just to make sure that nothing can be taken, and in the meantime, Forge gets a chance to split push.
The two key members of the teams are the ones who are kind of disappointing now. 3-4-3 on Forge and 1-4-2 on Kingin.
Wings jumps over. I'm kind of surprised Forge didn't go for something there, but obviously it would have been 2v1. Fofo's in trouble. To the Skies comes on in, and he's used 2 abilities. That's all a Twisted Fate's damage.
The silver lining here is the fact that he's going to be up at 40 seconds and that Dragon's up in a minute, but just misplays coming out of BLG Soul Laners.
I would argue that that's more of a bronze lining at this point, because Ocean Drake is up in 45 seconds, and I think that Vici are going to be able to set up massive vision control, and there's not going to be a whole lot BLG can do about it.
Yeah, I'd say bronze lining is probably a better term.
And now we have to see what BLG are made of here. 25 seconds. They need to get on in towards this Dragon Pit. They need to try and set up some semblance of vision before Vici just take control of the area. Shimo just getting blasted. Cube looking pretty good on this Jace as well. 4-1-2, despite having a lot of pressure this game. Hung TP's in.
Realistically, I feel like the ball's still in Vici's court to where BLG can't run forward aggressively, but if BLG do kind of awkwardly position, Forge can just try to instantly delete someone.
Destiny used so early here from Fofo, and he can't commit to going in here. This is going to be Ocean Soul given to Vici now, and surely the fight off the back of that, it's such a huge advantage. They're all going through the magical journey. Dawning Shadow, and Wings has fallen already. Kingin tries to turn it back onto iBoy, but he just doesn't have the damage. He's going to go down as Forge ain't finished just yet. He wants more kills. He wants himself a quadra kill. And this is all about Vici. The Summer team is real.
And Forge was just practicing those last engages for this moment. Dead timers are long enough. Vici can just push the base.
Koma's dream is coming true, and it's a 2-0 here in favor of Vici Gaming. BLG fall apart at the last moment, and the team fighting looking immaculate at the end of the day.
And I just don't know where BLG was in this game, and really the series.
Vici Gaming are going to do it in the end. BLG not showing up, but Vici with very, very clean gameplay and intelligent drafting as well. Playing to their win conditions, understanding how their compositions work.
Just very clean. They came together not only as individuals, but as a team. The macro was there. I liked a lot of the answered Abyssal Voyages coming out from Hung. Forge, of course, looking great. And this is a team we can be excited for in this split.
Really, really excited for what is to come here out of Vici Gaming. Because, you know, I came in spring, and Vici didn't have a good last year, you know. And Koma joins Vici Gaming. I'm like, all right, let's see what this team has. And they were so close to making playoffs, so close to glory. They finished in 9th place. But now, in summer, maybe this is their chance. Because that was a really clean series from them. And it was a lot cleaner than most of the series we saw in spring.
I'm really impressed. And I'm probably the one caster that's not on that Vici hype train. But after seeing a series like this, not only seeing good individual play, but again, good, smooth macro and shot calling. It's still not there in the terms of it could be like a bit faster, could be a bit more aggressive, but all the right steps are being made.
Yeah.
It's how can you not be excited to see how this team continues to develop?
And the ultimate question will end up being, how do they do when teams like FPX, teams like Top Esports, teams like JDG are going to pressure them? How do they deal with that pressure when it comes to the top teams? So let's take another look at the draft here. And honestly, one of the things that was in favor of BLG that I liked was this Bard. The Bard pick is starting to really show why it's such a valuable pick, and I was impressed by Shinmo on it as well.
We're definitely not seeing enough emphasis on the bottom lane laning phase to where Bard is really a detriment. So the fact that it can provide so much utility around the map, and we obviously have so many good mechanical players in the LPL, they're able to utilize it to the fullest extent. Definitely agree.
And Shinmo completely denying both Heralds as well with his Tempered Fates in the mid lane. Really nicely done. Forge, just look at his damage, right? 21,000. Remember that early on fight? He did 5.5. He did a quarter of his entire damage from that game in that 15-minute team fight or 20-minute team fight, whenever it was, around the bottom side of the map. So Forge looking amazing, and it was all off the back of basically 2 team fights.
Yeah, Forge looked great, and even Cube, we saw high damage there as well, looking good. And the word we could just keep using with this team is potential, because they have a lot of young players, a lot of inexperienced players who have nowhere to go but up.
And I think one of the big questions will be, are they going to be able to be consistent here? And how much are they able to convert this into future wins? Because, again, like you rightly say, they do play very, very slow. And when some of the other teams... I mean, there are other teams in the LPL that aren't top teams. Teams like Rogue Warriors, it doesn't matter whether they're a top team. They're going to put pressure on you. And Vici, for me, the big question will be, can they deal with that kind of pressure? Are they going to be able to weather the storm and get to these late game
Because
comps?
we've seen now that against BLG, maybe against teams like LNG, even EDG, these teams that do take it a bit slower, a bit step by step, they can probably do well. Against Asuning, maybe can do well, but against even these more bloodthirsty bottom teams, a team like Victory 5 that's on the up and up, how are Vici going to react? But I'm excited to see because... Again, mechanically, on an individual level, they stack up against anyone.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you bring up the conversation of V5, I have no idea. Like, off of that series against DMO, I am now completely bemused on where on earth V5 stand in this league, because they had no wins last split. Now suddenly they just dominate DMO. I'm excited for what they have to hold, but I have no idea how they match up against Vici.
That's definitely true. But you know another thing this series kind of answers is another reason maybe why they're not using Lil Yen yet. Because Ix does have great synergy with Forge, and Forge is such a key player on this roster. So why break that up when Ix is willing to do, you know, the dirty work and the heavy lifting to get the team where it needs to go?
I think as well, I'm excited that Cube got to kind of flex a little bit in this game. Got to play the Jace, which I wasn't really expecting to see him on Jace here today. I expected him to be much more on things like the Ornn, but he has had the opportunity to show off a little bit. And we said right at the very start, we were excited out of the back of Demacia Cup. Didn't really show up in spring, but here in summer, Cube looking like a changed man, looking like he can really have some impact from the top side.
I think a lot of these players, Bin, as well as Cube, right, it's about, is your team giving you a steady structure for you to be able to perform in? And the answer today at least looked like yes, but like you said, they need consistency. They beat FPX, RNG, and E-Star in spring, but also did, you know, give a lot of losses over to teams like BLG.
So I want to actually ask you, Lyric, what's our assessment of Wings then, off the back of his first LPL games? Do we feel like Wings was an issue? I personally think he played okay. I think he could have punished a little bit harder, especially in Game 2.
My answer will be, I think it's too early to tell. Not only from the fact that BLG just did not show up, their shot calling was not on point, but even when we talk about laning phase, Shinmo is not a player you typically know as a strong laner either. So, which you know as an AD carry main, that bot lane is a lot more dictated about support. I would make you think otherwise, honestly, but I'd say Wings showed that he's stable, right? And in a team that did nothing and floundered, that's a win.
Yeah, I give you that. That's definitely the case. Just being able to survive the laning phase and be able to match as you go towards the mid game. And he did in the bottom side. The rest of the team, not so much. And it has to be said, Fofo definitely falling behind Forge. He did get a good couple of gold cards during the mid game, but realistically, they wanted to get way later in the game before they could really come online. And I mean, Forge just casted in. It was hitting like a truck from the mid-game already. Fofo, nowhere to be seen.
Let's also say that we know Vici's the kind of team that's going to constantly gank mid. That's like what they do. That's their thing. That's the scouting. You watch like 2 VODs and you find out both games he died to Ike's level 3 ganks. And Zoe on the Twisted Fate, it's just...
There's not really much more to add to that, but like ultimately, one of the things that I'm excited for Vici is when you look at their history, their greatest success as an organization was in 2016. They managed to finish 6th. This potentially could be the roster that could challenge that. This is maybe we're finally seeing a version that could make playoffs and could battle for that position. Still remains to be seen. I don't want to get too excited yet. We've seen 1 series from them. But a clean 2-0, a confident 2-0, it definitely leaves me with a good taste in my mouth.
It's actually pretty surprising how many like clean 2-0s we've had to start the week as compared to spring, but also makes sense that these teams have now been practicing together for a long time as compared to spring. But yeah, I expected more chaos.
Absolutely. I was definitely expecting more chaos. I thought that this would go to 3 games, but not going to be the case here today. And our MVP for game number 2 here is going to be Cube coming through on the Jace in that top lane. Really, really strong performance from him. I think honorable mention to Forge as well in that one.
Yeah, Cube looking great. Like you were pointing out, a lot of his like mechanical exchanges in lane were pretty good. It was actually really interesting. Would have been nice if we could have focused on that lane because even Kingen having some good trades early on, but what BLG were the team putting members up towards top side, and they were the ones misplaying, and Cube was completely taking advantage of it.
So nicely done. And for Hung to be there to react and help his teammate out. That thundering blow was just magnificent.
It was beautiful. Just playing so well. Always in the right place. Calling for his team to come get these picks as well. And this is what we want to see out of such a young, promising player like Cube.
Yeah, I'm excited for what is to come because, you know, playing things like the Wukong, the Jace, he's clearly willing to carry. He's willing to be a threat in the top lane. And I think that's something that we're seeing more and more of in the LPL. It feels like this split might be the split of top lanes.
And this is something where LPL historically has been known as a region with weak top laners, but like now, like who's a weak, even BuBu showing up on V5 saying, hey, I'm going to be a good weak side top laner this year. And it's like, we have so many strong top laners in both categories that can play the tank front lane engage style, that can play these carries. And I'd say we have the best top laners in the world.
I would agree. Based on MSC alone, honestly, I think that is a solid statement to make. But we'll have to see as the split pans out. But that's going to round us out for today. So let's take a look at our results as we finish things off here. Suning managed to start things off strong today with a 2-1 victory over WE, much to my resentment. And then we saw Vici managing to beat out BLG 2-0.
Yeah, really interesting day. Happy for Suning and great for Vici to look good. The thing today shows us is that teams are going to be a lot closer and more competitive this time around.
That's what I'm hoping for. Definitely around that middle of the table as well, because we saw a lot of teams very close at the end of the split. But actually, when it came to the tiebreakers, it didn't end up particularly close in the end. It was like WE made it on through with their final win, and there was no head-to-head shenanigans. They just battled their way on in. So I'm excited for the middle of the table. I'm excited that Suning showing their stuff earlier on today, but here's what we've got coming up for you guys tomorrow. OMG up against V5, then LGD against E-Star. That second matchup especially, different rosters coming in.
Yeah, I mean, actually it's an interesting matchup because we have Fun going over from LGD to E-Star. So that's going to be an interesting one. And even the first match, I would say based off their first performances, Victory 5 looked like the slight favorite.
Yeah, actually, they're comparable now. OMG, though, maybe will be able to kind of fix up some of the issues that they had in their first series.
I want to see Alias against his former team.
The real question, true. The real question is, were RNG really good when they faced OMG, or was OMG not stepping up? And I think that series will answer that question.
I definitely agree. But either way, both series tomorrow, you guys should watch. I'm going to be watching from home as well. Going to be awesome.
Absolutely. It's going to be Dagda and Hysterics bringing you those games, so make sure you're tuning in. That's going to round us out for today. And some seriously good games today, especially earlier on the WE versus Suning matchup, especially game number 3. Really, really hype stuff.
I like the series because, again, one-sided game 1, close game 2, but I'd still say it was more in Suning's favor, and then extremely close game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And second series, less close. Vici looking fantastic as they move into summer. We'll see if they can keep that going across the course of this split. But that's going to round us out for today. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow at exactly the same time. We'll be here. We'll be watching from home. We'll see you guys in Twitch chat. Join us then.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe